Hello, everybody. I am hoping that somebody can hear what I am saying because we have not had technical difficulties. I'm still staring at YouTube, Chris, just to make sure we're live because
You're
it's
live.
delayed. That's fine. That's fine. I believe everybody. Hi, we're fine. Everything is fine. I look forward to canceling the rest of this live stream and instead just live streaming our producer because I think that would make for some pretty good content as he tries to fix all the issues. We apologize. We are here a little delayed. I apologize, but we do have the incomparable Sean Koerner. Sean, thank you for joining us and for sitting through all these technical difficulties. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
Okay, I'm going to avoid most of the pleasantries other than to ask you, have you reread Super Forecasting each year like I do before I get ready to do my projections?
No, but I keep telling people that's the best place to start. If you're looking to get into projections, go read that book.
Very good. All right, let's get into it right now. Projection process generally, Sean,
Yeah.
what do you do? In its most basic level, how do you go about projecting a team when you start your preseason projections?
Yeah, so at a high level, I'm projecting on a team-by-team basis. So, I'm projecting, the passing yards for the offense, and then I project the receiving yards to match that. But when it comes to season-long projections, I'm not trying to be perfect. So not everything has to add up. We're going to talk about a few teams where that's certainly the case, where, at the end of the day, I'm trying to just get the values right for these players, where I'd want to draft them in drafts. So I think at the end of the day, we're not trying to be perfect when it comes to these season projections, but we're trying to factor in as many different situations as possible. And then, I could talk about that more specifically for these teams, but it's a very high level approach for season projections.
Okay, Yates, before we realized that we were not live and my mic was inadvertently cut off, you were leading the discussion about a team. Why don't you jump back in with that team?
That was probably the best 2 minutes of hosting that I have ever done for this company, and no one heard it. I thought we were live.
You did great.
It was, oh my word, it was fantastic.
It was
just took it up. It was just like, Sean, let's talk about a team. How about New England? Let's go with New England. And it actually happened to be one of the teams that we were supposed to be talking about here. So this is one of the teams that I have a very difficult time trying to project because two completely different offenses with Cam Newton as the quarterback versus Mac Jones. So, Sean, I just want to turn this over to you and just say, New England, what are you expecting here with the quarterback position? And then how does that trickle down to the receiving options, Jonnu Smith, Hunter Henry, and guys like Jacoby Myers?
Yeah, so this is a very tough situation because, the offense is going to look different when Cam Newton's under center as opposed to Mac Jones. And I think that, Cam Newton should start week one. The question is, how long will he be the starting quarterback? So right now I have it pretty much split. 8 games started for Cam Newton, 8.5 games started for Cam Newton, 8.5 games started for Mac Jones. Forgot there's 17 games now. But yeah, so when Cam Newton's the quarterback, he is the only fantasy relevant player in the offense because he lowers the value of the running backs. He lowers the value of the receivers and the tight ends. So this is sort of a fantasy nightmare. Whereas, Mac Jones, if once he's under center, I think the running backs are going to be playable, specifically Damian Harris, James White, and then the receivers come into play too, as well as the tight ends. So I think this is a very murky situation. I'm avoiding completely because when you do projections for a team like this, you realize that all these players are kind of under the fantasy radar.
John, you're by far the most accurate projector I've ever seen. So tell me who's going to be the QB for New Orleans, and also tell me, how are you supposed to, as a fantasy ranker, as someone who does projections, how are we supposed to know what to do with this when we have absolutely no idea who's going to be the quarterback week one?
That's the point. We don't know. I don't know either. I think Jameis Winston should start week one. That's all we know. But, we've seen in the past, he's very turnover prone. He's really lacking weapons. I don't think he's going to thrive in this offense, especially with Michael Thomas maybe missing the first 6 games. So this is going to be a very tricky situation. Maybe that's reason to have Taysom Hill start games. They're lacking pass catching weapons. Why not have a dual threat quarterback out there? So this situation, it's similar. I kind of have it split down the middle. It's going to be a completely different offense depending on which quarterback is under center. But I don't think it really matters. I think only Alvin Kamara is really the guy we care about here. And then, these wide receivers are interesting. I think you can make a case to take Traquan Smith or Marquez Callaway, Deontay Harris in the later rounds. But honestly, the first 6 weeks of the season, that's when they're going to have value. And that's when we don't really need these deep sleepers anyway. So I'm avoiding most of the team completely, except for Alvin Kamara, Latavius Murray, Adam Troutman. Is an interesting flyer in deeper tight end leagues, but this is again, it's a situation I think we should just avoid.
Can I ask you very quickly what you did with Kamara? Because Yates and I have talked about this a couple of times already, but I don't see, based on the way I'm projecting it, that much of a difference in Kamara's rushing totals and his attempts and his total yardage. The receiving is where it's a big deal. I have him for about 20 more receptions if Winston starts than Taysom Hill. So do you see it kind of similarly, or do you think that the choice of quarterback is going to have a big impact on Kamara's rushing as well?
Yeah, I think it's going to have a big impact, especially we saw last year when Taysom Hill's under center. It's going to lower his receiving upside. Right now, I have him projected for 77 receptions. Not sure where that lines up with you, but at the end of the day, last year they kind of had to improvise when they had Taysom Hill under center. I think Sean Payton is too smart to not manufacture touches for Alvin Kamara in the passing game. So I think I'm willing to overlook that 4-game stretch last year where I think he only had like 7 total receptions or something like that. So I think it's one of those things with Michael Thomas out of the lineup. I think they're still going to force feed him targets. So I'm still projecting him to, be very good this year. He's my number 3 running back in half PPR. So it's one of those things where you just have to trust Sean Payton isn't stupid. So I'm still projecting Kamara for a pretty big receiving role.
That is true. I have him for 73, so right around where you do 73 receptions. Yep. Yates, you got your projections up? I know you're not used to it, Yates, me asking you questions.
I actually do. I have him a little bit higher than that, so I'm curious how many targets you guys have got going his way, but I've got him with a buttload. So I've got him with a ton. I've got him with 89 receptions on the year.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You have Jameis Winston.
I have Jameis as the full-time starter. That's going to be the difference.
Yeah.
Yep.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And yeah, it's funny because one of the things with you and your projections, I always feel like you just take your stand and you think what's going to happen, and that's how you project. I'm very conservative with my projections. Let's get to another offense that we don't really know exactly what we're going to see with, because in the end, we've got a new quarterback. We saw him at the end of last year. We've got a new head coach, and that's the Eagles. How do you go about projecting a team like the Eagles where there's so many question marks?
Yeah, it's again, it comes down to the quarterback. Jalen Hurts, the reason we love him in fantasy is because of his rushing upside. But that really doesn't help his teammates. So, I'm very cautious when I'm, targeting the receivers. Devonta Smith, he's dealing with this knee injury. I was kind of down on him before that, but the pass catchers sort of need Jalen Hurts to, fix his accuracy issue. So there, it remains to be seen if he's able to do that in year 2. We could see a Lamar Jackson type of leap this season from him, but I'm not betting on it. So I think, Jalen Hurts is still a very good fantasy quarterback. I'm willing to target him heavily at QB 10, but unfortunately there's the rest of this offense. It's really hard to make case for anybody, especially tight end. I mean, I was told Zach Ertz was supposed to be traded months ago, but the longer he's there, do you guys do this? Every day I ding Dallas Goedert down. Every day I reduce 0.1 reception per game for Dallas Goedert, and I raise Zach Ertz 0.1. So that's been interesting. So Dallas Goedert has now plummeted to tight end 11. Yeah. That's one of the other things, when projecting the Eagles, is this tight end situation. It's very murky. At the end of the day, Jalen Hurts is the only guy I'm targeting on this team.
Yes, I love it. Now, Yates, you've kind of come around enough on Hurts, because this was always a big thing with me and Yates. I was all in on Hurts and for the rushing ability, and Yates was generally fitting him. But Yates, in recent weeks, I feel like not quite to where Sean is. Sean, I think you said QB 10 for you. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, I'm saying I'm targeting him.
Okay.
QB 10. I think he's higher than that. He's probably my QB 8 right now.
Yep. Yeah, he's my QB 9, but I agree. I think you get him later for sure, because I think that most people are not there. Yates, you've moved him up. What is it? QB 12?
I've got him at 12 now. Yep.
Okay. All right.
And that's the difference because and you talk about it, Sean, you mentioned like that's where you projections and then also where he is in your rankings. Like I've got Jalen Hurts again. I'm not a big believer in what he can do as a passer. So to get him up into that like top 12 or top 10 as a passer from a projection standpoint, you got to make a significant leap of faith in terms of projecting, especially in the passing touchdowns category. So again, I'm with you, Sean, where I just can't get on board with Miles Sanders at his current ADP, Jalen Reagor, Devonta Smith, like even Dallas Goedert, I've talked about several times on this live stream saying, like, I don't understand why he's all the way up there at tight end 8 in ECR and ADP, because, yeah, Zach Ertz is still here.
Sean, are you okay to be kept like a couple of minutes? Because I know
Absolutely.
all right,
Yeah,
because I know
totally fine.
Sean does the projections for the preseason game, so he's got a heart
We
out,
got
but
one
he's
game. One
I
game.
got one game,
and,
correct. Only one game. It's
all good.
nothing. It's a flesh wound. All right. So a quick question on the backfield then, actually, in Philadelphia. We don't know exactly what the coaching staff is going to want to do with this backfield, other than there are 14,000 people back there. And so we don't know whether or not Miles Sanders is going to be, really get the bulk. I mean, I assume the bulk of the work, but just how much it's going to be. Obviously, Kerryon Johnson was just released. Yay. What do you do when you have a backfield like this where you have so many people there and we don't really know the coaching staff? Are you out on Miles Sanders completely?
I wouldn't say I'm completely out, but I think he's being drafted about where he should be at the end of this running back 2 tier. So I'm okay drafting him at ADP, but like you said, the depth behind him is an issue. I think it could be Boston Scott, Kenneth Gainwell, really eating into his receiving usage. But again, with Jalen Hurts under center, I don't think there's going to be many yards to go around to the running backs anyway. So I think he has the best role in this offense. We saw last year with Jalen Hurts under center that it sort of opened up holes for Miles Sanders, and he was a really good runner. So again, I think the end of this RB2 tier, I think people are being too harsh. When this time last year we had guys like Melvin Gordon, David Johnson, Todd Gurley, guys I wanted nothing to do with. But this year we have these talented guys, and everyone's saying don't draft him. It's crazy to me. So I think he still has the talent to be a high end RB2. So I'm okay drafting him where he is.
All right, before I ask Sean for one or more player props that he might be interested in, because Sean is obviously with his projections, I think everybody finds a little bit of an edge. I will say that as much as we've had technical difficulties, our producer Chris, who is in our room right now and loves when I give him a little shout out, has done yeoman's work here to keep us moving and keep us going. It takes a lot. And you know what Chris would love? If you subscribe to the YouTube channel. And I'm not even joking. That's not pandering for subscriptions. Like Chris and the subscriptions to the YouTube channel, it's mostly him. Yates and I are just sort of here to fill the time. So if you are watching right now, give us a click like, give us a subscription. That'll be great. Sean Koerner, let's talk player props. Do you have one or two or any that stick out to you so far that you have already made or that provide good value?
So a lot of the bets I've made, the odds have dropped significantly. But I'm seeing Saquon Barkley out there with a player prop of close to 1,200 rushing yards. I would hammer that under.
Yeah.
Because we've already seen that if he is able to play week 1, they're going to ease him in. So I'm actually projecting him closer to 1,000 yards. But that's a situation where I think that there's a lot of outs for the under to hit. Obviously, you have injury risk. When players get injured, they typically finish under on their player props. But this offensive line is going to be pretty brutal. So I think they're going to use him more in the passing game this year. But love the under right now, 1,200 yards if you can get it for Barkley.
What percent of out of curiosity, of your player props go towards the under? Because that's generally, right, the sharp side, because everybody wants to root for something rather than against
exactly.
Something, right?
I would say it's over 90% of the bets are under because when it comes to season-long props, like I mentioned, the outs. There's a lot more outs when it comes to the under. But this year, it's going to be interesting because there is an extra game. There's 17 games.
Right.
I factor that into my projections, obviously, but I think the extra game even gives us a little more opportunity for outs on the under. So, like I said, it's about 90% of my bets are on the under. It's really hard for me to take an over. And like you mentioned, most people are betting on the over. So books, they inflate the lines because that's where the action is. So most sharp action should be on the under on season-long player props.
Yeah, I have Saquon at 1,052 rushing yards. Yates, give me the Saquon rushing yards projection. Did you lose it? Did you forget that I asked those questions?
Yes. I have him with 1,100.
Okay, so we're all on the under. Sean's a little further, but whatever. All right, Sean, let's close it up here. Let's give us one player that you find yourself drafting a lot or particularly high on this year.
Right now, I come up with Michael Gallup in pretty much every draft because he's going in the wide receiver 45 range. So he's great for best ball. He's going to be a bench stash in season-long leagues, but he's the cheapest way to invest in this Cowboys passing attack. And I think he'll be a wide receiver 3 out of the gate. He's lining up out of the slot a ton in camp, so he could inherit that CeeDee Lamb role we saw last season. And then he has that massive upside. If either CeeDee Lamb or Amari Cooper go down, I mean, he has wide receiver 2 potential. So he's going way too late. He's a potential league winner. And it's so easy to get guys like that at that point in the draft because you're less restricted by your draft slot. So that's why Michael Gallup's the guy that I'm coming away with pretty much every draft right now.
Yeah, he's got an ADP across sites of roughly like 47th at wide receiver. That's criminally underrated. I think we all agree with that. And again, you bring up the good point, which is not only a guy who can produce for you in his current situation, but a guy who has that with the addition of if there is an injury ahead of him, might become a superstar. How about the opposite? Somebody you're fading, generally avoiding this year?
Usually James Robinson doesn't end up on my team. He's being drafted in what I call the frozen pond tier, running backs that we're kind of overpaying for guys that are in very volatile situations. That's not, the type of running back I like to target. And he's still being drafted, in the RB25 range when he should dominate, the early down work. But when it comes to a team like the Jaguars, where they're going to be in mainly trailing game scripts, that's not really a role we want. Travis Etienne should be the main running back on this team, the more the season runs on. So I think James Robinson could provide you some value in the early weeks, but even a guy like Carlos Hyde could take away touches, especially around the goal line. So it's a situation that I don't know why people are, spending an early round pick on the guy when, the volatility is not good in the situation. So he's a guy I've been avoiding.
We have discussed his ADP ad nauseum on the FantasyPros podcast for sure, because it is bizarro world. Sean, I really appreciate you hanging with us with the technical difficulties and for giving us a couple of minutes. Everybody who plays fantasy should know this already, but please tell everybody where they can find more of you and your work.
So you can find all my content at actionnetwork.com. You can find me on Twitter at @the_oddsmaker.
Okay, wonderful. So we're going to take a very quick break here. And when we come back, you're going to hear a lot more of Yates because we're going to be doing a lot of Dynasty, some Devy with our good friend Jeff Bell. So hang tight. We will be back shortly. All right, welcome back. Look at that seamless technological stuff that we've got going on here. Anyway, okay, so we had to make that a little abbreviated. This one, too, we've got a hard out at 6, so I will avoid the pleasantries. I'd like to welcome on Jeff Bell, fantastic, just all-around football analyst, but especially for Dynasty and Devy. Jeff, thank you for joining us today. How are you?
Great, Dan and Kyle. Great to see you guys, and thank you so much for having me on. I'm very excited to be here, and certainly Dynasty and Devy are two topics that I love talking about.
All right, so we are short on time, as you know. We've gotten out at 6 before we bring on our next guest and talk about wide receivers. So let's take a more general approach. General approach right now when you're, let's say a startup Dynasty team for the 2021 season. I mean, how do you approach a Dynasty league? I know a lot of people out there, Dynasty is becoming bigger and bigger. So just walk us through it. What are your approaches as you get into it this year?
So my approach is when I start out, I really target getting the good young quarterbacks early. And we've seen these guys hit the league. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. I really like to get aggressive and try to get 2 of those guys if I'm playing in a Superflex league. And that would be one of my first moves that I like to do. And then I kind of target getting the younger wide receivers. CeeDee Lamb's, his value has gone up incredibly since where it was at the beginning of the preseason. But a guy like Brandon Ayuk or a guy like T. Higgins to really lay in there and get some good guys where really what I'm targeting in a dynasty draft is about the similar ADP that you would have in a normal draft, but just on the younger side and looking for those younger guys. And then kind of once you go through, you build that core, that foundation, and then you're kind of filling in the cracks later, much like you would a normal redraft approach or anything like that.
How about you, Yates? Same exact thing or what?
Yeah, so I think with Dynasty, a lot of people will say like, okay, I'm making the transition over to Dynasty. My main league is moving from a redraft to a Dynasty, which is fantastic. And I obviously love Dynasty as the host of the Dynasty podcast here. And I think one mistake that I just want to point out that I see a lot of people making in their first time that they come over to Dynasty is overvaluing youth. Now, that doesn't mean completely, ignore the young players, the first year, second year players. But what I see a lot is people going into it with, okay, I'm going to draft this wide receiver who's 22 years old. And you know what? He's going to probably trail off around 30 years old. So I'm going to have him on my roster for the next 8 years. No, you're not. This Dynasty League probably won't be going in 8 years, right? Like realistically, let's take a realistic approach to it. It's very unlikely. And then also additionally, you're going to make trades. You are going to move these players off of your roster to either capitalize on value or to jump ship because situations change so much in the NFL year over year. So a lot of people will go into it and they will only target first year, second year players. And then they find out, well, you know what, these guys actually aren't producing as well. I'm finishing with a below 500 record. I need to shake things up. And then they move the players before they actually hit their prime. So if you are going to go into a dynasty, take value where it falls. Don't reach for younger players just because they're young. Take value where it falls and chase after a championship every single time that you can.
So the way I generally think about it, guys, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is whenever I'm in a dynasty league, really in any sport, I kind of feel like I put 50% of the value on a player on what I'm expecting him to do this coming year. 20% the next year, 20% in year 3, and then like 10% going on beyond that for a couple of reasons. One, Yates, like you said, and this is the big thing, right? Everybody's like, oh man, my team is going to rock in 7 years. Like it's going to be just a dominant force. And like, yeah, there's like a 10% chance that your league is still going to be going in 7 years, right? So is that, I mean, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that roughly, you think, like when you're forming dynasty ranks, when you're thinking about players, is that a fair, basically, way to describe how to think about it?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely very fair. And the other thing, it's so unpredictable. You might have a Calvin Johnson and he just retires, and you plan that be that cornerstone. He retires early, or like last year, if you had done a startup and maybe you grab Ryan Fitzpatrick very late, thinking, well, he'll give me 6 games as the Miami Dolphins quarterback. All of a sudden, here we are another year down the road, and he looks to be a startable superflex quarterback. And so I think that people try to read the future much too much, and just things change. And so you're exactly right there. And putting the value in the present day, having a competitive team, we want to have fun. We want to win. We want to try to win a little bit of money, usually. So I think that you've got a great mindset there.
I don't know anybody who plays for money. All right. This is all for fun and the love of the game, obviously. And how about a rookie draft? Which my guess is that most rookie drafts are gone, but we should at least touch on it. Like, let's say you're in a super flex league. Because again, I think back to the FantasyPros Dynasty Invitational, which is the source of my constant just frustration with Justin Boone as we don't talk anymore over trade negotiations from that. But when you're looking at that and put it in a super flex league, I imagine Lawrence is the first, but there was a big trade, Yates and ours, I remember, for someone to move up. I can't remember who it was, to go get Trey Lance. Like, gave up a significant haul to get Trey Lance, everything like that. Walk me through, if people have not done their rookie draft yet, Jeff, and let's talk about it like a super flex league. What are general rookie rankings? How would you feel about it?
Yeah, so looking at this year, I would put those three quarterbacks right at the top, and I think that Kyle Pitts merits consideration just because we don't see a tight end like him come in very often. And so if you're to hit, especially the longevity of a potential tight end's career, you're almost looking at the same amount of length as a quarterback's career. And so I think that he merits consideration, but really you're looking at Justin Fields, Trey Lance, and Trevor Lawrence at the top of your super flex drafts. Zach Wilson, he's got the draft capital, second player overall. There's a little bit of open question if he's going to bring that Konami value and that rushing floor that you really want to look for. And then Mac Jones is the guy that he's going to land towards the back end of the first round. But really, early, you want to get those quarterbacks. And if you're feeling set at quarterback, and if you're feeling set at tight end, probably get a little bit more aggressive and move it down and get one of those great packages on somebody that wants to come up.
Yeah, or what you could do is wait for somebody to take Zach Wilson late in the first round, and then be working with that person and then pester him nonstop until he accepts what is a very reasonable trade offer for him, which is what Mike Tagliere did with me to trade for Zach Wilson. And that is what has made Justin Boone so mad. Literally every 10 minutes for like 6 hours, Tag's like, you should take it. We should do this. Let's do this. So if you want to go that route, I'm just saying somebody will hate you, but it's an option. All right, let's go a little bit to Devy scouting, because that's something kind of that you do. First of all, I maybe this is too simplistic, but I bet a lot of people listening do not know what Devy is, what that even means or anything like that. So start with the basics, talk a little about Devy, and then how to maybe incorporate Devy scouting into your process.
So the easiest way to explain Devy would be to take your Dynasty League with your rookie picks, and you're really putting names on those. And it's almost like instead of you're trading a future 22 first, you might be trading Isaiah Spiller, running back from Texas A&M. He's looking at potentially the top running back coming into the draft. Or maybe you're trading Breece Hall, Iowa State. You're not getting the value out of those guys playing in college right now, but you've already got the names assigned to the draft picks. And so it just adds a layer on top of it to really, if you want to get beyond just kind of the rookies and go and get aggressive on college scouting and guys that you want to watch on Saturday, Devy is that next step.
Yates, so it's interesting because I, of course, have been listening to the FantasyPros Dynasty Football podcast, where you just absolutely crush life every single time. And it does, like, were you somebody who did this type of scouting that you do? Because I hear you talk about these players, in a Devy sense. Were you doing that before? Is that something that's new for you? And how important do you think it is?
So it's a difference between actually playing in a Devy format league, because I don't do that. I tried to join a Campus to Canton league last year. And then, of course, college football was all over the place. So we didn't even do the college football side of it. And then this year was just like, guys, I can't do this. Like that is a whole other level of fantasy football that I just simply do not have time for. But what I do is in the summer, I'll sit down and I will scout all the eligible incoming quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends for the upcoming draft. So that way I at least know who they are, have a semblance of what they can do. And then I'll put together some early rankings for people going into the year. So that way, when we do get to January, February next year, I at least have an idea who Isaiah Spiller is, Breece Hall, what he can do on the football field, and then identifying some gems, some hidden gems ahead of time to be able to highlight and say, if you are playing in a Devy league, this is a player that you might want to pay attention to because he's got what it takes to be able to make an impact in the NFL. So yes, I have been doing that since 2019 was when I started, I think, unofficially scouting. 2020 was like my first, like I had grades and everything like that. So yeah, it's definitely a whole other level of Dynasty, and being able to do that definitely does give you, I think, a leg up on everyone else, especially in your Dynasty leagues.
All right. By the way, if you have questions right now, go ahead and drop them in because we're going to I'm going to ask a couple now. If you guys are cool with that, put you on the spot. Ruby22, Jeff asks, any tips for Dynasty startup using salary cap drafting? Do you have any specific strategies? Salary caps are basically all over the map, right? Salary cap drafts,
Yes.
You never know. No two are alike. But if you're going into one right now, a Dynasty startup, how do you feel like you're going to spend your money?
Again, targeting those young quarterbacks, that's where I would start. And those young wide receivers that I think that you can be your base. would be where I would get aggressive and lay those guys down first. Obviously, that's probably going to be the most of your salary cap. And then it really kind of depends on your mindset for risk, if you want to get the younger, cheaper guys, or if you want to go with just kind of some discounted production and go right in there. And if it's the type of thing where maybe you've got Patrick Mahomes and another elite player, and you know that they are in the win now window, maybe you want to target the Julio Jones and those type of players that you might be able to get some discount and get really good production on. Or, maybe if you swing and you miss on those top guys, then maybe you really want to load up with the youth. So it's just a flexible mindset, especially anytime you're in an auction setting or a salary cap setting, having that flexibility and being able to roll with the punches and look for the value that you can find.
How about you, Yates? I don't know if you were in any salary cap Dynasty startup, but what would your approach generally be to it?
Yeah, Jeff hit on it, and that is to stay flexible, because you can go in with a specific mindset of, okay, I'm going to spend this much money on this player, but then if it starts to get to a price tag where it goes above that, then you need to be able to move off of that and not get so fixated on that. And again, things change so much in a salary cap. You mentioned the difference from league to league. So staying flexible, you can go in with a set strategy, a set mindset, but again, being willing to change as you go throughout the draft is crucial.
All right. Nick Ebmeyer asks, Dynasty, it's a half PPR format. It's 12 team. He's pick 11. He's got pick 11 and 14. He's struggling at running back, so he wants to make that clear for sort of the way you think about it. He wants value, but should he grab maybe both Trey Sermon and Michael Carter if they're available, or do you think he targets one of the Moores or Terrace Marshall or somebody like that in terms of, running back needy, take that into consideration, but which way are you going there?
So I think the value, I can't really get behind Michael Carter yet. I don't know. He's a guy that I just don't really love, just because I think that there's going to be committee there. And I think that this is a question that you need to look at the life cycle of your team. And if you're close to contending, then maybe shop that second first-round pick to a team that maybe they want the draft pick, and you can get a running back that they want to get out on and get a couple more years production in that end and have a little bit more certainty. Trey Sermon at 11, if it's your team need, that one I can get a little bit more behind, because he's got, we talk about day 2 draft capital. Again, that's another crowded backfield, but from all the reports in camp, it sounds like he's done a fantastic job.
How about you, Yates?
Yeah, at that point, I'm actually going to be surprised if Sermon and Carter are still there for you. So honestly, I am perfectly fine taking Sermon and Carter at both of those spots, because especially if you are running back needy, in my dynasty leagues, I'm looking across the board and I'm going, man, the running back spots are getting pretty thin after, the top two. Top 2 spots on your roster. If you're able to field a solid running back 3, if you're starting 3 running backs especially, then that is something that's actually quite impressive. So you need running back depth in dynasty leagues, especially at that position. So yeah, I am definitely willing to go with Sermon and Carter, especially for Carter at pick 14, that second round pick there. That's value. I absolutely would be taking Sermon and Carter a little bit higher than that. So if you can get them there, absolutely.
So we talked a little bit about Devy scouting. Jeff, how much work do you put in? Oh, we've got kids in the background. That's good.
Kids in the background.
Yeah. Do they want to talk? Because my kids basically are like busting down the door the entire time. She could talk if she wants. She could say, hi.
You want to say hi?
Hi.
Hi. How are you? Welcome on. I'm not going to ask her dynasty questions, Jeff.
That's okay.
Okay. Go ahead. Deal. It's cool. We like it. This is good television. What? My kids, if you have watched me,
yeah, please,
and if
Jeff,
you will watch me this year, Jeff, honestly,
interact,
take care of it.
Interact, take care of it.
Take care of her. Trust me. I'll talk to you, Yates. Hi, Yates.
Hi.
Okay. I'll start with you, then we'll go to Jeff on this one. Let me ask you something, Yates.
I'll be right up.
Given the fact that we analyze NFL football all day long during the season, you have to, Jeff, I'm going to come to Yates here first to give you a chance to regroup, but I like your dad game right there. So when you're doing it, Yates, how do you find the time to think even about Devy scouting or anything like that? Is it purely an off-season type of thing? Like, tell me what you're doing generally, because I imagine during the football season, I'm already impressed that you're going to be hosting a Dynasty podcast as well as a FantasyPros podcast during this season. So how do you make both work?
Yeah, for me, it is, I am looking at the incoming class in the summer, in May, June, July. And then as we move into August, I don't have time. I don't have time to look at the upcoming rookies. I will stay, tuned to what's going on in college football. I just kind of pay attention to Twitter. But as far as being able to dedicate myself and my time to that, I simply just do not have the time to do it. So it's one of those things where I'll kind of pay attention to it as we move throughout, specifically the Devy in college football. But then after that is when we after that, January, February, March, that's when we start to move into the scouting for the upcoming draft.
We are entering hour 9, I think, of this live stream. So the fact that there are things falling apart in the background at Jeff's house is not only acceptable but encouraged right now. I'm loving it. I'm loving every part of it.
I'm appreciative and grateful that you're rolling with the punches.
Hey,
here,
if there are two guys that understand what it is like to have children just tearing down things in the background, it's us right here. So
90% of our podcasts are interrupted by children, so totally fine. We're totally good with it. Please don't worry about it. And if you have to take care of anything in dad life, I totally get it. I'm like probably just on our next segment midway through, I'm just bailing and I'm just going to watch our producer's head explode. Right. So same question to you. How do you balance the need to analyze football for this year versus keeping up with what's going on in college and generally scouting is entirely an off-season thing?
So, I mean, I'm watching every Saturday. And so I'm the type that, I tune in and I try to watch 14, 15 hours if I can of college football on Saturday, bouncing around and catching as much game action as I possibly can. Again, with kids, that doesn't make it easy. And so you do have to find time to go back, and condensed games are fantastic for that. So I really try to target. It's just trying to find any downtime that you can throughout the year. Having a good baseline. I do play in the Campus to Canton League that Kyle mentioned earlier in that format. So that really gives you a good idea of where to start and where to look for the guys that are coming in the future. And so it's just getting up to that base level, and then you're kind of adjusting every year. And you're not resetting so much as you're paying attention to recruiting, and when recruiting signing days happen, that's kind of a big thing. But it's really just trying to be flexible and trying to fit things in throughout the year. But also, I just love watching college football. I love watching NFL football. So watching it when it's live.
You mentioned you have kids. Do you have kids? I thought that was just a little random human breaking into your house causing the ruckus. No? Oh, congratulations. Sorry. Okay, so look, we're at the end of our time. I know it's short, Jeff. I'm sorry. We had technical difficulties. I'd love to keep you on for 6 more hours. Your daughter might not allow that anyway, but let's finish up with the question that we ask. We usually do it from a redraft format. If you want to do it from Dynasty, you can answer it that way. But who's a player that you find yourself gravitating towards or that you're particularly high on?
So my guy that I keep gravitating towards is Jonnu Smith is my highest. Jonnu, I just love what I love what the Patriots are going to do, I believe. I think he's going to be the main target in that offense, and they're going to move him around. Bill Belichick targeted him, gave him a big contract, and you look at the lack of other receiving options and really other offensive weapons. We saw glimpses from camp that they've got him lined up in the backfield, and so if they're sneaking different touches to him as a tight end, the value on him is just incredible right now. He could easily be a top 5 tight end.
Chris, can you just end the live stream? Because I can't hear more Jonnu love at this point. It's just a little out of control. I'm kidding. By the way, you should have seen Chris's face when I said that at first. He thought there was a huge technical issue. Okay. On the last question, somebody you're fading, generally avoiding in drafts. Who is it?
The two guys, I'm just off Mike Davis and really Myles Gaskin too. Those two running backs, I just think that they're the value. It just kind of seems very aggressive on potentially what you're dealing with there. Mike Davis, we've got a long career of he's got a little glimpse of being great, and other than that, it just usually when you make mistakes, it's that 5th round or so where you get the running back off value and you think he's going to eat, but then he doesn't, or he loses his job. And so those are guys that I'm kind of staying off of.
All right. So, sorry, I'm joking because our producer is not muted. And so we can hear everything you're saying. So it was hard to follow. But I definitely heard Mike Davis and I definitely heard Myles Gaskin. And I consider those personal shots at me and my process and my rankings. I'm off Gaskin now. For now, although I'm starting to follow a couple of things today, Yates. It's making me a little more intrigued. We'll talk about that in another podcast. Anyway, Jeff, it was fantastic to have you on. Your daughter is welcome anytime she wants to also come on our podcast or anything like that. But just tell everybody where they can find you and your work before we let you out of here.
Yeah, so I've got work going up with FantasyPros, really doing Devy content with FantasyPros, some work with FootballGuys as well. And then we do a Devy podcast on Tuesday nights, the Devy Royales on the Going for Two network.
All right. Well, it was awesome to have you. Not joking. So glad that you do some content for us. Your stuff is fantastic. Everybody should follow you. at For Whom J Bell Tolls, right?
That's
what we
correct,
got.
yes.
I totally love it. Totally on board with it. Okay, so we're going to take a very quick break. Then we're going to get into our wide receiver primer next with LaQuan Jones. So just hang tight. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. It is time to talk wide receivers. Tara Roberts is here, and LaQuan Jones is here, somebody who I've never talked to. And my understanding, by the way, you two, is that you two have been trying to hook up and get on the same podcast and have been unable to do so. Is that correct, Tara? Is that what's going on here?
Yes, and it was my fault because I've got this horrible cough that I apologize to everyone for, but it got really bad when I was supposed to talk to LaQuan. So same day I had to cancel. It was really bad.
All right. LaQuan, is this true, though, or have you been dodging her? Okay.
I haven't been dodging. No way. I tried to set it up, and timing just was off, and sickness is real.
All right. Well, I have 17 regrets since I've started at FantasyPros. The biggest one is that I was not on the episode that you were on as a guest recently because you crushed it, and I really want to talk to you. So I may have hijacked this segment. Joe may have wanted to be on, and I may have just taken it away and said, no, Tara and I are going to host. So we are going to talk wide receivers, and there are so many wide receivers to talk about. So why don't we get it started with this? Generally speaking, okay, and I realize that, as I like to say, you play jazz in a draft, but generally speaking, what's your strategy overall on wide receiver in a redraft league, just generally speaking?
Waiting, really. I'm trying to secure those running backs the first 2 rounds, and I like that I can get like maybe a Robert Woods or, even a Mike Evans. It might be a little touchdown dependent in that 4th round, but I'm willing to wait to still get a potential wide receiver 1 in that 3rd, 4th round and secure the running backs in the first 2 rounds. You got workhorses there. So that's pretty much my strategy with the wide receivers.
Okay, so I love that you mentioned Mike Evans because he's someone that's talked about frequently on Fantasy Pros, and I've talked about him as well. And I saw your, because obviously I follow LaQuan on Twitter yesterday, talking about how running backs that you would prioritize over wide receivers early. So this is literally perfect. You're so on brand. But I saw that Mike Evans was on this list. And so I got to hear, I want you to sell me on Mike Evans because he's someone that I always look at with his ADP. And you mentioned the touchdown dependency that I'm a little hesitant on. So I want to hear the Mike Evans take.
I really feel like Mike Evans is not really touchdown dependent, but he's a touchdown junkie. He's a red zone junkie. He has Tom Brady. He has the GOAT as his quarterback. So all around, I am all in on Mike Evans. Basically, the touchdown upside is more than, the running backs that are sitting there in the 4th round. I mean, you got guys that have never been workhorses, Darrell Henderson. You have guys like Myles Gaskins that are in a well-known and alive running back committee that was just reported last week. So it's like, I'd rather go for the guy that's possibly going to see 10 to 12 touchdowns. I really want somebody that's going to be scoring at all times, in the red zone to be the number 1 target there. These guys in the 4th round, I don't want to beat up on running backs. This is a wide receiver show, but I'd rather have those guys in the later rounds. In the mid.
LaQuan, we've got an hour, man. Okay, you can go on a running back tangent. All right, LaQuan's here for an hour. You talk about whatever you want. You want to go quarterback, tight end? We're going to go there eventually because we've got plenty of time to talk about it. Well, let me ask you something then with Mike Evans, because this is something that we struggle with a little bit here, which is how do we find production for Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and Antonio Brown, who everybody wants to draft right now as sort of this late round, was a sleeper, but now is basically being drafted as a wide receiver 3. Are you in on all 3 guys, or are you more of just an Evans guy fading the other 2?
Here's the thing. I'm in love with Antonio Brown's ADP. I'm in love with that. I can get him as my flex, as my potential wide receiver 4. Everybody's forgetting about him. Antonio Brown is still Antonio Brown. It's ridiculous. We need to follow the volume. That is key. Follow the volume. And Antonio Brown is that guy. For him to see 10 plus targets with a game with a healthy Mike Evans and Chris Godwin on the field, that lets me know, Antonio Brown's going to be the real deal with a healthy, hopefully happy. I know he got in a fight today, but he might be a little happy after that.
Keeping track of the news today is tough, by the way. But yes, he did get in a fight. Yeah.
But I really feel like Antonio Brown's one of the guys that I favor over Chris Godwin. I like Chris Godwin for what he is. I love that he's able to produce as well. He's the number 2, target in the red zone as well. But I think with Antonio Brown with a full season, I think he could easily come in as that number 2, but Mike Evans is still the head honcho there.
Yeah, I'll just add what his ADP actually is before I turn it over to Tara. It's 101.7 across all the sites in our consensus ADP. That's just something, man. When you're there, people who are right next to, the pick before him in consensus ADP is the Pittsburgh Steelers defense, okay? So what we're talking about is a guy who's going at an immense value. Now, when I've done mock drafts, I have seen him rising, but as of right now, yeah, man, if you can get him as a wide receiver 4, it's just delicious.
Yeah,
delicious. Go ahead, Tara.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And then when you look at the back half of his season, I mean, I guess that's the point that really sells you right there on Antonio Brown.
Yes, of course. I love it.
When we talk about the running backs, by the way, very quickly, because again, we got an hour. We got plenty of time. We're going to get to basically every wide receiver. Are you out on the Bucs running backs, by the way? Is this a full-on passing attack? No Bucs running backs?
I'm off for many reasons, but to keep it like really just blunt, I don't like that Gio's there. Gio there takes that duty of the pass catching from Fournette that made Fournette kind of like fantasy relevant some weeks. And Ronald Jones, I really feel like he can be the lead back. So, pound for pound, I think he will be the guy taking the early downs and et cetera, et cetera. But when it comes to that red zone, it gets a little shaky. It gets a little weird because we saw him struggle in the Super Bowl in the most televised, thing there. Everybody saw it. He was struggling to get in that red zone. So obviously that's where Fournette comes in. So it gets a little wishy-washy when you're in PPR format. You're looking for a guy who's going to catch passes consistently through the weeks, or a guy that's going to get the touchdowns, the red zone. So it's kind of like, I don't know. Like, it looks good getting Ronald Jones as like your RB3, as your RB4 in those later rounds, but it's like, I don't want to deal with the headache week to week. So I'm kind of like off. I'm just off the running backs for the Bucs, man.
I see a lot of Rams stuff in the background. I'm assuming that translated over to from St. Louis to LA as well. But a question on that. You mentioned Woods. How do you feel about Kupp?
I love Kupp for red zone purposes. I think we'll see something what we saw beautiful happen in 2019 or 2018 when he became the touchdown guy. When he had 10 touchdowns, that was like something like set in stone. And unfortunately, he dealt with injury and et cetera, et cetera. But I think him and Woods can coexist. I mean, they're both getting 125, targets 3 years in a row with Woods and Kupp. So I think the volume is there for them to be very good. Week to week, I'm looking for Woods to get the catches. I'm looking for Kupp to score the touchdowns. And Matthew Stafford there, Sean McVay, able to open up the playbook finally with a guy that has like football IQ. So it's like, I really feel like Sean McVay is going to be really excited with this offense, and they're going to be throwing a ton.
So I do projections. That's how I start my rankings, and then I go from there. And I was joking on the podcast that probably I think is dropping today. We recorded it yesterday, but I talked about my difference between Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp. The actual difference in their fantasy points is purely the fact that Robert Woods is going to get 15 carries for like 90 yards and probably score the touchdown. Otherwise, I love them both right there. I mean, I like Kupp too, but Woods, that's the thing with Woods. And man, if there's a poster child for wide receivers we love over here, it's probably Calvin Ridley, but then it goes to Robert Woods, which is
nice.
The rushing ability. That's not nothing, man. You're going to get 100 yards and probably a score, right? Because that's what McVay does. It's what he does every year. But that's the only difference I see between them. I think both of them are going to get targeted heavily. You mentioned Kupp about the touchdowns. They're both values at where they're going. Woods is going as the number 16th wide receiver, which basically he is every time, right? He's like 16 to 19, and then he's going to finish 12th, right? So, and Kupp is going 19th. So I love both of those guys as well. Are you a Rams fan? Is that the deal?
I think so, yeah.
All right.
Bandwagoner.
All right. Back heavy early, very common sort of, and then you hit it in rounds 3 or 4. How far do Devontae Adams or Tyreek Hill need to fall in a draft before you're like, all right, okay, enough is enough. I got to finally pull the trigger on him and take him with my probably first or second pick.
If those two guys, honestly, like, if I'm in the first round and I'm at the 110 through 112, man, I got to get me some Adams. Like that he should have been gone. You know what I mean? At least 3 picks before. I really feel like with Tyreek Hill, if I can get him on the turn, I'll take a JT, I'll take a Nick Chubb, and then get Tyreek Hill. That is a very attractive combo for me. Now, if what I'm thinking in my home league, because I'm sure they're watching right now, they like to lurk and get a little sneak tips. But I really feel like if I can get a Tyreek Hill or Adams that late, that is a gem. That just makes me go off course. But you need to be able to be equipped, to audible some plays like that. If the guy falls in your lap, you got to take the best available at that point.
So on our new Ask the Experts show that is coming out with me and Lauren Carpenter, we were actually talking about, we got a question from one of our subscribers, whether you're taking Tyreek, Devontae, or Diggs. And I got to ask, are you someone that's going more with a consistent track record like Tyreek and someone that you know exactly what he's going to hit every single year? Or are you more inclined to take a chance on a guy like Diggs who maybe didn't do what he did last year before, but you might be banking on him repeating? Do you have a preference there?
I really don't. I really feel like this is like a tough question, honestly, because they're all great wide receivers with great quarterbacks. So I love Josh Allen for what he is, and I think Diggs can keep on chugging. I think he can keep doing what we saw last year. Now, Adams and Tyreek, it's kind of like a safe bet, like you know what you're getting. But again, like Diggs, depending where I can get him, depending where he falls to me, I'll feel pretty comfortable getting him if it was over Tyreek Hill. I really feel like that's where the toss up is. Like either one of those guys are good, but Adams for me, he's elite. I got to take him.
Nice.
So Adams for you is in a tier basically unto himself. Is that basically fair to say?
Yes. With Aaron Rodgers, you cannot deny it, man. Like it's a beautiful connection. The chemistry is great, and I love that he's able to find the end zone a ton. With Aaron Rodgers, because that wide receiver 2 is still a question mark. It's been a thing. So I really feel like Adams is going to eat in the red zone. He's going to eat all over the field. He's going to be the number one guy.
Yeah. By the way, if you have questions about wide receivers, feel free to drop them into the chat. Again, you got to be a subscriber to leave a chat. Subscribing really helps us out. All that good stuff. Interesting. And I want to ask you actually, Tara, if it's okay, because Yates feels the same way as LaQuan, which is Davante Adams is basically a tier unto himself. For me, I'm taking Davante Adams as my number one, but I have him projected for 2 more fantasy points in half PPR leagues than Tyreek Hill. So for me, it's more of a 1A, 1B situation, and they're both in the tier. Do you have Adams, Tara, by himself, or do you view both of them the same pretty much?
So I view them the same, really. I'm typically more inclined to take Tyreek. I tend to not take Packers, just being a Packers fan. I don't like to get doubly hurt. But from a non-biased perspective, I do tend to lead towards the that kind of known with Tyreek. It makes me a little bit more comfortable, and he's also not that Devontae's not injury prone, but you do feel like you're going to get a few games a season out of him that kind of may teeter it one way to where Tyreek is getting that number one. I mean, he only had one season where he kind of had missed half the season, but other than that, he feels like the most reliable of those 3 to me.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, I will say that if you guys are in any way letting your personal feelings about your team affect your draft strategy, then you need to root for crappier teams, okay? Come on board. The Jets, we could use all the love that we can get, and it's great because you never have to worry about drafting a player because they don't go till like the 20th round, so you're fine. All right. Right? Oh, what are you guys doing? You're wasting your time. How dare you? Okay, that's fine. So let's go then past the top 2, and you talked a little bit about Diggs. Is Diggs your 3rd wide receiver on your board, LaQuan?
As of right now, yes. It has to be. Josh Allen is balling out. Like I love everything I see about him. He's like a little risky risk taker, when he takes off out of the pocket. I think they need a running back to get the longevity out of Josh Allen so he could run less. But that's how he makes his magic. And I just love everything. Like I'm not even a Bills fan, and then I make sure I tune into a Bills game because I just love watching him play. Like it's just electric to see him do the things that he do. I mean, you see the man hurdle. Like, come on, man. He has some swagger to it too. So I get so excited to see him play. And Diggs is we saw what he did in Minnesota. He's an electric player. He could break away separation. He does some real dirty things, in camp. So it's amazing to see him connect with somebody like Josh Allen. And it's a vibe. That's what it is. It's just a vibe. The connection's there.
In terms of, is your 4th wide receiver, I guess, let's break through them. Calvin Ridley, Stephon Diggs, DeAndre Hopkins. That's my 3, 4, 5. I think that's our 3, 4, 5 that are just generally being drafted in consensus ADP. Do you have a huge difference between them when you're thinking about it? Diggs is going 3rd, Hopkins 4th, Ridley 5th. I have those guys basically, I don't care which one of those guys I really get. You can flip a coin between them. I'm fine. Do you feel the same way?
I feel the same way, but I don't want to say Ridley's not a wide receiver 1. I don't have a clear mind. You know what I mean? I know he's a wide receiver 1 with Julio there and not. He performed. He had over 140 targets, which is great. I'm just a little pump the brakes a little bit quick. I want to see a full season without Julio there, with Kyle Pitts integrated into the offense, et cetera, before I take him over a D-Hops, before I take him over a Diggs and stuff like that. So that order where I can have it's a toss-up between Diggs and D-Hop, really, because I think really falls in as that third slot for me in my rankings.
Interesting. I am I don't know if you would call me a Ridley truther yet, but I'm probably taking more of him, as much of him as I can humanly possibly take in drafts, just because I look at him very similar to the way that I look at Tyreek, not in the consistency talk we were talking about, but so many people are saying, well, Kyle Pitts. And I'm like, we don't look at Tyreek and we don't say, well, Travis Kelce. It'll be more of a situation, to me, in my opinion, where they'll coexist great. I like Russell Gage. He'll be a good, third option there, especially for where his ADP is, but he's not someone that's going to aggressively take over, and increase his targets in terms of what he was seeing last year. So I do like Ridley. I think he has the potential there if they start airing it out and they don't have the best defense in the world to get wide receiver one.
They're going to be tossing it.
Yeah. For what it's worth, I have Ridley personally as my third ranked wide receiver, followed by Diggs and then Hopkins. But again, I don't care. Like, it's a great spot to be in when you're thinking you might take the wide receiver after the turn and coming back. And if you feel comfortable, I do find myself going running back most often. If that's what I would say, the permutation that happens probably the most often. Then
that's usually how it shakes out, though.
Right. And are you somebody, by the way, because we talked about this earlier, Tara, I want to know you too. Are you somebody who, I'm a very old man, maybe not in physical age, but in like emotional and mental age. And I'm sort of like stuck. Our producer is nodding behind the scenes. I'm stuck in like the Stone Age. I get very uncomfortable when I'm not like heavy on running back very early. Now, you can make plenty winnable teams. I said this earlier in the live stream in the very beginning. Some of the best drafters I know, Adam Ronis, who like is phenomenal in expert leagues. I've been in a draft with him before, and he went one running back and then just basically punted it till the end and just filled up with a bunch of handcuffs, stuff like that, things that they might be able to take over insurance policies if something happened. I looked at his team and I was getting nervous during the draft, just like watching it and stuff like that. So for me, I'm almost always going 2 running backs out of my first, 3 rounds or something like that. You're the same way, LaQuan, I think, because you were saying about Mike Evans.
Same way. It's like wide receivers can produce like even the number 2 can be relevant to be like a low end wide receiver 1. So I really feel like I have to secure those running backs or I'm not going to be okay, because there's a lot of workhorses. So I need a lot of that in the first 2 rounds. Like I will feel really uneasy if I don't at least, secure my 1 and 2, running back spots.
Let's talk. For me, go ahead, Tara, please. Sorry.
No problem. For me, so weirdly enough, my things, I've never had like a pick between 1 and 3. I think the highest I've ever had is 4. It's a very odd situation. And then in every single draft that's come up over the past month, I've been picking from like the 11th or the 12th spot. It's kind of crazy. I don't know what the conspiracy is, but being someone that's constantly picking on that back end, it kind of puts me in a position where, my instinct is, okay, if I'm right here, I'm going to go ahead and shore up my 2 running backs. I'm just going to go ahead and get 2 at the turn right there, and then I'll handle receiver in rounds 3 and 4. So it's happened to me a lot. So I agree with you guys.
So here's the way I break it down. And LaQuan, I want you to either say, Dan, you're an idiot, or Dan, you're the smartest person I've ever met. Or you could just say, Dan, I mildly agree or disagree. So for me, tier 1, obviously, as I said, is I have Adams and Hill in tier 1. You have Adams sort of to a tier unto himself. That's fine. Yeah. The next tier for me is pretty giant. Like you could make a mini tier for me with Ridley, Diggs, and Hopkins. But for me, when I break down my tiers, I also have DK Metcalf, AJ Brown, and Justin Jefferson there in half PPR. PPR, I might put Keenan Allen in there too because of what he does. What about you? Do you view those guys? And again, when you're doing a tier, you're essentially saying like, all right, if I can't get one of these guys, I'm good so long as I can get sort of anybody here. Do you feel the same way about any of those guys or any of those guys below that level?
I gotta say DK, man. I really don't. I'm not like a big believer. I mean, the Rams thing does give it away. I don't like the Seahawks, but I think facing Jalen Ramsey two times every year, it's going to play a factor that he's going to have a bad game. If he's going to be in that tier, he needs to be a start and forget for me. So if I know he has the Rams this week and he's facing Ramsey, I know he's going to be struggling. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen it. We've seen it 3 times, actually. So I really feel like I will have to drop him a tier. A.J. Brown, start and forget. Justin Jefferson, start and forget. No matter the matchup, it doesn't matter. They're going to ball out. DK Metcalf had his struggles, and I feel like I'm just going to stick with my Rams narrative here. 2 times a year with Jalen Ramsey, it's going to be, a little struggle for him.
Tara, are you like that, by the way? Are you fading? I mean, personal feelings on the Seahawks, obviously aside with LaQuan. Do you feel like that way with DK Metcalf? Because for me, again, when he comes up to that spot, and usually for me that spot is if I have an early pick, which Tara, I understand you're completely unfamiliar with apparently because you do not draft early like that. But when that spot comes, I still, even now, because I basically have them projected the same, kind of just flip a coin between Justin Jefferson and A.J. Brown and DK Metcalf because they're all pretty much the same to me. Are you fading Metcalf a little bit?
I wouldn't say I'm fading Metcalf, but yeah, I agree. It would be A.J. Brown, then Justin Jefferson, then Metcalf for me. Although I do have a little bit more faith that they're going to. I know some people are like, nothing's going to change. It's going to be the same situation. I do think that with the new offensive coordinator that they're trying to at least kind of hammer out more consistency within that offense and not make it such a vertical game to where they're having, there's only one way that you're going with the pass and bringing in more options that will allow them to kind of make it so that, that they're more freed up and that DK will be able to be a little bit more consistent. And so I'm not fading him as much, but I'm hopeful.
All right. So we're getting a ton of questions from people watching. You guys mind if we switch gears a little bit? I asked you guys a couple of questions from the listeners here. All right. Jack Fletcher asks, what are your thoughts on the Dallas wide receiver core really torn on the trio? LaQuan, we get so many questions. People love CeeDee Lamb. Michael Gallup's a prime sleeper. People are freaking out about the fact that we haven't really seen Amari Cooper. Break down your thoughts on all 3.
I think Amari Cooper, he does his job. He'll be the wide receiver 1. But I'm really excited for CD to take that next step as that wide receiver 1. We're seeing the catches. We're seeing the swagger. He's going out there. He's having fun, and Dak is back. So I really feel like CeeDee Lamb is somebody that you need to have max shares of. Now, Michael Gallup, he's the sleeper. He's the guy I've been on. He's been the guy that's been almost competing before CeeDee Lamb came there when he was like right behind Cooper in targets. Like, he was able to produce and step up and show out. So people forget that. They forget Michael Gallup was out there. He was out there balling with Dak. So coming in with Dak back, they're going to be throwing the ball a ton. The defense is a little bit better, but I still think, they're going to be throwing the ball a lot. I don't think Dak will be throwing for 500 yards, every game. But I think Michael Gallup sneaks in there to be fantasy relevant some weeks, and I love the trio. They're probably the best trio, going to this season. That might be a bold statement, but I think it is.
Tara, I have been searching far and wide for anyone who is not absolutely 100% madly in love with CeeDee Lamb this year and not targeting him. It's universal. I'm not kidding. We have, right? I don't blame you. I'm with you. I'm not. Yeah. Are you that person, Tara? Are you the unicorn that I have been searching for who says, you know what, pump the brakes a little bit on CeeDee Lamb, or what?
You're gonna have to keep searching. It's not me. I'm sorry. I think he's gonna make a leap. I love it. And I agree with LaQuan that Amari Cooper for some reason is somebody that people seem to not have a lot of faith in, but he's highly consistent. Even with injury, I don't see where he doesn't end up as a top 15 receiver. And, Dak's obviously going to get the ball to both of them. So in my mind, it's very possible for both of them to end up being top 15. I think that they're going to also throw the ball a lot to Zeke. We've seen him, if you look back towards the beginning of last season, it was not unusual for him to get double-digit targets in a game. And so if I feel confident that we're going to get 2 potential wide receiver ones out of Dallas, definitely top 15. We're going to have Zeke over here getting double digits. Me thinking, I don't know if there's going to be enough for Gallup, so I'm not high on him. He's someone that I'm avoiding just because I see those targets going elsewhere. He'll be a little too volatile for me.
This is a little bit of the problem with the Cowboys, right? It's that we're like, oh my God, give me a piece of this offense. And then you're like, okay, when I actually break down how many pass attempts there are and how many touches, I don't know whether all of them can really go crazy. And yet I find myself ranking. The ones I am targeting for sure. I love Zeke, of course. I do have Gallup higher than consensus. He's about 47th in consensus. I'm 41st. CeeDee Lamb, I'm right there with the crew. I'm not the unicorn. I have him 12th. And Amari right now is 15th, though. Like, other than the injury, which he is slowly recovering from. And again, we did a segment with Dr. David Chow on today's podcast talking about it. He's slightly worried, but not overly concerned. It is tough because what we saw from Dak guys last year before he got injured was just a massive amount of volume. And if you told me that's what we're going to get again, but they're already talking about the fact, like, that's not what we're doing. That is not how we want to do it. So I admit I'm worried. We got another question about it, actually. Kevin C. LaQuan, do you prefer Amari Cooper, we just talked about, or Chris Godwin?
Ooh, it's a good one. I'm going to go with the GOAT, with Chris Godwin. As the GOAT is his quarterback. I really feel like Godwin does his job well. I know I said that Mike Evans will be the wide receiver 1, but Godwin's going to be out there producing as well with yards at the catch and et cetera, et cetera. And then him being the number 2, I think more touchdowns will come out of Godwin than Cooper. So book it by it. That's what I'm going to do with there.
I do think that that's the trio, the wide receiver trio that could threaten the Dallas wide. I mean, it sounds like, LaQuan, what you're basically saying is super close, not a huge edge for you, but the tiebreaker basically being the guy who's going to play football for 90 years and torture me. Go ahead, Tara. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with LaQuan. I think my reasoning for it would be is that I do know what I'm going to get out of Amari Cooper. I think there's probably more upside potential with Godwin if he's able to separate himself from maybe bring himself above Mike Evans. So I would lean towards Chris Godwin.
Yeah, I have Chris Godwin one spot ahead, but like you, LaQuan, I'm right there. So not making a huge difference for me. Let's check. Okay. Stephen H. Sorry, got a little sidetracked. I'm totally fine. Would you take Devontae Adams with the 7th pick? And I think we said that's early, but if you're in full PPR, so full PPR, LaQuan, are you still going the running backs when you get to that range, or is that time to hit wide receiver with your boy, Devontae Adams?
Oh, man, that 7th spot. That's literally like where I'm like, I think Aaron Rodgers is back with a vengeance. This is his last dance. He wants to make it big. So he's going to go all out. So why wouldn't, his Scottie Pippen go all out? So that is like, that would be like something I had to order. But like, all right, what running backs went before and who can I get, on the back end of the turn? So
yeah,
full set. So let's go Adams.
All right. I love it. How about you, Tara? Tara, what do you think? Go Adams? Or no, you got to avoid, right? That's your team, right?
Yeah,
you can't go there. No way.
Well, I'll go ahead and contradict myself, actually. Like, just rewind what I said in a different direction. So, at the 7th spot, I could probably still get Aaron Jones. So, if he's right there, then I'm very high on Aaron Jones. We were talking in the previous running back discussion about Aaron Jones, but I strongly feel like he's someone who has the potential, if playing a full season, who has the potential in PPR particularly for being that running back 1, if someone who could sneak into that top 3 of guys that are out of there. So for me, if I can grab him at the 7th spot, if I had that pick, that would be amazing. If I could grab him there, I totally would.
What if you had a top 3 pick for the first time ever? Sorry, I just like to tease you about that. Okay. Because I feel for you, okay? You've got to be like me, and you got to do a ton of mock drafts with our Discord users at FantasyPros.com/chat, and then I just cheat and give myself a top 3 pick. Okay, so I will say that in PPR, guys, I'd actually like your thoughts on this. I know it's not a wide receiver, but somebody who I am more than willing to move up, and I think even before Aaron Jones, maybe in PPR at the running back position, is Austin Eckler. Now, he's not somebody who I absolutely love in half PPR, certainly not standard. I know there's a lot of buzz about him now, some positive buzz about him, but again, he's just not going to see the rushing touchdown equity that we need, I think, to justify. But in PPR, you are going to see it. And so for me, I bump him a little higher. I would take him above Adams, and I think one spot above Jones. LaQuan, what do you think about that?
Full send to Eckler. He's my dark horse to finish, RB1. And of course, CMC is the guy that's going to see a lot of targets out the backfield, but does Joe Brady need to lean on CSC for the pass catching? I really don't think so. He has like 3 wide receivers that I believe can still make a leap into the top 25 like they did last year, like even further inside the top 25. So I think the need to lean on CMC is not there. So Eckler's my dark horse to have more targets and receptions than CMC. It's a bold take, I know. And he could finish RB4. I could see Eckler doing it again when Melvin Gordon held out. It's there. The wheels are going, and I really think the difference between CMC And Eckler is obviously the rushing touchdowns. Eckler's not going to see it.
Correct. And again, I've said it many times. I will place more, but I have currently placed one prop bet so far this year, and it is on Austin Eckler under 6 rushing touchdowns. That number is way too high for me. He basically tops out at about 3. Tara, what do you think in PPR? Sounds like you would go Jones, though, but what do you think about Eckler in PPR?
I love it. And I love LaQuan's. I like your, go back to CMC. I really like your take on that in terms of wide receiver talent that they have in there, maybe taking a little bit away from him in a PPR format. That makes a lot of sense. We've got Terrace Marshall that's coming up, obviously DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson. I mean, there's so much there that they can throw to. They may not have to actually rely on him that much. Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about a couple of guys who we haven't touched on yet, who are still kind of maybe in the same tier. Again, when you break down tier, and that's Keenan Allen, Allen Robinson, and Terry McLaurin. Who's your favorite out of that trio, LaQuan?
Oh, man, I got to go with Keenan Allen. I love everything about Justin Herbert. I'm exploding excitement. I'm getting max shares, stacking both of them if I can. I love Keenan Allen for what he brings out. He has that swagger. He's another guy that I love the swag about him. I love how he handles himself. He's able to catch separation. That guy, we know how talented he is. We know what we're getting out of him. So I absolutely love Keenan Allen out of those 3 guys.
All in on Los Angeles teams, baby. That's what I'm sensing from you. Right there it is. Doesn't matter.
San Diego. There's still San Diego in my heart.
By the way, we can joke about this right now. If you were here and you watched the recent video, I'm saying it, Chris. I know you're going to say no. I called the Raiders randomly Oakland Raiders still at this point. And,
I do that all the time.
People were not happy with me, and I understand. You're right. That's a mistake. But you know what? San Diego, that will never change, all right? It will always be the San Diego Chargers.
We're not welcome in LA.
Tara, what do you think about Keenan Allen, Allen Robinson, and Terry McLaurin? Let's go half PPR for the format, because I think in PPR you might say Allen gets even a little bit more of a bump.
Even in PPR, it's a great. This is literally probably the toughest question you could ask me, because I am of the wide receivers out there, other than like a Devontae Adams that I'm a stand for, it is Keenan Allen or Terry McLaurin. I love 2 of those. I probably don't have a fantasy team where I don't have at least one of them.
That is true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I'm often having to pick between the 2 of them since they're sitting right there next to each other. But I would probably lean towards half PPR. I would probably lean towards McLaurin. I love the upside and potential there when we're talking about someone who has performed the way he has with legitimately no quarterback in the past. So from my perspective, seeing a gunslinger come in there, I am so excited for Terry McLaurin and the possibilities there. So, yeah, I'm leaning that way.
He's QB proof now.
Yes.
I love it. But see, this is how you need to look at the way your drafts are unfolding, Tara. If you're drafting from like the number 1 spot, you're just probably not getting those guys, right? Because it just doesn't work with the way it comes, right? So
maybe it's like the fantasy gods that are doing it for me, because I have the opportunity every single time to just pick one of them. It's so wonderful.
You've nailed it. Tara, by the way, if you want to, I don't in any way want to hijack it or anything like that. If you want to ask a question to LaQuan, or if you want me to just keep going in the way we're going, whatever you want. We've been on for 13 hours at this point, or it feels like it. So whatever you want to do, let me know. Okay.
Nice. Awesome.
All right.
I'm good
all right, I'm just going to keep going, and then you'll ask the next question. We'll do whatever. Okay, so let's get we basically hit on the almost all of the top 20 at this point in wide receiver rankings in our expert consensus rankings. The 3 that we have not yet are Julio Jones, DJ Moore, and Tyler Lockett. He plays for Seattle, LaQuan. It's not a big deal. It's fine. So of those 3, how do you feel about them?
I don't like Lockett, but it's because he's inconsistent. He's hit or miss. So there's weeks where you're like, oh, he just put up 25 points. Let's keep the ball rolling. And then the next game he puts up 7 points. And then the next game he puts up 21 points. This is something I don't like to deal with every Sunday. He's not a start and forget. So he gives me that headache to where like, now I have to play it by matchup. Oh, he has a good matchup. Oh, he only put up 10 points. Why? And it's like one of those things where it's like, I kind of avoid Tyler Lockett. Again, not because he's a Seahawk, just because I don't want to deal with the headaches. I need a guy that I'm comfortable with.
Yeah. How about you, Tara?
I will lean towards Julio Jones. I feel I don't though. injury thing, that's a narrative that isn't really consistent with reality. Now, maybe because he's older, people are a little bit more frightened that this, recent injury history is going to turn into something that's more permanent. But for me, he's someone that, despite age, when he's out there and he's on the field, he is Julio Jones still. So, so I hate to pass that up. I mean, and Ryan Tannehill, I love Ryan Tannehill. I love the efficiency. I think that Julio is going to do well.
I love the Titans. Love the Titans this year. My son is an actual Titans fan just because that was the first game that we ever went to when we went to Tennessee to see them destroy the Jets. Nice. Absolutely. So he's got full-on Titans gear. So, we root for the Titans. All right, Tara, you want to ask a question? Yes, go.
Well, let's head over to Denver. There's a lot of discussion around who's going to come out on top there. Are you somebody that's leaning towards Jerry Jeudy, or do you think that Courtland Sutton's going to come back in there and stake his claim to the wide receiver one?
This is funny because I just was trying to do a video on this wide receiver core. So I feel like I'm more comfortable with Sutton's price than Jerry Jeudy's. I think Jerry Jeudy attracts the number one corners more weeks than not, and Sutton just sneaks in as a security blanket. And we saw how talented he was, before the injury. And then I know we saw the drop off when Drew Lock came in at the end of the season. That's why I'm kind of leaning, Teddy Two Gloves. So I really feel like Teddy will be able to spread the ball around. We just saw him do it with Carolina, 3 wide receivers inside the top 25. That could easily happen over in Denver if they play to his strengths. I'm not expecting everybody on that offense to be like a tight end or a touchdown dependent guy. I know Noah Fant's going to be a thing. I know Sutton's going to be out there balling as well. Jeudy as well. They have a lot of talent in that passing game. We just saw KJ Hamler just catch a bomb in preseason from Drew Lock. So they have a lot of talent, but somebody's going to miss. So I'm leaning towards Sutton just based on price, and I'm not really too worried, with him as my wide receiver 3 or 4.
All right, let me ask about the Pittsburgh wide receivers, okay? Because we've got Deontay Johnson, who to me strikes me as all right, I feel pretty safe with you, dude. You're going to be on the field every single time and whatever. There's a lot of questions, though, about what we see from Chase Claypool, who obviously the injury doesn't matter. Sounds like it was extremely minor. Juju Smith-Schuster, right? Who took a very, very small deal to return. They were really all that much targeting him. How do you feel about all 3 of those guys?
So, fun fact, if you go on Twitter in the GIF little engine, if you type in Deontay Johnson, you'll see me saying, follow the volume. Deontay Johnson's putting up numbers like we haven't seen since Antonio Brown with the target share. It's something it's like ABCs. It's easy to follow the volume. He's going to be a guy that's a security blanket for a Big Ben that can't really launch the ball downfield a whole ton through the game. So I know everybody's talking about, how his A-dot. I'm new to that little, figure there. Shout out to Joe Pisapia put me on that. But I understand that. But for PPR guys like me, I want all the passes 5 yards or 2 yards or whatever, and little screens and stuff like that. Deontay is a playmaker. That's easy to follow. Claypool, I love Claypool for what he is. He had the big touchdown, dependent streak where he had 10 touchdowns or whatever, and that's fine. He could be for what he is. So you're going to be getting touchdowns out of him. Probably get 7 to 8 targets a game out of him as well. And Juju, it's everybody's fading him. He didn't just have 9 touchdowns last season. That's something everybody's forgetting. Okay, give me Juju as my wide receiver 3. All right, yeah, cool. You know what I mean? So all 3 of these guys are just max shares if you can get them. They're there. You can literally just toss it them well, this guy plays a role in PPR. This guy is going to see the end zone. You can go either way.
So I would like you to know that I did just put in Deontay Johnson into the GIF creator on Twitter, and you did come up to say follow the volume. So you are now officially the most famous human that I've ever met. Congratulations, other than our producer, Chris, who has a World Series ring. If nobody knows about that, it is true. Okay, Tara, what about you? Thoughts on the Steelers wide receivers?
Yeah, I'm with you guys 100% on Deontay Johnson. I think, everyone's drops, but that's not going to stop Ben from throwing to him. So,
No.
He's still going to get you where you need to be. So, yeah, for me, for sure, Deontay Johnson first. Claypool comes in second for me because I anticipate he is going to make a leap. I feel pretty confident about it that he'll pay off at his ADP and is likely candidate to be a little bit better this year, see a little bit more. I just believe in the talent there. He's just such a great talent. I like Juju. I understand why he came back to Pittsburgh. It makes sense. But I worry that a Claypool leap is just going to leave him with a little less opportunities. So maybe he falls a little in ADP and I grab him. With him, it's very dependent on the ADP of where he's landing. With the other two, I'm pretty much good.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Tara for a question. But before I do, I'd like to remind you, if you are watching this, number one, we love you and appreciate you. We'd love it if you subscribe to the YouTube channel, but also like the video, which also really just helps us out, lets us know that you didn't hate me. Even if you did, you could still like it. It's fine. For LaQuan, who is here for us, dominating, and for a full hour, and Tara, who is pulling up just the quality of this entire live stream. Tara, go ahead, ask a question. My apologies.
It was perfect. I'm liking the receivers within team debate that we're on, so I'm going to keep us heading in that direction for one more question. San Francisco receivers, Ayuk or Deebo Samuel. I know they're not that far off in ADP. They're utilized in very different ways, and then we've got the whole situation where now we've got Kittle back. And who are we seeing at quarterback? I'm crossing my fingers for Trey Lance. So I feel pretty good about Trey Lance and his position on the team. More of an edge to make that early shift to becoming a guy who can have that kind of Justin Jefferson year and right off the bat. I guess maybe it's an LSU thing. But, from my perspective, I think that it depends on where Tyler Boyd's ADP falls. I was looking at the ADP for him for him actually a few days ago, and I was a little uncomfortable with it. If it continues to fall, as I think it might.
Absolutely. Yeah, his consent ADP right now is 35th. That's where I have him ranked, actually on the nose. But I do feel like at that spot, and this is actually, I don't know, this is something I struggle with as a ranker, where I rank a guy, he's at that spot in the draft, and I'm like, I should take him here. This seems right, and I can't do it. And that's actually very tough because I try as a ranker to be true to my rankings because I'm telling people to do this, but I find myself weird. So that might be a little signal to myself that I've got to move Boyd a little bit down. I'm not totally fading him. I think he can be a borderline wide receiver 3, higher on him in PPR, personally. That's where I would go.
Yes.
How about, look, guys, we're running to the end. I can't believe it's been almost an hour. Ridiculous. LaQuan, we need to have you on every single day, and especially since I can see you anytime I want on the gift machine. Let's talk about let's do some sleepers. Okay, who are a couple of sleepers either that you are looking for in every single draft, or I don't know, you just find yourself ending up with?
I'm tooting the horn for not being a homer, but Van Jefferson. He's going to find a way to be involved. I really feel like the excitement that Led Snead and Sean McVay had when they landed him in the draft, they compared it to when they landed Cooper Kupp. That lets me know they have a plan for him. The snap share, it definitely increased midway to the end of the season. Sean McVay blamed himself for you know what? That's on me. I should get him more involved. They feel as though he can be a star in that offense. And being that, but neither is Cooper Kupp. They get plays done. They're able to get off the line, get separation. The little flashes of Van Jefferson we saw in the playoffs, or even with Jared Goff in the earlier stages of the season, I really feel like the sky's the limit for him.
This is why I love you in many ways. But for many is drafting, and everybody is like, this is amazing. You're like, let me give you a guy who let me ask you something, though, legitimately. How deep does the league have to be for you to draft Van Jefferson with one of your last picks? Are you doing this in a very standard, let's say half PPR, 12-team league, 15-team league, or a 20-team league? When do you make that choice?
He's my last pick. And it's fine. I love it because he's the third wide receiver on that team. And we look at it when Josh Reynolds was there, and I really feel like that third wide receiver between Van Jefferson and Josh Reynolds, they both equaled 110 to 120 targets. So therefore, they're going to be able to see some type of volume, and it's just him. I don't believe Deshaun Jackson's there for an entire season. He's the veteran mouthpiece. He's there to teach Tutu Atwell how to run the 9 route, do some jet sweeps, and call it a day. I don't think Deshaun Jackson absolutely hurts Van Jefferson at all, being that the volume's going to be there. They're going to be passing the ball a ton.
This is amazing. I love it.
Nice.
Tara, have you thought about, because I want to be as honest as possible while we are here from kicked off on Jefferson one time during this draft season, just I've got him projected, but after that I've got him gone. Tara, have you thought about is this a deep sleeper at all for you, or are you with me? You're damn, LaQuan just nails it because he goes beyond what any of us are thinking.
I have not. I've actually, I love that you mentioned Tutu Atwell. I've actually thought about Tutu Atwell, not from a draft perspective, maybe not like in a dynasty perspective, but I actually put his name in my Twitter bio just recently because we're very similar in the fact that we're like extremely short. So I feel like a nice kinship there between him. So yeah, that's my third guy for obviously legitimate reasons on the Rams team.
All right. How about a bust then? Somebody who you are not looking to take this year.
A bust at wide receiver. That I'm gonna say it. I don't know, Jamar Chase.
You know what? Nobody's gonna hold you to it. It's all right. You just come up with a name off the top of your head.
I just
take a bust, right? You're avoiding. No, all right, fine, whatever. That's fine.
You get
all right. So what do you got? Nothing. You're just punting on the bust. Oh. Tara, do you have a bust? You have a bust wide receiver who you're looking at? If I'm putting you guys on the spot, you will make me talk nonstop, and Chris is.
Welcome back, everybody, here to Fantasy Pros. Great stuff from Dan Harris, Tara Roberts, and LaQuan Jones, who I get to hang out with and do a mock. Actually, no, not a mock. I keep saying mock draft because that's all I seem to do around these parts. But no, an actual real-life draft. LaQuan and I on Saturday. The boys hanging out, having some fun. It's going to be a good time, I can tell you. And, of course, Lauren Carpenter is back, and I believe it's another new outfit and a new hairstyle, so we're upping the game here, Lauren, as we go ahead and we are now going to take your questions Ask the experts whatever you want. There's only one way to do it, though, because you have to subscribe to the YouTube channel here at Fantasy Pros in order to get that done. So if you have a question, drop it in the chat, and we will go ahead and bring up the topic. So it is, again, 7:09 now, Eastern Standard Time. We are in the thick of things. So let's start here with Alan Davis, who has a Dynasty question. Lauren, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
I'm over here. Got it.
Curtis Samuel signed with the Washington football team, and poor Alan has Terry McLaurin. Do I try to get a number 2 for him or keep McLaurin's handcuff? Is Samuel worth having as a second receiver? I also have Adams, Godwin, and T. Higgins. Now, your thoughts on Curtis Samuel here, because if you have McLaurin and Samuel, I don't know if that's the best way to go about life necessarily. Mm-hmm. I love McLaurin. I think Samuel is one of these one-off guys. But Lauren, when you have a guy who's changing teams and he's been more of a playmaking wide receiver than a high-volume guy, what are your thoughts on Samuel as a keeper in Dynasty?
Okay, I'm going to make sure I can get in the screen here. There I am. Okay, so Curtis Samuel, not awesome for me. But you do have options here because you said trying to trade him away for something. But your wide receiving core does sound pretty stout, which I also like. So for me, I would trade either one of those guys for the better, I don't know, return, if you will, because I don't know if any of your league mates are really going to want Curtis Samuel. If they do, great. If not, you do have one of those other options that you can trade away. But having 2 wide receivers from the same team in this one doesn't really hold the same value for me. So I would find a way to flip one of those guys for something exceedingly good. If you have positional needs, for example, that's a great way to use one of those guys in order to target something that makes your team better.
All right, let's get to Ethan's question here. Half-point PPR, 4th pick overall. Kamara over Zeke, question mark? Which way do you want to go here? We're assuming that Derrick Henry's number 3 here in this cluster. But if Henry makes it there, take Derrick Henry in the half PPR. But Kamara or Zeke for you, which way are you going to go, Lauren?
I'm going to use my famous phrase that I love using. We're splitting hairs with a hatchet here, but that tiny little bitty baby hair is going to be leaning towards Alvin Kamara, mostly because Michael Thomas is not there. There's going to be a lot of reliance on Alvin Kamara for that offense. So for me, I am going to go Alvin Kamara. If I miss out on Kamara, then I have no problem taking Zeke. 2 studs, slightly lean Kamara.
I would slightly lean Kamara too. I've already voiced my concerns earlier and pissed off everyone from Dallas or any Cowboys fan about my concerns over Zeke. But you know what? It's okay to have concerns. First round is about not getting it wrong so much as it is about getting it right. Matthew Bingham says, by the way, Lauren, looking very good in your finest evening wear. Very fancy. There you go.
Thank you. See? I went bling for my final hour here on Fantasy Fest. Thank you for noticing.
I'm very glad. I almost wore the same earrings, but I chose not to.
All right. A shame. You should have.
Next question here from Dalton. Should people be snagging Hunter Renfrow after news of him burning Jalen Ramsey in a joint practice? Now, Jalen Ramsey was on social media talking about, I don't know what you guys are seeing about me getting burned. I don't recall that. So Jalen Ramsey, surprisingly enough, always has something to say about it. But Hunter Renfrow is one of these guys for me that I always feel like is a very deep league. You're in a 14-team league with a deep bench or something like that, or a 16-team league. I can understand having shares of Renfrow, but I don't know, man. This is kind of a tough one for me. Edwards is the lone wolf there in the late dart throws for me, but when it looks to the Raiders, are you looking at Renfrow? Are you looking at Edwards? Are you looking at John Brown? Or are you just kind of looking elsewhere?
I'm looking elsewhere. This is not sexy to me. This is not something that I am going to be targeting because of a Jalen Ramsey issue. I understand it's kind of fun to talk about. Now, that may depend because he will likely be on the waiver wire. So keep your eye on his matchups. Keep your eye on how he's used because this Raiders offense is going to be a little bit different, especially adding Kenyon Drake in the mix. So we'll see kind of who plays where and what. But overall, I don't love the Raiders, mostly because Derek Carr is very inconsistent for me. So I will look somewhere else if he's available and you just have a spot you want to fill, I guess. But there are other names that I would rather have there. And one of them is Russell Gage. I know I've said that name a few times here, which is why I really wish we could reach out to Michael Florio, Michael F. Florio on Twitter if you have a chance. Get that question to him because he is one of those deep league guys that really knows about these tertiary players pretty well. So that might be a good question for him. But for me, I'm staying away.
Extra vocab points for tertiary. Well done. As always, we always like the vocab points here at Fantasy Pros.
I know, check mark.
Ryan Olson. Oh, the check mark's been elusive for me. I can tell you that.
Me too. I was just
I know. Nah,
I
what
was
are you
just
gonna do?
denied.
Nah, that's all right. That's all right. We'll hang out together. Do you think that you would rather take Kelsey over Devontae Adams in the 9th spot in a 12-person PPR league? Kelsey is that distinct advantage, not taking anything away from Adams. So let's say you're in that 9 out of 12 spot in a full PPR. Would you be going with Kelsey in that big advantage at tight end and have that one, or go with the top wide receiver in Devontae Adams?
Oh, this is so hard. But my initial reaction is to go ahead and go with Kelsey. And I feel like we've been beating this drum so hard that something catastrophic is going to happen. Please knock on wood that does not. But I would go with Kelsey here because of the separation of those elite 3 tight ends, especially if you're in a keeper league, which I don't think you are, because if you were, Kelsey wouldn't be on the table. So never mind what I just said. So yeah, I think I would go Travis Kelsey here. The wide receiver room is incredibly deep. You can get some pretty good value on wide receivers. I understand they're not going to be nothing like Devontae Adams. 100% get it. But if you look at tight end depth, it's definitely not as deep as wide receivers. So I would go Travis Kelsey here. If you disagree and want to go Adams, I'm not going to fault you for that either. These are 2 studs. But if you want to have that security at tight end instead of freaking out and having to stream the position or worrying about taking one late, go Kelsey and just put your mind at ease.
There's no wrong answer here. I'm with
There
Lauren.
isn't.
It's just a matter of how you want to construct a team. I would say this. Just keep in mind, only one team is going to have the Travis Kelsey advantage. Now, it's a distinct advantage. It's a huge one. But once you take Kelsey out of the tight end pool, it gets a lot different in terms of what it looks like, the relative position value of it. So all of a sudden, now you're down to Kittle and Waller at the top. And all of a sudden, what happens is the productivity squeezes quite a bit. There's a lot of dart throws at tight end. I think Devontae Adams in the contract year, if he made it to me at 9, is something I would have a very hard time passing up with Aaron Rodgers.
Agreed.
I'm gonna go ahead and take that. It is not a knock on Kelsey. It really doesn't make much of a difference. But I'll tell you what, man, starting with Adams as my wide receiver 1, that puts me at an advantage there. Then if I could take another low end wide receiver 1 as a wide receiver 2, I'm continuously going to be ahead in terms of productivity, and that's something that I can build throughout the draft. Whereas tight end, I can take a dart throw and find a guy who might finish as tight end 7, and I think that's something that's worth considering.
I think the answer to your question is yes. Either. Go ahead.
Look, if you get either of those guys,
Whichever.
you're in a good spot. That's absolutely true. And I can understand taking either one of them ahead of a running back too, because I think they're kind of more solidified values. And then you see what running back makes it back to you, whether it's Mixon or Harris or Gibson or any of those guys, right?
Yep. Henderson's another one too. Absolutely.
Wow. You have Henderson in that cluster, huh?
I do. I like him a lot.
Talk to me about that, because you're the first person I've heard mention him in a while in that grouping, and I like to hear more about that.
Because you can get him a little bit later. We're talking an RB1 here, and they did not sign any other RB depth there other than what they already have, which means that they like what they see. They're going to use him, and they're going to use him often. And I know that it doesn't necessarily have a direct impact as in a wide receiver for the quarterback, but I love what Matthew Stafford brings to the table. I love the options that it opens up, because he can open up the passing game, which then also opens up the run game. So Darrell Henderson is one of those guys that I don't mind taking early if I want to solidify that position. I also like the fact that you can get him maybe slightly later if people don't really know about this yet, like in your home leagues, if they're not following along as closely. So yeah, I like Henderson. I was cooled on him, and I'm heating up on it. And especially with this new revamped offense, I think he's gonna be sneaky.
All right, DeLeon Lindsay wants to know, I own Michael Thomas in the Dynasty League. Is it time to sell for draft picks? This is a tough one, because I don't think you want to get second round picks for Michael Thomas. I think you're kind of selling it, pennies on the dollar there. If you can get a first round pick for him, something to consider, but I don't know. I think you wait and you hope for the best case scenario, which is that he either gets traded somewhere else or he starts to get healthy and he's about to come back. When he's about to come back or go somewhere else, that's when you get out of the Michael Thomas business. You sell on the high note where everything is about potential again, because right now everything is about negative. You wait for that potential to turn back around. But what's your thoughts? Do you want to hold Michael Thomas, or do you want to try to sell him off?
Oh, I would hold, absolutely. I mean, you nailed it. For me, trades are always about the same idea with the stock market. You buy low, you sell high, and in this instance, you are going to be getting, like you said, pennies on the dollar. So hang on to Michael Thomas until there's some good news, until there's some hype. Maybe he comes back a little later in the season and has a stellar game, and then you move him and you get the biggest value out of this as you can. Because what happens if you do trade him for, kind of pennies on the dollar, and then he
Mhm.
suddenly comes back and crushes it, and you're like, oh my God, I could have got a first round draft pick out of this, or I could have got so-and-so. So I would say definitely hold on to him. Wait until that value goes up at least a little bit, and then start shopping.
All right, if you've got a question here in the chat, it's the AMA portion of the show. Laura and I are taking all your questions, but the only way you can drop them into the chat, of course, is to subscribe to Fantasy Pros and our YouTube channel here. And then once you're a subscriber, you can go ahead and start asking your questions. Here's one from KC1324. How frustrating will Jalen Hurts be? I know Yates said that Tua will finish ahead of him, but does Jalen Hurts' rushing upside offset his bad receiving core? It's an interesting conversation. Now, I've been somebody that's put Jalen Hurts kind of right on that fringe of QB1 because I think in Superflex, he's interesting to pair with another safe quarterback like a Kirk Cousins or somebody that's very reliable. That you kind of know what you're getting for whatever lumps. But in a single quarterback league is also interesting because I don't think I would just take Jalen Hurts. I would want to take somebody else. How do you feel about Jalen Hurts? I think his ADP has come back to earth a little bit. It had skyrocketed a little bit. And I think everybody like kind of cooler heads have prevailed and pushed it back down, especially with some of the news of Smith's injury and some other things as well at Eagles camp. But what's your expectations for Hurts this year in 2021? Are you somebody who's high on him or somebody who's concerned?
Concerned. Casey nailed it. Frustrating. That I think that's exactly what he's going to be because you know the potential is there. It is there, that rushing upside, the ability for him to have that maybe a goal line rushing look here or there, but you are going to be frustrated and it's going to be irritating. So I'm going to piggyback off of you here, Joe, and I'm going to agree with you. You want to have maybe a safer option if you are willing to take a shot on Jalen Hurts, but just have your expectations be ready to go for him, that it could be very frustrating. Be prepared for that as you head into 2021, knowing that this wide receiving core is still under construction, and it probably will be so like everything else in the home state where I live, which nothing gets done.
Jesus Santizo, 6th pick in a 12-team PPR. If Saquon is available, should I snag him or play it safe with Devontae Adams? All right, Lauren, I want you to tackle this one first here. I think most people know which way I'm going to go with this one, but to me, this feels a little bit like whether or not you enjoy risk, because at 6, it is a risk right now with Saquon's health, but it could be a league winner. Devontae Adams safer, but which one do you prefer?
Okay, you said PPR? Full
PPR. I mean, it's not like Saquon ain't going to catch the football. We know that.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay. I am going to be a little bit, muy caliente here. I am going to say I would go Saquon Barkley here. And the reason I'm like verklempt and having issues with it is because there is that risk that is involved with it. Do not be afraid to maybe grab one of his, insurance policy players, something like that you can kind of rely on. You may have to go a little running back heavy if you want to take Saquon, but I believe that the output that he can give you on a week-to-week basis, if he can remain healthy, is going to give you that start him, sit him, forget it. At the same time, Devontae Adams does the exact same thing. So really what it boils down to for you is it's going to be, who do you feel the most comfortable having on your roster? Don't worry about what anyone else is going to think of you. Don't worry about what anyone else is going to say. If you believe in Saquon Barkley, who is going to have to play a lot to help out Daniel Jones, to help out this stinky offense, he is literally that face, that name. If you believe in it, go for it. But if you believe in the powerhouse that is Aaron Rodgers, go for Devontae Adams. Because again, 2 studs, one carries risk, the other one, in a full PPR, like why not? But stud running backs are very hard to find, and they all carry risk. Look at 2020. So for me, I don't really have a great answer for you. I personally would lean Saquon a little bit.
Here's my answer for you, Jesus. My answer would be this. If this is a big cash league where you have a big investment in it, I would take Adams. Because I think what you can do then is spread out the risk in rounds 2 and 3 with some really good running backs. Like maybe CEH makes it back to you in the second. J.K. Dobbins, David Montgomery, Chris Carson, right? I'd rather spread my running back risk because running back is such a risk. That's in a cash game situation. If this is for pride and fun, it's Saquon. Saquon's the one for pride and fun. And enjoy life because you're either going to be first or last possible. Like it could be that kind of scenario. But if this is a league where you're just having a good time and you got that pick and it's really you're just playing with your friends, then go with Saquon and enjoy life because that could be fun. But this is an investment league. in the first round, I don't want to lose my draft. I don't want to lose the league. And then, look, anybody can get hurt. Like Lauren said, everyone's a risk. But for me, I think that's the way I delineate between the two great talents. That's for sure. All right, here's a good question. Eli Zaretsky wants to know, should I be worried about the Steelers' offensive line when drafting Najee Harris? This is a question that goes around quite a bit. It's very chicken and egg. You know, Ezekiel Elliott, when he was a freshman in the NFL, he had a really great offensive line. When Saquon Barkley was a freshman in the NFL, his offensive line was not that great. So you can have a precedence for a rookie running back coming in and being really good. To me, I think Najee Harris's volume is going to be there no matter what. I think if you look back even a couple years ago, you could see the big wide receivers can exist in Pittsburgh along with a big-time running back. Just look at the Le'Veon Bell numbers he put up all those years. So it's definitely there. It can be had. I think the O-line got a little younger. I don't think that's a bad thing. It's not a great offensive line, there's no doubt. But, Lauren, does the O-line in Pittsburgh give you any pause when trying to select Najee Harris?
Yeah, here's my face when I draft Najee Harris, which I'll do anyway. It's this. Draft. Like, that's what I do because I know that it is going to be an issue. It is going to be concerned. But again, have those expectations going into it, and then it won't, like, you know, slam you in the face and freak you out when you already knew what was going to happen. And then plan your team maybe around that for a few rounds so that you can have something that you can plug in just in case he's not doing what he should. But at the end of the day, in fantasy football, volume is king, and that is Najee Harris. He has the volume, and I really do like Najee Harris. Am I concerned about the O-line? Of course I am. Look at last year. It was abysmal. They have addressed the issue. I don't want to say it's much improved. Like Joe said, it's a little young, but I am still willing to take that shot on Najee Harris because he's incredibly talented and because of the volume.
All right, let's go with Jack Manis's question here. Joe and Lauren, thanks for doing this. You're welcome. Question, am I crazy for considering Zeke over Henry at the pick number 3? Joe, I know you're down on Zeke, but in full PPR, I think I'm leaning Zeke. Yeah, I'm still taking Derrick Henry. You know why? Yards are yards and touchdowns are touchdowns. And I still think he's got one more big year in the tank. But let's say you're up there in the PPR third pick overall. What would Lauren Carpenter do? Would you pivot to Alvin Kamara, let's say, even instead of Zeke? Or is Zeke your safe investment in your mind?
I would pivot to Alvin Kamara here if he's available. But since this was not the question, let me go ahead and address what you were saying. So I do not think you're crazy for if that was a question because I'm getting confused here. Signals crossed. But I like Zeke in PPR and I love Derrick Henry no matter what. That is literally the only thing that puts like one straw on this side of the scale. So either way, you're going to get a stud running back. So always go with your gut. It's kind of like how I answered before. Who would you rather have on your squad? Who do you think, no, this is the guy that I want. I don't care what anybody else says. Have that. Do that research into it. And literally for me, the only thing that separates that is PPR, and that's by a very little margin.
All right.
Very tiny.
Fair enough. Very tiny margin. All right. Here's another one from Brian. Brian wants to know, who is a better keeper, DK Metcalf in the 5th round or J.K. Dobbins in the 9th round? This no format is attached to this, so let's just call it half point PPR and try to figure that out. In the half point, I think I lean towards DK regardless, just because I think in terms of keeper, I always tend to think that wide receivers are a little bit better investment. Even a 5th round valuation on DK Metcalf is very good. I don't think there's a wrong answer here. If it's a standard, I definitely lean towards Dobbins. But what are your thoughts here? Let's call it half. J.K. Dobbins in the 9th or DK Metcalf in the 5th? Who would you rather keep?
This is tough for me because I'm really not super high on either player. So for me, again, standard, I would lean J.K. Dobbins just like a hair, but really not that much because you're talking about the round value here. What means more to you in this situation? Because we don't really know what format that it's in. So DK Metcalf is a rising star. If you want him as your keeper moving forward, then DK Metcalf is going to be the guy for you. When it comes to J.K. Dobbins, what worries me about J.K. Dobbins is that there is another running back on that team, and his name is Lamar Jackson. And there's also Gus Edwards. And there's also, please, hopefully, Mark Andrews. So I know he's been, practicing with wide receivers. That was, several weeks ago. And there's a lot of hype surrounding J.K. Dobbins. But so far, I haven't really quite seen it. And I don't know if I really believe in it as much as I would believe in something a little closer to DK Metcalf. So if you're doing a PPR or a half PPR, I would lean DK Metcalf. if you are going to do something that is standard, I might lean J.K. Dobbins here, but I'm not 100% sold on it. So maybe I'm going to stick with the same thing that you're saying because I just talked myself into a full circle here. I think I might just go ahead and stay with DK Metcalf. I'm not high on either one of them, though, so it's kind of like, neither? Do you have another one I can choose from?
No, it's just these two. All right, Justin Young's got a question here, and before we hit a break in just a little while, Pat Fitzmaurice is going to join us, talk a little tight ends with us, so make sure you stick around for that. That's going to be amazing stuff. Justin wants to know, he's got a trade proposal here. Trade away Calvin Ridley, get back Justin Jefferson and Mike Davis, full PPR redraft league. So we're just talking about this year, trading away Ridley and Justin Jefferson, Ridley and getting Justin Jefferson and Mike Davis. So he gets a comparable wide receiver, one would think. I know a lot of people think Ridley could be the one overall, but in that scenario, his roster is currently Ridley, Julio, Judy, Devontae Smith, and the running backs are Eckler, Swift, Jamal Williams, and David Johnson. From the needs of that roster, I think this is actually a move you can make because I think Mike Davis helps that roster, right?
Agreed. I would agree with you on this only because of your running back depth, because Mike Davis might be that kind of like stinky option, but so is David Johnson. That stinks. So, and you also have DeAndre Swift and Jamal Williams. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, Jamal Williams.
These are two running backs on the same team. Also not exactly ideal. This trade would actually be worth it. And this is an excellent example of using your star piece to fulfill your team needs. So kudos on you for taking this seriously and being able to part from someone like Calvin Ridley, which I'm sure must be very difficult, to make sure that your team needs are addressed by getting another wide receiver, but also addressing your needs at running back. So I think this is a move you can make.
Wonky Penguin showed up and she said, just passed on J.K. Dobbins. I'm just here for validation. Thanks, Lauren. Wonky
Good job, girl.
Penguin, one of my favorites from leading off
girl.
every... No, girl, it's one of our favorite people over on leading off on our MLB show every morning. If it wasn't for Wonky Penguin, I don't even know if you'd have a show thanks to her.
Aww.
She runs that joint over there with Dan and myself, that madhouse of people. All right, let's look for one more, see if we can get here.
I'm really afraid this J.K. Dobbins take is going to blow up in my face. Like, it probably will. So if it does, I'm really sorry. But that's what I personally believe, just so y'all know.
Well, you said you like volume, right? And right now, J.K. Dobbins should get a fair amount of volume. He's got touchdown upside. He's got breakaway ability.
I mean, says who? I don't believe that.
Says me.
I don't believe
all of it last year. Yeah, the last 6 games of the season, I think we saw all that. You don't think you saw that?
I mean, but I guess I'm not sold. I'm not sold on it.
I think the reason you're not sold, if I may venture a reason,
go ahead.
I think you're worried, like I am, that they've now become one-dimensional again with Bateman hurt. And when you're one-dimensional, all of a sudden, it's much easier to defend against you. Is that part of your cynicism when it comes to the Ravens?
No, I think part of the thing for me is that I lump them into the exact same category as I would the San Francisco 49ers. It's like, who is it going to be today? Is it Gus Edwards? Is it going to be J.K. Dobbins? And I never know when that is going to happen. I don't know who is going to be the one that's going to emerge as that RB1. I don't know who it is that's going to be getting the goal line looks without Mark Ingram there, which he didn't really play much last time. But then you also have Lamar Jackson, who's going to be using his legs as well. I cannot say that I think J.K. Dobbins, he may get more touches, but, if you carry the ball for, 2 yards, and at the 20, but then Gus Edwards takes it in at the touchdown, who gets more points? Like, how do we know who's going to be there? That's why I don't like it. I don't like it.
Fair enough. And that's good. This is what difference of opinion is good. Steel sharpens steel. This is what we do around here. You have these good conversations. Here's a good one for you. In a standard league, wait, where'd it go? Everything just jumped on me. All right, standard league. Dobbins, I know you're going to say no to that.
Oh, boy.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Montgomery, or Chris Carson. Standard league, who you got? CH, Montgomery, Carson. We're looking for touchdowns here. It's a standard league. We're looking for touches. I don't know. I think the easy answer is Montgomery for me, and I know people are going to hate that, but you know what? So what? Give me David Montgomery. Boring, younger, healthy. Let's go.
In a standard league, this is so tough. I would go CEH or I would go Chris Carson.
Chris Carson or Chris Carson's not a bad answer either. I'm all about the Chris Carson. So I just wish he could stay healthy for an entire season.
I totally agree. It was
nice that he caught the football last year more too. He had a higher rate of catching the football last year in a shorter season than he did the year before. So that's really good. I like to see progression like that. Mm-hmm. Now it's just a matter of, can you do it? And I think it's a good sign, don't you, that they brought him back during free agency?
I absolutely do. They believe in him, and I believe there is going to be a little bit of shakeup in that offense. So, and I think Chris Chris Carson really needs to be utilized a little bit more. I like Chris Carson a lot, but I do like CEH too.
Here's a
That's a
question
tough one.
for you. Danny Phipps wants to know, will Justin Jefferson's injury affect him the entire year? We actually talked about that a little earlier in the show. It was an upper body injury. Usually something like that is less of a concern. When it's with the soft tissue issues in the legs, or you got ankle sprains or anything like that, that tends to be worse. But here's an interesting question too. Jefferson's got a very high draft stock after an incredible year. It's really tough to live up to that season. He might be able to do it, but are you somebody that's willing to pay that fare to do it? Because he's going around the same place as Calvin Ridley, as A.J. Brown. Those are two players I would still take over him. But how do you feel about Jefferson?
100% agreed. I think there's going to be some regression, not because of his talent. It's not because of his opportunity. It's nothing like that. Just the explosive rookie season that he had, I think took a lot of defenses by surprise. So I don't like him where he's at his ADP. Now, do I think he's going to do exceptionally well? Yes, but there are other players that I would have, like you mentioned, over him.
All right, if you've got questions, we've got answers, or at least discussions at the very least. Maybe split answers on occasion, but that's fine. Go ahead, drop them in the chat. And the only way to get your question to the chat is to subscribe to Fantasy Pros. We hit 100,000 subscribers today. Very exciting times around here. There may or may not be cake and ice cream tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if Dan will allow
Chocolate
that.
cake?
Well, if you and I are in charge of getting the cake, I'm pretty sure it's going to be chocolate cake.
No.
By the way, ice cream cake, fan or not?
Oh, I do like ice cream cake.
I'm very particular. There's one place that's like a real ice cream place near my house that actually makes their own ice cream, and they make their own ice cream cake.
Ooh,
it is the greatest thing in the whole world.
Very artisan.
It's very artisan. I'm very hoity-toity at the same time. And
maybe you do need these earrings.
I mean, you're right. Maybe I do. But I don't like those like packed in chemically tasting Carvel cakes. I don't know. I can't do that stuff. I don't like it. No good. I don't know. Real Deal HQ is in there. Our boy LaQuan's hanging out with us, even though he's already done. All right. So,
Hi, LaQuan. I don't like your OBJ take.
All right, let's get to some more of your questions here. I don't know if I got your take on this because it's, I don't know, hour 10 here of doing this. So
I don't know what time it is or what my name is. Who are you?
I'm Frank Fantasy Football. That's my name.
Nice to meet you. Oh my God.
I have a question. You have the 1-1 pick. If I've asked you this already, I apologize. Is Christian McCaffrey just your guy? Like, yeah. Is he just the 1-1 and it's easy for you? You have no concerns whatsoever?
I have concerns, which is why I actually don't want to be the 101 because I will take Christian McCaffrey. I'm not going to be that silly. I am going to take Christian McCaffrey on it, and it's going to be one of those where I'm like, oh, sweet baby Jesus, and hit the draft, and it's just going to be what it is. But he's too good. He's too good. He's too much of a fantasy points monster to pass up on the upside and to pass up on the consistency, to pass up on the floor. It's going to be Christian McCaffrey 101. Do I really want to have the 101? Not really. But if I have him, if I have it, I'm taking him.
Because this happens now. You get to pick your own draft slot, unless you're in a mock draft with Dan Harris, who never lets you do that. See, I'm the fun uncle. When we have the mock drafts going on the mock draft channel on Discord, and if you want to hang out with us, guess what? Next week, we're doing again, like every single day again. It's going to be madness. So I let everybody pick their own draft slot because I think that's helpful. People go in there and they mock. They want to practice what they're going to do in their own drafts if they can. If they're in the 11th spot, they want to be in the 11th spot. Not Dan. Dan's like, no, you're going to randomize it and whatever it is. But anyway, if you had the opportunity to pick your own draft slot this year, where would you want to be drafting from? Let's say, again, half PPR to make everyone miserable.
Oh, I wouldn't mind anywhere between 3 and 5. I normally do not like to be in the middle of a draft. I hate it. But this year, I feel like right in that middle range are where those guys that I'm targeting are falling pretty consistently. Yeah, I'm going to stick with it. 3 to 5 is good. If I don't get those, I think at the back half of the draft is going to be a little tougher.
It's fair.
Maybe.
It's fair.
But I'm always there. I'm like Steffi Smalls with 3 L's. I'm always in the back of the draft, and it's so irritating.
See,
that's why I have
the
to
back
mock
of the
for
draft. No, I want to be down at the 12 spot. Give
the
me
draft
12,
simulator
I can control the draft.
The draft simulator is perfect for being able to draft from wherever position that you are going from. And
nice
speaking of the draft simulator, And yeah, it's an awesome tool. I use it all the time. For anyone who has questions that are throwing them out there, do not hesitate, because not only myself, but my girl Tara Roberts, who you saw just a little bit earlier, we have the new show with Fantasy Pros. It's called Ask the Experts. And this is what we do. You have to make sure that you are subscribed. Use hashtag Ask the Experts on social, and we will get those questions, and we do an entire show answering those questions for you. So if they're throwing them up here, that sounds really, really bad. That's not what I mean as in ill. But if you are putting your questions up here and we don't get to them, fear not. There are other ways to get your questions answered. Remember, be a subscriber, use hashtag Ask the Experts.
And
that way we can know how to answer
right.
it. So don't forget.
Yes, and in our Discord channel, fantasypros.com/chat, join that. And speaking of joining things, it looks like our good friend Pat Fitzmaurice has joined us. So let's go over to Pat. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back in, everybody, and look who's joined the party. He's the one, the only Pat Fitzmaurice. Pat, I think, is one of the best folks out there in terms of rankers, in terms of drafters. We've done a lot of battles in the past, and it's great to finally just sit and talk with him. Put the swords down for a second and just talk some football. Pat, so thank you so much again for joining us tonight.
Oh yeah, happy to be here, John. I know normally we're drafting against each other somewhere, but now we can sit back and form the IIA, the Irish American Alliance.
Very nice. I love it. Excellent. All right, let's get to the tight end rankings because we've already hit wide receiver, running back, and quarterback. And tight end obviously is kind of the all or nothing position, it feels like. But we know Kelsey's really good at football last time I checked, so I don't even want to talk about him. We already know how good he is. Let's get to the next two guys, Waller and Kittle. Two questions for you, Pat. Number one, are they worth the premium they're going for in ADP? And number two, do you have a preference between them?
I actually do. I prefer Kittle. I know I'm in the vast minority there. It's I think Waller is definitely not worth the freights, he's commonly going inside the top 20 now in drafts, at least in the drafts I've been seeing. Whereas Kittle is more on the 2-3 turn, I think, which is more reasonable to me. We just saw Waller have I think it's tied for the 5th highest targets for any wide receiver in the last 10 years. So maybe a little bit of an outlier season there. Maybe some people think that's repeatable considering the Raiders aren't exactly stacked at wide receiver. But then again, maybe we get, John Brown just kind of sliding seamlessly in and replacing Nelson Aguilar, and then steps up from Henry Ruggs and Bryan Edwards. But, I do think that Waller is a good bet to out-target Kittle. Kittle has averaged, I think, 10 yards per target over the last 3 years. And just to put how good that is into perspective, Travis Kelce has never averaged 10 yards per target. I mean, he's gotten close a lot of years, but he's never gotten there. Kittle is just a monster. I think he's probably the 2 hardest guys to tackle in the NFL are Derrick Henry and George Kittle. And I also think there's a good chance that the 49ers score about 1.5 times as many touchdowns as the Raiders this year. So even though Kittle really has kind of he's underperformed in the touchdown counts throughout his career, I think that's kind of fluky. I think there's going to be a bounce there, and maybe Waller doesn't get another 9 like he had last year.
All right, after we get past those big 3, there's kind of the soft middle of tight end, or at least what some people like to call the value at tight end. But not everybody I know sees that necessarily the same way. I want to get your take on those 3 guys, because right now those 3 guys, it's Hockenson, it is Mark Andrews, and it's Kyle Pitts still hovering around there as the guy that has the upside. Andrews maybe the safer play, and Hockenson the guy that seems to be the trendy pick. So I'm going to get both of your takes on this, but first I want to get yours, Pat. What is your thought on that grouping? Is that a grouping you attack because there's value, or do you pass off on that group into that lower tier and start taking shots? How do you approach the middle of tight end?
I personally pass it off because I notice there are generally still some pretty good wide receivers going in that group, and I feel a little more confident in the wide receivers going in that part of the draft than in the tight ends. I understand the people who don't want to go past that Hockenson, Pitts, Andrews tier. I totally get it. But, I've kind of been the dollar store tight end guy in my recent drafts. And I get the appeal of Pitts, man. I mean, he could be a guy with a bigger wingspan than Calvin Johnson, a guy who is going to have wide receiver usage. It's exciting. I remember sitting around with a buddy last fall watching a Florida game. We're in a Dynasty league together, and it was one of Pitts' 3 touchdown games. And after number 3, we're just looking at each other like, oh my God, where is this guy going to go in rookie drafts? He said, never mind rookie drafts, just redraft. Where is he going to go? 4th round or so. And lo and behold, that tends to be where he's going. I get the appeal. I really have no beef with it. I just haven't gotten him in a lot of drafts because someone always seems to like him a little more than I do. And, I had it Hockenson, Andrews. Now I've just slid Andrews ahead. I was a little worried about what Rashad Bateman was going to do just because, I think Bateman's terrific, and I thought he might really put a dent in Andrews' target total. But now that Bateman might be out until October, I'm feeling a little bit more enthusiastic about Andrews.
All right, Lauren, I want to ask you about Kyle Pitts because I'm continuously surprised that his ADP didn't go through the roof. I feel like everybody after the draft was just out of their mind about him, and the Dynasty community, rightfully so, as Pat was alluding to. But then, all of a sudden, it feels like cooler heads, for some reason, have prevailed. Now, that, of course, holds true only until we get some more games, and all of a sudden, if Kyle Pitts has a massive game this weekend, I think that would certainly change some people's tunes and maybe make some ADP rise. But let's say it's a boring game. The over-under, I believe, for his yardage this year is set at 800.5. Do you think that's an over or an under when it comes to Kyle Pitts?
I think it might be kind of spot on, but I don't really know. I'm going to be one of those people at full disclosure. I am not going anywhere, Kyle Pitts. I will be that person that's like, oh, shucks, didn't draft him this year. oh, well, and not really be all that bothered. We're not talking dynasty here. Not necessarily keeper leagues, because if you're in a keeper, I might take the risk on Kyle Pitts in that circumstance. But a pure redraft league, I don't know if I'm willing to do that. I want to see what he's going to do. We're talking about a rookie tight end in the NFL. I understand he is a unicorn of a man, and I'm excited to see what he does. I just don't know if I want to deal with that kind of pressure while he's on my roster. And there are other players that I really need to pick up for my roster at that 4th round that I think are going to be more valuable to me than Kyle Pitts will be. But I'm very interested to see what he does, and it would not surprise me if he does well. If he does, I'll say, shucks, my bad. But that's kind of what I'm doing with Kyle Pitts. I'm excited to see him, frankly, but I'm not on my team.
You know what I've seen, that if I'm in a draft where wide receiver doesn't go my way, I am more apt to take a shot on Kyle Pitts, because I feel like that's the wild card, right? That's the league winner. That's the guy that maybe he does buck the trends. Maybe he does have this incredible season. I think if somebody was telling me the only person, I think rookie tight end, Pat, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, that had 1,000-yard season was Mike Ditka in his rookie season. Of all people, it was Mike Ditka, right? I mean,
I read that too.
What a strange period of time to have 1,000-yard receiving tight end. Mike Ditka, of all people. But I don't know. I feel like if anybody can do it, it's obviously him, especially since he might play some wide receiver now and again and be used in clever ways. Pat, I want to keep using your brain in clever ways, because I want to talk to you about that next grouping here, because this is the real danger zone. Like, I get taking the value guys, but then we get into Goddard, who all of a sudden everybody remembered Zach Ertz is still on the team. We got Noah Fant, who is, I don't want to say blocked, but let's just say blocked by all the other wide receivers they have on this team, who are all seem pretty capable. So I just worry about the target share. And then the late tight ends, the guys that you and I seem to, once again, see eye to eye on, which is why you're always such a tough out in any draft that we're in together. So take me through this back end strategy here, because who are the guys that you're waiting for at tight end? I think waiting probably is the key word.
So I've got Logan Thomas kind of as a tier unto himself, sort of bridging that gap between the really premium guys, the big 5 or the big 6 actually, and then the dollar store guys. So I think the dollar store guys kind of start for me with Fant. Like, I'm still willing to bet on the athleticism. Goddard's kind of an interesting one. Like I initially had him, I dropped him down to 12 when I thought, maybe they're not going to move Ertz, but I'm like, what if they do move Ertz? So like, Goddard isn't grossly overpriced. I think if you get him at about tight end 10, like, he's not going to let you down at that price. And then if Ertz is eventually dealt, you'll have turned a pretty nice profit there, I think, because then that would really like up the outlook for his usage, especially since Philly isn't that strong at wide receiver. I'm kind of warming to Irv Smith a little bit more. Just such a skinny usage tree in Minnesota. Really nothing as far as the third receiver. Kyle Yates would be upset with me if I didn't mention Jonnu. I think it's just generally, Joe and Lauren, I think it's a really flat tier between like 8 and 14. And I think, did we catch all those guys? Am I forgetting
Caught enough of them? Well, I think Logan Thomas, I agree, and I know Dan Harris agrees too, which also makes me more afraid of the fact that I'm on board with this, that Dan likes it too. But Logan Thomas, you too? You're on the Logan All right, well, Lauren's on it, so now I feel better again.
Logan Thomas.
Lauren and Pat now, okay, Dan must have just been reading your articles, both of you. I can only imagine that's where he got it from. Now, I feel really good about Logan Thomas as well. He's kind of like that last guy before I, as you said, dig into that basement bin. And Jonnu, you could put me along there with Yates. Yates and I are hanging out on the Jonnu Smith Island. We were there last year. We got stranded there, so we're just going to live there again this year. It's fascinating you bring up Irv Smith, because that's another talent that I feel like in the beginning of fantasy season, that's all anybody want to talk about is, the upside of Irv Smith. And then it's like gone with the wind. I haven't heard boo about Irv Smith, and you're the first person to bring it up again. So, Lauren, I want to bring this up to you. Is he one of those later tight ends that you're looking at in any way, shape, or form? And then we'll talk about those deep leagues as well, how to approach the position. So, Irv Smith for you, and maybe your late great tight end.
Absolutely. I have no problem taking a shot on Irv Smith. But again, we talked about this with, I think, Liz Loza as well. But I really want to make sure I have 2 tight ends if I'm waiting that late and I'm going to be filling up my roster and my positional groups are set and ready to go. And then I'm going to start throwing those darts. I'm looking at Adam Troutman and I'm looking at Irv Smith. I'm looking at Gerald Everett. I'm looking at those guys, but I'm not just going to stick with one. I really want to see. I want to have at least 2 of them and just kind of see where it goes from there. But yeah, I think it's interesting. I think it's very interesting. I like Irv Smith a lot, but like Pat did bring up, it's thin. It's a little thin there. We'll see what happens with Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen. I kind of want to compare this a little bit to Kyle Rudolph and how he was super duper great one year, and then the next year it's like, where did he go?
Yeah,
So I hope it doesn't fall into something like that. But you never know. So personally, absolutely, I would take a shot on Irv Smith, but I want to make sure that I have another one like Adam Troutman is really the one I'm looking for at the Saints.
Yeah, Cole Kmet's the other one for me that I keep circling because I really love that player at Notre Dame, and I just thought someday he's going to be a really good pro. And then last year the snap count went way up in the second half of the year, and I understand the Jimmy Graham stuff. Yeah, that's great. Jimmy Graham is 174 years old. Let's go. Let's look to the future.
He's 175. Get it right, Joe.
Oh, yeah, I think in September. He got another couple weeks there.
My
It's
bad,
right before
my bad.
my birthday, and then he
I
turned.
aged him.
Joe,
Pat, let's talk.
Can
Oh, yeah,
I back
please.
on something Lauren said real quickly?
Absolutely.
I guess that's part of the appeal to me, too, of going with the later tight end strategy. I like to do what, as Lauren mentioned, grab 2 of those guys, like, rapid fire, maybe get the 12th and 13th or 12th and 14th guys, get 2 guys from that tier. One of the risks about going with one of these premium tight ends, the Kelseys, the Kittles, the Wallers, is that you're probably not investing much, if anything, in a backup tight end at that point. And this is a position where the injury rate tends to be pretty high. So if you lose one of those guys, like I lost Kittle in a lot of leagues last year, and suddenly I was just completely up the creek at tight end. It's really
Me too.
hard
Can we
to
complain about it? Can we complain together, Pat? I will listen because I did too. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Continue. It's still
No,
heartbreaking.
that's okay. So that's just another reason why, if you go heavy at wide receiver, you have a deep wide receiver room, and injury is not going to kill you. If you go cheap at tight end, I mean, if you lose Irv Smith and you have, Evan Ingram or Tyler Higbee behind him, Jonnu Smith, you're not going to be too put out if that injury isn't a season ender. But if you lose Kelsey or Kittle for a month, like, you're in big trouble.
Exactly. It's all about the roster construction. You're right. The draft capital you have to use in one of those big time tight ends, if it fails, it does sink your season because there's no replacement value. It's not there. And and this is why people ask me, they'll ask me questions about sometimes, well, where do you like Kelsey? It's like, I love Kelsey in a 10-team league. And they say, why? I said, well, because the replacement value is just a little bit easier across the board. So if he goes bad, all of a sudden, or if he gets hurt all of a sudden, then chances are I've already got a better wide receiver core. I've already got better bench depth to make that up. Whereas people would say, well, that's kind of an odd way to look at it. But to me, it's the 10-team league where Kelsey is the most appealing, where I would even say reaching for Travis Kelsey in those leagues because it is such a distinct advantage over the rest of the pool, 70% more productive. Let's see if we can get a question here from our friends out there. There's a lot of friends. Oh, here's a fun one, too. Somebody brought up Freiermuth out there, too. Another rookie tight end here, but Pat, once again, I don't think we can look at him, but let's think Dynasty here. Is Pat Freiermuth somebody in Dynasty leagues that people should be excited about getting their hands on?
He is. I'm a Big Ten honk. I'm out here in the Midwest, so I'm very familiar with Pat Freiermuth. And I do think he is going to be like one of those two-way tight ends, kind of like in the Witten mold. I don't know if he's going to be a Jason Witten type player. I mean, that's projecting a lot on a young guy, but a guy who's going to play a lot of snaps because he can be an inline blocker, but he also catches passes. So, yeah, in fact, I was just trying to get him from J.J. Zacharyson in a startup dynasty draft, and that fell through, trying to get
What are you doing, J.J.? What? No.
Yeah, trying to get a stealer away from J.J. is not an easy thing to do.
It is so hard to make moves in those. It is. It's just, and it makes them great and challenging. But, sometimes you can pull off a really good move in one of those leagues, but it takes a lot. Like, it takes everybody being on the same page about something in the needs, and because no one's getting over on anybody in those leagues. It's really tough, man. Yes. It is really tough. Pat, I want to thank you so much for joining us tonight, taking time, especially in the evening, to hang out with us and talk about this polarizing position of tight end. Once again, tell everybody what you got going on and where everybody can find you over there doing your fantasy football knowledge.
Oh, Joe, thanks. Great to be on with you guys. This is an amazing thing. And great to talk to you and Lauren. Can find me on Twitter at Fitz_FF. You can find my rankings over at the Football Girl and at the Football Guys. I'm the pan-gender fantasy analyst, I guess. And so, and a lot of good stuff going on at Football Guys. We've got a lot of roundtables kicking around this time of year. A lot of people weighing in on their favorites at each position or guys they're avoiding. So I always contribute to those. And that's it. Just trying to stay on top of those rankings and do a lot of drafts and fun time of year. So thanks again for having me, you guys. Get well tags.
Yes, get well tags indeed. We love our brother. We miss him very much. And Pat will be on with me I think next week, if I'm still standing, if I even know what day it is anymore. So you're going to get extended Pat later on. So make sure you stick around and subscribe so you don't miss any of those podcasts. And of course, our YouTube channel. And Lauren's leaving us too. Lauren, I can't thank you enough, not only for all the alpha changes today, but also for all the energy, insight, and just good vibes that you bring to the show. Again, can't thank you enough. And I'm so excited that you are here with us this football season. It is a huge addition. Forget all the off-season signings in the NFL. It's Lauren Carpenter. That's the most important one.
Aw, you're the best, Joe. I appreciate it. Pat, so wonderful finally getting to meet you in person because I know we've communicated before, so this is pretty awesome. Yeah, I do in person. Yeah, the producer's like, no, Lauren, it's not in person. Yes, here close. My bad. Slightly delirious.
This was really nice. We had a lot of nice things to say, but all that's going to end because it's 8:00 and it's prime time, which means Joe and Dan after hours. Oh baby.
Boy, get ready, everyone.
If you want the ratings bonanza, this is it. This is what you came for. This is what you stay for. We're going to hit a quick break. When we come back, it's Joey and Danny. Oh baby, get your popcorn ready. We'll be right back right after this. Oh, look at this. I'm half the man I used to be. That's right, because Dan Harris's ego takes up not only his own box, but mine as well, as you can tell here. That's right. Dan Harris is back, ladies and gentlemen. The band is back together. Joe and Dan, where the magic happens here at Fantasy Pros. We host an MLB show every single morning. And then we said we had to stop because of this madness. And then look at us. We made it back here. It's not 9 a.m. No. It is 8 p.m. Eastern time. That's way past Joey P's bedtime, I'm sure. But Dan Harris is just getting going. Dan goes to bed sometime around 2:33 a.m. So, Dan, this is a special time. You and I, for a whole hour, this is everybody's dream. They've been waiting forever. And as you can see, my ego is now bigger than yours. So welcome back, Dan Harris.
I'm going to hang out over here just to make sure that everybody can see me, even though it's probably better if they don't. That was one of the few really, really truthful things that you say when we're doing a podcast together, which was that this is like the beginning of my night, right? Like I'm going till 2 a.m. pretty much every night. You are fast asleep already, getting your beauty rest. It's why you look the way you do and why I look the way I do. So I'm very excited. This was not, oh no, now I'm taking you up. All right, there we go. Chris is fine. Our producer is totally fine. He is crushing it. I'm very excited, Joe, just because you and I do the baseball show, as you said. It is fun. I miss talking to you like this. Let's do it. Let's have some fun.
This is fun. I'm like Two-Face from Batman.
Okay.
And now,
Oh,
okay.
no,
Hey, we should just do a music video from the 80s, you and I. That's what this show has been lacking. You know, we had all the football stuff. What we really needed was a nice 80s music video or your questions. And if you've got questions, this is the time to speak to Dan and Joe. That's right. The idiots are running the asylum here tonight. So let's start off here with a question from Nathaniel. Full PPR, McLaurin, Allen, Robinson, or Keenan Allen. I don't know why. It turned into Christopher Walken for a moment during the question, Dan. So McLaurin, Allen Robinson, Keenan Allen, which one do you want on your team? I want Allen Robinson of those three. Who's your pick of those three?
Let me let that serve as a warning to you that if Joe is able to somehow turn some sort of question into an impression, given that he should be in bed, he is going to do it. I will lead with the fact that I don't really care because that's like a tier right there. All three of them are the same. If we are talking PPR, though, I do lean towards Keenan Allen just because I think the volume is a little more. I have him projected for 104 catches over McLaurin for 93 and Allen Robinson also for 93. So for me, that gives him just the minor edge in PPR, but really you're fine with all three.
You know, it's fun. We used to play a game on the Sunday morning TV show, Matt Stryker and I, where he would spin the wheel of impressions and I would have to answer a question in a character. So I don't know if that's something you want to bring back, but we could certainly try. I might be getting to that point, that's for sure. All right. First of all, I want to say thank you to Forrest Law. It says, you guys are coming correct, holding it down without our other brother tags. And if you're a praying person, say a prayer for tags. He's having a rough go. We are trying our best in a massive shadow to pick up the slack here and bring your fantasy football. And please be safe out there, everybody. He is fighting real hard. He is having a rough go. We're trying to stay on top of all of that and just support him. And he definitely hears all the love on social media and all that stuff. So keep on giving that to him because I think that's very important. And hopefully he'll be able to keep rocking and fighting that. So we love our brother. And hopefully we get him back sooner because that's later is not an option. We want tags back ASAP. All right, let's get some more questions here. And let's see what we got here. If you got a question, make sure you go ahead and join the channel because you can't ask a question unless you subscribe here to Fantasy Pros. All right, first round pick. Are you taking CMC or Eckler? What? How did that enter into that? What was that? You're not first, you're last? I don't understand that.
Joe,
Anthony, what kind of question is that? CMC's at the top of one and he's at the bottom of one.
I will say that what I saw, because as you know, Joe, in any mock draft, I like to give myself the first pick when I control it. I see that 98% of experts recommend CMC. There are 2% of experts out there who do rankings, who apparently think that CMC is not the number one pick. I don't care what format you are in. Really, it's CMC, obviously, certainly over Austin Eckler.
We did have an interesting conversation earlier on, though, and it seems like Austin Eckler Day today because Liz Loza came on the show and announced that big show that she's doing with Austin Eckler, which is amazing. Could you imagine how cool that is? And we were talking also with Marcus Grant about Austin Eckler, and it feels like to me, Austin Eckler is the guy that he's either going to blow up and we're going to go, man, Austin Eckler won all these people leagues, or he is going to, I think, be potentially a disappointment. And guys like Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Antonio Gibson and some other guys, maybe Najee Harris, all go past him, and people say, why the hell did I take that guy instead of that guy? Because Eckler still has not gotten the goal line work, and it's still like the Chargers still keep looking for somebody else to do that, Dan. So why is it that people seem to have this, I don't know, bizarre love affair with Austin Eckler? I like him, but I don't want to be in love with him. I'm not getting married here. Jeez.
I understand. You want to casually date. It's fine.
Casually date.
It's fine. I think it's fine. So I think that you are absolutely correct. And I've said it earlier on this, and I've said it probably on other pods. One prop bet so far, the under on his rushing touchdowns at 6. That is way too high for me. He is not going to get the goal line work. I don't care what sort of rumblings come out of there. Again, we talk about Larry Roundtree as a late round sleeper, somebody you can get, but whether or not it's Joshua Kelly or Justin Jackson, somebody else is going to factor into that backfield and take away a lot of the goal line work. But the reason why you love Austin Eckler, not only that he seems like a really cool dude, which I'm not even joking with you, Joe, I think that factors into it. Like, I think people are like, this dude's awesome. Remember when Juju and his bicycle and
yeah, Juju was super cool. That really made
Juju's
a lot of
amazing.
people happy 2 years ago. Yeah.
Even me, who ranks players, I want an excuse to rank Juju higher. I don't have it, but I would take it if I could. I think the deal with Eckler, though, Joe, is like, in a PPR league in particular, I think he still goes to, I think he's my 6th ranked running back in PPR. That's where I would take him at pick 6 because you know the volume's going to be there. I've got him projected for 76 catches, second most right now among behind only CMC, even more than Alvin Kamara. That volume, though, Joe, that guaranteed touches, especially very few people I feel like play standard at this point, right? It's mostly half or full. It's just such a safe floor. So I like him for that reason, but I agree with you that I don't understand where all of a sudden it's like Austin Eckler is like a top, but not anybody drafting him there, but like the potential to blow up and be a top 5 back. I don't really see it. I just more see the
it's
very
only there
high
if
floor.
There's touchdowns, Dan.
Yeah,
that's it.
Correct.
If the touchdowns come and he becomes a goal line guy too, then yeah, because when CMC gets down to the goal line area, he gets used down there.
Correct.
So that's it. That's it.
Correct.
Until you see that, you can't start to think of him as that. Okay. All right. Sean Anderson has a question, and then we also have some news too. It looks like Joe Flacco is starting the game for the Eagles tonight. So
Jalen Hurts was scratched with an illness.
Hopefully
not
he's
COVID.
okay.
They say not COVID.
Not
related.
COVID. Not
Yes.
COVID. And the objective says Dan is invading Joe's window. It's manifest destiny.
Well, actually, you're technically now. This is
we're going back and forth.
Our
like
producer has this fixed. He's just playing a game. He just likes to see us go back and forth and move around. So, touche, Chris. Well played. So there you go.
All right, Sean Anderson, super flex. I guess we're going to rank these quarterbacks for him: Derek Carr, Kirk Cousins, Sam Darnold, or Winston. It's an or. So if it's an or, give me Kirk Cousins. You're going to suffer through September. Okay, it's going to suck. Go look at the numbers the last 2 Septembers. But after you hit October, it is clear sailing. Nobody likes pumpkin spice lattes and the fall foliage more than Kirk Cousins and probably, your girlfriend, Sean. That's it. Those are the 2 people that like it the most. And then Cousins is going to be that guy for you. Carr would be my 2nd, Darnold my 3rd, Winston is a distant 4th. Because even if Winston does play, he's always got that Taysom Hill thing looming over him. So I just can't get there. I'm still going to put Cousins ahead of Carr. Carr's closer to Cousins than you might think. I think he's a safe 3rd option as a quarterback. Very good. But what are your thoughts on these guys? Carr, Cousins, Darnold, or Winston?
This is actually really good that this question was asked because I did a big ranking sweep after the last set of preseason games, and I'll probably do another one after this set. I moved Carr in my most recent update 1 spot ahead of Kirk Cousins, and the reason is something, Joe, but there's a reason for it. Pure, if I thought both of them would be fully healthy the whole year, I would probably take Cousins. I know it's not something that people talk about all that much, but the bottom line is we have known what Kirk Cousins' stance is on getting vaccinated. He's not going to do it. He's going to instead wrap himself in bubble wrap or put a big plexiglass window. This is his words, not mine, in the QB room. I think that because of the protocols that the NFL has put in place, does at least raise the risk a little higher than it does for other quarterbacks who we don't know about necessarily, who are vaccinated and are going to be part of the different protocol. The risk that he could miss a game for it is what serves as the tiebreaker for me and Derek Carr, who I projected Cousins for 6 fantasy points more. That's not a big deal, but that risk is present. So I think we have to acknowledge it, and that was enough to do the tiebreaker for me. Other than that, I agree with you. Even if Winston gets named the starter, you're absolutely right. There's no way I'm going to be like, Winston's named the starter, I'm penciling him in for 16 games, right? You just can't do that. So I agree with you. It's for me, it's those two right there, 1A and 1B. But as of this moment, I do have Derek Carr surprisingly ranked one spot ahead of Kirk Cousins.
Look, Darnold is a really good third quarterback to have because I think Darnold could make some strides this year and cover your bye weeks, or if he plays really well, becomes very interesting as a trade chip, potentially in Superflex. Here's a fun one from David Yee. I have the 12th pick. Who would you pick? Devontae Adams, Aaron Jones, or Stephon Diggs? Now, I don't know if it's a 14-team league, but if you got the 12th, you could take two of these guys. That, my friends, is math. I would take Aaron Jones, and I would probably take Devontae. Screw the bye week thing. Who cares? Just give me the best talent. That's what I want. I don't think there's anything wrong with double tapping Devontae Adams and Stephon Diggs, having the two big-time wide receivers. There's nothing wrong with that, but then you have to understand your plan for running back. You're going to have to take some shots on the Javonte Williams of the world, the Travis Etiennes of the world. I think I'd want to come away with one running back down there at least because of the cliff. Dan, if you're standing on the cliff at 12, which way are you going with those three players?
It takes a lot of, I use the term intestinal fortitude to be able to forego a running back at that spot, even for the two wide receivers. I do not have intestinal fortitude of any kind, so I certainly am going with Jones, who, to be fair, I have ranked ahead of those guys. He's still in that tier, Joe. For me, there is a tier maybe of 8 running backs that I say, okay, if I can get one of these guys, I'm getting them before going to the wide receivers. In terms of the second player, if you can get both of them, I don't mind doubling up. I'll deal with the bye weeks when and if they come. Bye weeks, you have no idea what your team is going to look like by the time bye weeks roll around. I give it minimal thought. So I would go Adams and I would go Jones there, double tap the Packers.
Pish, bye weeks. Pa!
Whatevs.
Whatevs, bro. Cody Chutter wants to know, am I crazy for wanting to take Aaron Jones or Najee Harris over Derrick Henry? I feel like this is the year Henry falls off. Well, feelings are nice, Cody, and everyone's entitled to their feelings, but I don't think it's a good fantasy practice to do this. I just don't. Derrick Henry may indeed have the workload catch up with him, but you're passing on a guy that's probably going to have about 1,600 rushing yards and probably 15 touchdowns this year. I can't get there with Aaron Jones. I can't get there with Najee Harris. And even if you're adding in passing work for those guys too, at best they comp him. I'm sorry. I'm still going to go Derrick Henry. I understand that concern. And for those with concern, who would you take over him, Dan?
Well, I first of all agree with you completely. And I assume that the only reason you're fading Henry again is the workload. And you're worried that after so many touches, it's finally going to be the time to break down. I assume it's not. They've added Julio Jones. They're morphing into this giant passing offense or anything like that. The touches are a concern. But I remember, I can't remember what year it was. It was whatever year that
it was 1992.
It was 1843, and it was my 17th year playing fantasy football. It was the year that in week 16, Marshawn Lynch had the monstrous game against the Cardinals, punctuated by his leap into the end zone, grabbing a part of his body that I will not mention on this. But whatever year that was, I remember Marshawn Lynch fell pretty far in the first round because people were worried about the fact that he had whatever it was 400 touches the year before. And historically, running backs coming off that amount of volume struggle the following year. Henry's really done it kind of for 2 years, but he's just built differently. To the extent you do want to pivot, it's Kamara for me, without a doubt. Like that top 4 for me, I put Zeke there, Joe, at 5. I know, how you feel about Zeke. That top 5 for me are kind of into a tier unto themselves. So for me, it's Henry at 3. Kamara is the only other option I could possibly consider at that spot.
I will take the Zeke Derrick Henry bet all day, my friend.
Derrick Henry is better than Zeke. But I mean, you don't even have Zeke at 5 , right? In your running back rankings? You got Chubby Chubb? Please don't say Chubb Club again. I can't. I'm going to leave.
All day. You can't. No. This is like Bronx Tale. I lock the door. Now you can't leave. That's it. This is you and me now for the next hour.
Chris, can you mess up the windows, please, and overtake my entire face? And just have
All right, let's get to the next thing here. What do we got? Let's spin the wheel of questions. A dynasty question: would you trade McCaffrey or Barkley for a round 2 running back and a round 3 wide receiver, like McCaffrey for Gibson? And I assume he means Lamb, Lamb. I'm just guessing, Forrest. That's what your question is. So would you trade McCaffrey for Gibson and CeeDee Lamb. I got to tell you, if I could get Gibson and CeeDee Lamb for Christian McCaffrey right now in a dynasty league, this is peak value.
Yeah.
I think I actually take that trade. I know I might be in the minority there, but you know me, I'm Mr. CeeDee Lamb. I think Gibson could be a really good running back. You're getting two excellent players, young players just coming into the league. McCaffrey's already had two massive seasons, then an injury. I don't know, man. This seems like a really good value, and it's a win for everybody. The other team gets McCaffrey. Dynasty, I'm going to take the dice roll with Lamb, and wide receivers tend to age a little bit better than running backs. Dan, your thoughts?
Yeah, man, that's good value for McCaffrey. The issue is, and Joe, you and I talk about it a little bit in baseball, when you get an offer like that for like a stud player, a star player, Jacob deGrom when he was healthy, can you bring yourself to do that? Can you bring yourself to trade away? So unless you're absolutely, utterly, completely, beyond the shadow of a doubt, overwhelmed, I usually can't. I will say, if you're saying in a vacuum and I'm not the McCaffrey, the person who rosters McCaffrey, I'm doing that trade because it's not the mental attachment to the best player in the game. That's a better value than I could, but I don't know if I could bring myself to actually pull the trigger on that deal if I rostered McCaffrey.
Mental attachments, intestinal fortitude. There's a lot going on here to unpack tonight. Ink Scars wants to know, first year dynasty, would you trade away Rodgers for Fields? You have Matt Ryan as your backup. So basically what you're saying is you could play Matt Ryan this year over Rodgers and wait for Fields. And he has Cam Newton also. Rodgers is getting up there. I don't think this is a bad idea. I'd rather trade him for Lance. Personally, I like Lance better. I'd certainly much rather trade him for Trevor Lawrence. Fields I'm on the fence about, but I think that's something worth considering because I think Matt Ryan can be good enough. He'll be fringe QB1 there, and Aaron Rodgers I think is due to regress just a little bit. But Dan, what are your thoughts on this? Would you just keep Aaron Rodgers? I mean, how many more years you got in this tank? He's not Tom Brady after all.
Right. No, he's not. He's going to be the future host of Jeopardy, perhaps. But I think he's really good, by the way. I just want to put that out there because I think about
He's
it
no
like
LeVar
14
Burton.
times a day. He's better than LeVar
True or
Burton.
false? I have been on TV with LeVar Burton more than once.
It's got to be true or you wouldn't be bringing it up, right?
We'll find out after your answer.
Yes, that's what everybody wants to hear. I would do that deal. I would, because I do think that, Rodgers, of course, you want him this year. But if you can get Fields and Matt Ryan, as much as we don't love Matt Ryan this year or anything like that, certainly not in Dynasty, he's going to be serviceable. You can get by on it. And if Fields does wind up starting a couple of weeks into the season, you're going to be able to, have a very, very strong season. So I do that deal. Yes.
All right. The answer is yes, by the way. And I was a child star. That's what it is. This is what happens to child stars.
Were you on like Reading Rainbow or something like that? Or
Nailed it.
You were?
Nailed it, Danny boy.
We've done 1,700 podcasts together. This is the first time you're dropping. I was on Reading Rainbow.
Take a look, Dan. It's in a book.
It's Reading Rainbow.
That's right. I can see the memes now on Discord. I can't believe that's how you know we're tired. By the way, Tiz On wants to know, can you answer this? Who is more tired, Joe or Dan? I actually just got a little burst of energy when Dan showed up because when I see Dan's face and we're doing a podcast together, I immediately, my body, think it's 9 a.m. So now I won't be able to go to sleep. Like now I'm just going to be wired. I might as well just do this till 3 a.m.
I was looking forward. I did get the burst of energy when I realized that it was going to be us doing this because we had some technical difficulties otherwise, because I enjoy doing shows with you. It's really easy. You bring the thunder, but that lasted for like 5 minutes. And then I remembered that I just ate a copious amount of Thai food. So I've got like the post-dinner hangover exhaustion. And I've been up for, I don't know, roughly 15 hours, and I'm on like 3 hours of sleep. So I'm going to go with me, even though we're past Joey P's bedtime. I'm pretty exhausted, but I appreciate
overtired.
You guys caring. Yeah, you're overtired, right?
I'm overtired.
Correct.
Forget it now. Now the show really begins. I wish I liked Thai food more, just as a sidebar. Like it's something I want to like. It sounds cool when people say let's go out for Thai food, but I'm not a big fan, and I want to be cool, Dan.
I love Thai food. It does not make me cool. I will say this, that my wife and children have been away for a few days in Vermont, so I had to figure out how I was going to feed myself, and I thought that the easiest way to do that was to buy enough Thai food to feed a small army and eat it for every meal over 3 days. So that's what I've done. I polished off the last of it tonight and I feel exhausted, but I'm happy with my decision.
All right. We're going to rapid fire some of these. Pin Gadal wants to know who's the man in a touchdown league only first pick 10 teams. I love these wacky leagues like the touchdown only league. It's Derrick Henry. It's Mr. Touchdown. Dan, is there another answer to this? Would you go McCaffrey?
It's I don't understand these leagues. Like all you count as touchdowns for yeah. I mean, I'm just looking. I actually do have Dalvin Cook projected for the same number of touchdowns. Ooh, actually, oh no. I have Dalvin Cook projected for one.
Did you just have an aneurysm or a stroke? Are you okay, Dan?
That was like 4 hours ago.
Yes,
so I'm
what?
I'm looking at my projections right now, which by the way, you can find in our absolutely incredible draft kit, my custom projections. You want to go inside the mind of Dan Harris. You may never come out. Go right there, fantasypros.com/draft kit. I have them both for 12 rushing touchdowns, but I actually have Derrick Henry for 1 receiving touchdown and Dalvin Cook for 2. Wowzers. That's crazy, but I'll still probably take Derrick Henry just because of the injury concerns. You're right, Derrick Henry.
Wow, there's a long way to go.
I've lost it, Joe. I'm just trying to survive, okay? Come on.
No, we don't. We do not have a photo of this. All right, I'm being told that we have a photo of me from my youth on Reading Rainbow. How did you find this so fast? God, I hate the internet.
Who has it? Yeah,
I know Chris has it, but the problem is, will it ever go away? Will this be the rest of the show? Is this something we really want to do?
I don't know, but I need to see it. Where do I go to see it?
Maybe this is something we hold off.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a good idea, Chris. I don't know. All I know is that I just made
Where is Chris talking to you that I'm missing it? Why?
Chris is in some bunker somewhere. I have no idea. Let's get to Kyle L's question. Thoughts on Saquon? Just took him at 8 in a mock. I like him at 8. Yep. I think that's a really good value because you're in a spot where you could back that up with a Najee or an Antonio Gibson or somebody like that right away. I don't think you can get out of the first 2 rounds of taking Saquon and not taking another running back. That's the only caveat to taking the chance on Saquon. Once you're locked in there, you better double up. You better make sure that you are protected for the rest of your draft. And don't infer anything dirty from that, Dan. Your head's always in the gutter.
There's a
That's
picture.
not me. That is not me. That is not me. But you know what's funny? If you ever find the clip, the Brooklyn accent of Joey P is stunningly Joe Pesci-esque. Like we're talking like I was fright out, but that is a fantastic photo. That is not me. I was not that cute. I can tell you
Looks
that
like
right
you.
now. LeVar Burton should have gotten that job. But anyway, let's get back to
as an avid Jeopardy watcher, I disagree personally, but that's fine. We can talk. We can rank the Jeopardy hosts. It's fine. I will say this. Yeah, that at 8. Oh yeah, I'll take Saquon. And I don't know if it's been released yet, but we recorded a podcast that was supposed to be released today where I interviewed Dr. David Chow, who will be making a weekly appearance on our podcast. And I asked him about Saquon. Pretty optimistic. Like that's the general takeaway of it, even if he's eased in. I mentioned earlier, it's actually probably one of the hardest decisions that any fantasy manager has to make this year because of the fact that you have to waste a first-round pick on a guy who has number 1 upside. Like his upside is Christian McCaffrey for sure, but he also has enormous downside because of the injury. So it's a tough choice. At 8, though, I'm more than willing to take the risk.
Yeah, we're in Battle Royal 2K says we're in overtime Pia right now. You could not be more right. Like we are definitely at that. Would it be crazy to take Nick Chubb over Alvin Kamara? Todd McLaughlin wants to know. In a half PPR, it is absolutely not. Look, this Saints offense is not going to be good. If you think it's going to be good, I want to ask you why. What is it that you saw in Taysom Hill playing quarterback last year or Jameis Winston throwing 1 million interceptions before? Look, Jameis Winston threw 30 touchdowns and 30 picks in the Bruce Arians offense, right? Jameis Winston has had all kinds of problems converting over, and now he's going to put him in a situation where none of the wide receivers are really any good. What are we doing here? Why are we not living in reality when it comes to the Saints? Kamara is still a very good player. Kamara has more risk than he ever has. Please give me Nick Chubb and stop this nonsense. Dan Harris, go ahead and make your Kamara argument.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's my argument. It is crazy. I'm going to say it once. I'm not in the Chubb club, which again makes me feel very uncomfortable. I like Nick Chubb.
Hashtag before it.
Hashtag Chubb club. Okay. I'm fine with Nick Chubb. I like him as a running back. Take him in the first round. Rock solid. Absolutely. But Alvin Kamara, man. Like I get it. I don't have him projected like I would have had Drew Brees been the quarterback, but even with Taysom Hill, man, like it's going to cut off a lot of the receiving volume, but still, what's his floor? His floor is 50 catches, 55 catches, even with Taysom Hill. That's just going to be enough, especially because Chubb doesn't factor into the passing game at all. and Kareem Hunt is there. So for me, I can't make that move.
DJ Shepard wants to know why I'm ducking him in the mock draft channel. I'm not ducking you, champ. I'll come for you any day, bro. Let's go. I'm ready. I want you, DJ Shepard. And if you would like to get involved in the mocks, you come over and you join fantasypros.com/chat and join our Discord. And then you can come and hang out with us and we'll mock all day like DJ. What about DJ? He is the champ. I know that. I know DJ.
DJ is not just the champ, assuming that this is the same DJ who is the current champ. DJ is not just the champ.
How many DJs are there? It's like DJ Tanner's in there. Like
DJ Tanner.
DJ Khaled is in there. How many DJs are in there?
And all this DJ does is win, just like DJ Khaled, because 3-4 times he has defended his mock draft crown. It's preposterous. He is a legit guy. You should stop ducking him, Joe. You should call him out. Do it.
I think I just did. I think I pretty much just did.
And get in there and let's see it. All right.
This is the important poll. I guess I can only assume Chris put this up. Which Fantasy Pros analyst would make the best Jeopardy host? Joe, Dan, Yates, or Tags? Look, there's only one answer to this, and it's clearly Dan. Dan by far would be the best Jeopardy host.
I think there's an obvious non-answer to it, and it's Yates. That's the obvious one that you can just cut right off. Yates would somebody would try to make a joke, and Yates would be like, "We're just talking about Jeopardy questions, please. I just want to know what the capital of Nigeria is," or something like that. Instead of going with it, Tags maybe, but I don't know if Tags is loose enough for it. It's got to be one of us. I want to know who wins that poll, though. I am hoping to win it. I love Jeopardy.
Oh, I already voted for you. I didn't even
thank you.
Dan. I would tune in.
Flood the gates. Vote for
replace
me.
that other guy.
The new host of Jeopardy, whatever.
Yeah, nobody seems to like the guy that they chose. I don't know.
I don't even know who that guy is, by the way. Just random dude. Whatever.
I don't know. I wanted LeVar Burton.
Aaron Rodgers or bust.
His career's gone way downhill since working with me. Take note, Harris. Take note. It's been nothing, I don't know why you bring this on yourself. All right, let's continue on Yatesgate. By the way, what was it like having Field Yates and Kyle Yates on at the same time earlier? I was watching part of that. Was that trippy for you?
Yeah, you'd think it would be confusing, but one of them is so smart and analytical and giving good advice, and the other one is just totally off the rails. So it was really easy to separate them, actually. Obviously, Field is the one who was normal and good. It was terrible. But yeah, it was easier than I thought. So
oh, goodness. Yeah, I was fun earlier because we had Andrew Erickson on and Yates at the same time. And they was I had to drop both of them off at school after the show.
Can I make a plug for Andrew Erickson? I really hope everybody is following him.
If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even know Andrew Erickson. I feel
this is a lie.
I brought him to your attention. He's been working for me for a while now.
By the way, guys, little peek behind the curtain. Joey P is going to take credit for everything good that happens in the world. He's going to be like, if it wasn't for me, we never would have won World War II. So
that's why we got 100,000 subscribers today. You think
that's true? Can we get to 101,000? If you're watching this and you haven't subscribed, please, we are. I feel like, and I know somebody in the company will appreciate this. An episode of Saved by the Bell. They're trying to save the Max, and it's late at night, and Zach is like, "We desperately need your support. Just $5 can make a difference, please."
You're right. His voice doesn't work. I can't. I've been talking for 4 whole hours.
Correct. And AC Slater shows up and he goes, "We gotta save this place." And miraculously, the phone starts ringing. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed, please. That's all I'm gonna say. Go ahead,
oh, there was something else we were talking about.
I don't even remember.
Andrew Erickson. Erickson.
Yes.
I met Andrew a couple years ago at FSGA, and we had a fantastic conversation in New York. And at the time, he was not employed anywhere. He was just trying to get it. And I was like, "Hey, man, come work for me in the Black Book. I've seen your work before. I think it's great." A year later, he gets hired by PFF, and we've been able to have him on the shows constantly, and he does great work. So if you haven't, you're right. Everybody should. He's under 10,000 followers. He should definitely have more because his work is really, really good, and he's entertaining and fun. And last year, he was my standing guest on television every week. I don't know where he was here on Fantasy Pros. I wasn't here, but he was my standing guest first before he was our new fun standing guest. He's taken over the Joey P role, basically, which is when you need a guest, you call Andrew, and Andrew shows up and answers the bell, right?
I thought his appearance, always on our podcast for sure, but on the live stream, he's fantastic. He really knows his stuff. He presents it in a great way. Everybody should go follow him if they are not already.
And he's Team Mac Jones like me because he's a big Pats guy.
There you go.
All right. Battle Royale 2K wants to hear Pizza Pia's 10 top 10 wrestlers. I'm sure I will do that for you on Discord. You
Yeah.
message me, I will do that
There
for
you
you
go.
any day. But we already got in trouble yesterday for Adam Rank coming on and me and him talking wrestling. Watching Yates just be like, I don't even know why I'm here. We talked about ska music and we talked about wrestling and some other things, and Yates was just like, I have no idea what these guys are talking about.
This is why if Yates was the host of Jeopardy, it would be like the interviews in the middle, and he'd be like, so I understand that your wife surprised you with something last year. What was that? No, sorry, don't care. Back to the questions. Let's go. That's how Yates rolls. He doesn't.
Yeah, he wouldn't want to talk to any of the contestants either, find out things about their lives. Like, he could care less. He's all business. All right, Scott's all business. He says, help! Exclamation point.
Whoa.
Second pick in Superflex. Yeah, it's a lot of help, Dan. 6-point passing touchdown with -4 for interception. Mahomes is obvious, he says. Assuming he goes first, who do I take with the second pick? CMC, Cook, Allen, or Murray? So second pick in a Superflex. For me, I take Josh Allen because he controls all the scoring and he's a bigger bodied quarterback than Kyler Murray. Bada boom, bada bing, you're done. You move on. Dan Harris?
I think the choice is between Allen and CMC. I really do feel like if I'm one of the first two picks, it's either Mahomes or CMC. And then I move on from there. It's interesting with Superflex, though, Joe, and I think you've probably found this too. Every single one is a snowflake. They're all different, right? None two are the same. I didn't mean that in some sort of
reading Rainbow episodes.
I didn't mean it like that. What I meant is it's all unique, right? No two are alike. I've had Superflex drafts, and again, we do them all the time in the mock draft channel over FantasyPros.com/chat every single night. They're probably mad at me because we're getting right around to my mock draft time right about now. But in a Superflex league, I have seen it where 7 or 8 quarterbacks go in that first round. I have seen it where 3 go in the first round, and you're sitting there in like the 3rd or 4th round, and you're getting Russell Wilson. Like, it doesn't, there are no 2 that are alike. So for me, I don't know, man. I'm not willing to risk it that I'm going to take Josh Allen, who I love and is my second-ranked quarterback, and then nobody else is going to take a quarterback, and I'm just going to kind of sit there. I'll take CMC just to lock in that number 1 running back position.
Here's why you take the quarterback. All right, I'm going to tell you why you do this in Superflex, because what you do is you spread the running back risk. Because it's Superflex, you're going to get a wide receiver or 2 go before it comes back to you. You're going to get a fair amount of quarterbacks. Most likely the top 5 guys will go, right? You'll probably get Dak, you'll get Kyler Murray, you'll get Lamar Jackson. We'll all go before it gets back to you. Maybe even an Aaron Rodgers or a Russell Wilson too. That typically happens. It happened in Flex too. And I was somebody who took Kyler Murray at 5 overall in the Superflex. Here's my point. Spread out the running back risk. That I actually got Najee back, which should not have been allowed to happen, but it did. They let Najee Harris make it back to me, so I took Najee Harris and Kyler Murray. But Najee, Antonio Gibson, Joe Mixon, one of those guys is going to make it back to you. And then you can take another running back if you want. Now, I happen to go for A.J. Brown in the 3rd round. I just went BPA and figured it out. But my point is this. I'd rather go back-to-back running back and get the big-time quarterback and then take some shots, especially with this rookie class of quarterbacks, because you can take a boring-ass Ben Roethlisberger, Baker Mayfield, Derek Carr, and then take a Fields or a Lance aggressively if you like, and then play the upside there. That is a very viable strategy, this particular draft pool. So it's funny to me that we can have such like intellectual conversations followed by such stupid conversations in the same like 2-minute span, Dan. That is the magic of Joe and Dan together. I mean, it's really, we bring out the best in each other.
The ability to talk about nonsense and make it seem really important, I think, is one of our best strengths.
Yeah, that's what I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. All right, let's get to some more questions here. Once again, you have to subscribe to the channel if you want to ask a question. That's the only way to ask a question. How much would you be okay with paying for Travis Kelce in a $200 salary cap draft? Yay, salary cap questions. Yeah. Hooray. We didn't even talk about that today. Best format ever. I've got one coming up a couple weeks. Dan Harris, the price for Travis Kelce. What does the Dan Harris price chart say?
The Dan Harris price chart says first thing you should do is go over to the draft assistant or the cheat sheet creator and create values. Oh no, the auction calculator. Oh my God, it's so late. I'm fine. The salary cap draft calculator. Pardon me. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. The salary cap draft calculator. Put in your league parameters or sync your league. It will spit out custom values for you. That is what I do. Joe, I have a confession to make, and I have not wanted to admit this to you.
Just keep in mind we're live. Before
I don't care. I'm willing to do it. I'm not in a salary cap draft league this year.
What?
I have one that was my favorite league of all the leagues that I'm in, And the commissioner just basically was like, it was like super intense. It was like, we can't do it anymore. I don't have time for it. So I'm out. So I've not actually looked at values. My gut tells me 30 to 35. Tell me yours.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I think
Okay.
35 would be the cap. Who gets too busy in life that they can't run a football league? Like, it's a football league. Once a week, you make some transactions, you set a lineup. This is not like baseball where it says everyday grind and everyone's hurt every 5 seconds. This is football. If someone gets hurt, you have a whole week to think about it. I don't understand. I don't even have time.
I agree.
Ugh.
And it was very upsetting. But I actually think that it's a little good because I think it was the one league, Joe, that I was still in from like forever ago, right? And it's worth some jelly beans, so that factors into it. But it was like the one league that I really, really cared about. For the most part, my Sundays and my, what I care about are my calls correct? Have the 80,000 people that ask me for advice, have they gotten the correct advice? If I have a great personal fantasy week, but I gave out terrible advice out there, I do not feel good about my week. But that one league still kind of had a hold over me where I was still like, what's going on in that league? I need to make sure I'm winning and stuff like that. The fact that that's gone now means I feel like I fully transitioned to not caring at all about my own success and only caring about our readers and our listeners.
Well, look, I always say this. I know Tag says it too. I care more about your fantasy teams than mine because that's my job. And there's nothing better than getting those messages and those tweets in January. Look what I did. The screenshots of the winnings and the things like that. And that's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. I get like, seriously, I get the goosebumps just thinking about it. It's amazing. It's fantastic that so many people can have that kind of success. Ethan has a question here. Chris Godwin worth drafting in the 4th round. I struggle with this one, Dan. I got to tell you, I'm struggling. Like, I like the guys ahead of Godwin, and I like the guys after Godwin. 4th round, I don't know if that's an appropriate... I mean, it's an appropriate value for him, but my problem is it's that week to week where I'm just confused. I just don't know where the ball is going to. I don't know if Antonio Brown is going to lose his mind again. It's always a possibility, but Chris Godwin, is that a player? I have no Chris Godwin shares this year. And 2 years ago, I had every Chris Godwin share. I can't believe what a difference a couple years makes. How do you feel about Godwin?
I think Godwin in the 4th is perfectly appropriate. That's what his ADP, it's what his, right. But that's what I'm saying. His ADP, I believe what I'm looking at is...
It's his ADP, but do you want him? That's the question.
No, I get it. I'll get there. I'll get there in a second. His ADP is 41st overall across everything, okay? I have him ranked overall. I'm ranked 36th. So I am there. I'm basically at the 3-4 turn. Look, I get it. There are questions, but Joe, we talked about it. I mean, there's probably a pretty good chance that all 3 Bucs wide receivers are going to see over 100 targets. Godwin's going to be probably pretty consistent overall. Remember, last year was a weird year. He missed time with injury. Even when he played, remember when he busted up his finger, I believe it was, he still played. He put on some bizarro looking cast and he still played and he was still good. I feel fine with him. If I'm getting him as a wide receiver too early on, I felt like really early rankings before everyone started to realize what you have known all along, which is Antonio Brown is going to be a big factor right here. Then his ECR, his ADP start to come down a bit. With where he is now, Joe, is kind of like a strong wide receiver too. I feel pretty good about that, actually.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. And I don't like it's fine. I like good.
I do. That's upside. My goal, to be fine.
It's just fine. I just want to be 500 to miss the playoffs by a game. That's what I'd like to be. Here's another question. Superflex keeper question. Who do you like more, Dan Harris? Derrick Henry in the 4th round or Justin Herbert in the 13th? Dan?
Yowzers. In the Superflex? Man, so... I'm always, almost always willing to take the better player if it's at any sort of at cost or discount, because I think that's what you need. Mm-hmm. But man, in a super flex, like Henry in the 4th is still good value, but he might be a 2nd round pick. I've seen him go in the 2nd round there just because of how many quarterbacks go off the board. Give me Herbert in the 13th, man, in the super flex league. I will take that value in that situation.
Give me Derrick Henry in the 4th. And the reason why is because it's a couple of reasons, 4 of them. Trevor Lawrence, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, and then Mac Jones and/or whatever, Zach Wilson. I mean, look, this is a great rookie class of quarterbacks. They're all going to play this year at some point in time. So if there's a year where you can afford to let Herbert go back in, there's no wrong answer here. If you keep Herbert, it's fine. But Herbert's going to have a lot to live up to with that year. That was a tremendous rookie campaign. I'm still skeptical. In fact, it was Andrew Erickson who threw out that amazing stat this morning, which was, he was actually better when he was rushed than when he had a clean pocket in terms of his passer percentage, which is such a weird statistic. That is such a bizarre anomaly of all anomalies. By the way, Dan, you were running away apparently with the
Jeopardy host?
Jeopardy poll. Yeah, I mean, of course you are. I mean, you're the perfect. I would start watching Jeopardy again if you were the host. I would.
That's really I have 400 Jeopardy episodes DVR'd right now that I've yet to get through, but I'm going to get through them eventually. I really appreciate that. Part of my issue, I will be honest with you guys, is that like 90% of my host game is insulting the analyst. Like, right? Like making it being like, oh,
yeah, but
like,
isn't that what Alex Trebek did? I'm sorry, that was North Dakota.
I feel like I would
I
feel like I would go very mean. I would be like, I'd be like the Billy Madison. I'd be like, nowhere in your rambling, whatever the line is, was there even a thought of a coherent sentence?
And you said you went to Harvard.
But I do appreciate it, everybody, and I would love to host Jeopardy one day if the producers are out there watching this, as I know they are.
They're
Also,
actually scouring the fantasy community for the next host of Jeopardy. It's true story.
I actually think that to say someone would make a decent Jeopardy host is like the highest of compliments. So I really appreciate you guys. It's why I love you. It's why I'm suffering through this right now with Joey P.
Suffering, wow. Tequila Mockingbird, one of our favorite people on Discord. I love Tequila. Tequila is good people.
I love
Dan,
Tequila.
would you ever consider letting Kyle Yates filling in for your podcast, the Kickoff, which, by the way, if you haven't already subscribed to the Kickoff with Dan Harris, 15 uninterrupted minutes of him talking, which is something he never gets at home. Would you let Kyle Yates fill in for you? And if not, why?
First of all, I appreciate the 15 minutes. Tomorrow's episode is probably going to be 6 minutes because I've got to write it and record it at some point after this is over. So my bad on that. Would I ever let Kyle Yates do it? No. I would let Joe do it. I know you don't want to do it. No. That's not a joke. I would let you do it. I wouldn't let Yates do it because here's the deal. Okay. When somebody is just talking for 15 minutes, that's really boring. Like really boring. You have to be able to spice it up a little bit. And Yates is brilliant, but I feel like the ability to kind of make it and throw in like the zingers and stuff like that, the small under the radar things that you need to do to make that podcast work, I just feel like that's not his wheelhouse. That is in your wheelhouse, Joe. So if I ever retire from that podcast, which I'm planning to do in like 2 episodes, you can take over for it for me.
All right, let's get to Santiago's question. Who would you rather have as an RB2 in a PPR league? It's a good one here. Najee, Gibson, Mixon, or Clyde Edwards-Helaire. PPR, RB2, they're all on the board. And look, this is realistic. Like, there's a very good chance you're looking at this. So go ahead, Dan Harris. Drop some knowledge with those 4 guys.
The knowledge is terrible because the knowledge is those guys are all so freaking close that I don't really have like a strong feeling on it. Here's the thing, Joe. I have Joe Mixon ranked the highest. But now that we're talking about this, and this makes me think I might have to change my rankings after this, it feels like I want to go with Najee Harris. And again, the difference in fantasy points in total, I'm looking at it right now. The difference in fantasy points between those 4 guys in half PPR is 8. From the best to the worst is 8. So they're super close. But I think probably in there, and I probably have to change my rankings now, I think it would be Najee Harris, just because I really want to draft Najee Harris this year. And certainly PPR is going to get the passing down to work. So that's where I'll go with. How about you?
It's actually that order for me. Najee, Gibson, Mixon, and CH. That's actually the order I have them ranked anyway. And I'm the guy that goes after Najee Harris. I'm in. Let's go. It's very rare that I'm in on a rookie running back, too, especially to that extent. Historically, I told you, I've done it twice. And so maybe the third time will be the charm where I'll be wrong. But the first 2 times, we were very right about it. But Najee, to me, has all the earmarks of being that next 3-down bell cow guy that you can feel really good about. I'm concerned with Mixon's injury history. I just am. I like Gibson's upside. I'd be very happy with Gibson, too. And Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I do think that other tier is in him, that he can make that jump quite easily. But I just keep struggling. I can always come back to the same thing, which is, when I do all the write-ups for the quarterbacks in the Black Book every year, when you understand the quarterback play, you understand the offense. And Patrick Mahomes is extraordinary, and he's getting better. And the better he gets, the more difficult I think fantasy is going to become, because it becomes more like Drew Brees and Tom Brady and those other quarterbacks where they They put the ball wherever the open guy is and wherever the moments, and they just play the position so well. Now, Tyreek Hill and Kelsey certainly help that, but everything there is locked in. Everything else is just a little bit too unknown. That's why he's just fourth on that list. He's a good option. You get any of these guys, I think you're in a good spot. So I don't know. That's kind of how I would approach that. To Kill a Mockingbird quotes again here. Is Najee Harris hype the same as Clyde Edwards-Helaire hype this year? Why not? To Kill a Mockingbird, this is an excellent question.
Yes.
No, it is not the same for two reasons. Number one, it hasn't gone into the first round to the top 6 picks. I saw CEH going 6 overall, and I wanted to throw up in my mouth last year. It was crazy, makes no sense. The difference is the need for the Pittsburgh Steelers to run the football, the absolute necessity to balance out that offense, and the fact that you have an older quarterback in Ben Roethlisberger, who the run game is very important to. Patrick Mahomes is a whole, he's like the complete other opposite end of the spectrum in terms of athleticism and quarterback play right now at their current value in the NFL. So that's the difference. The difference is putting stock in the running back of need in the offense that needs balance versus the quarterback who can do anything he wants and is changing the script of the whole game forever. That's my answer to that question. Dan, what's yours?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. And really, Joe, when you think about it, last year with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, when he was first drafted and when rankings first started coming out, he was not the 7th pick, like in ECR.
No.
He was not that guy. And why do you remember why he jumped up so much, Joe? Why the hype got so out of control?
Kyle Yates?
Kyle Yates did it. Damian Williams. Like there was no Damian Williams suddenly. When that happened, that is when he went nuts. And this is really what the key point is. And that for me is the big difference. And full disclosure, I was one of those people who bumped up Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I think Adam 7th by the time rankings locked. I admit it. The reason is we were guessing, Joe. We were saying like, okay, look at this. Look at the road. I bet you this is what they're going to do. There was a change that we had to adapt to that we didn't know how it was going to go. And we basically guessed wrong as a consensus. With this, there's nothing to analyze. There's no telegraphing. Everybody knew that Najee Harris was going to the Steelers in that draft.
Yeah.
They said, this is what we want. This is how we're changing our offense. This guy is going to be the focal point. So that is different for me than what we did last year with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, which again, full disclosure, I was completely part of that mistake. This is not a mistake. Najee Harris is going to be an outstanding running back this year. I have full confidence in that.
Hunter Kimmel, I can only assume Jimmy Kimmel's cousin and or brother in a super flex league. Would you recommend keeping David Montgomery for $15 or AJ Brown for $25? I'm going to go with AJ Brown for the $10 more. Yeah. I'm just really super high on AJ Brown in keeper leagues. Like that's a guy that I don't want to let go back into the pile. And ironically, I think you can get David Montgomery back for a similar price year over year. AJ Brown, I don't know about, but AJ Brown, I don't want to let go back in the pool. That's my answer. Dan, what's yours?
I'm in agreement with you. Like I said, I generally lean towards keeping the better player, even if it's more at cost as opposed to a discount. AJ Brown is the better player, though I like Dave Montgomery perfectly fine this year for sure. But give me some AJ Brown without question.
All right, PPR Dynasty League. This is from Derek Michel, I believe. Nice. PPR Dynasty, should I trade Brandon Ayuk, Mooney, and a 2022 second and third rounder for Higgins, Sermon, and a 2022 first rounder? So trading Ayuk, Mooney, and a second and third for next year for Higgins, Sermon, and a first. I mean, that's a fair movement of pieces. Higgins and Ayuk, let's just take that piece of it first.
Yep.
Higgins and Ayuk, I think that's pretty much eye of the beholder. Wouldn't you agree, right?
Okay. Yeah, I think that's roughly the same, yeah.
Mooney and Sermon, both players with upside. Maybe I'd favor the running back. Here, I think the team that wins this trade actually is the team that gets the first round pick here. Second and third round picks in Dynasty, I'm just not excited by it most of the time. It's the first round guys that you can really, move the needle with year over year. So it's a fair trade the way I see it. I would rather be on the Higgins in the first round and Sermon side of it as much as I like Mooney. That's kind of where I go.
So I agree with you. I was trying to work it out in my head. It was a lot of names.
Yeah, it's hard. I'm reading it, and I know it's difficult.
No. You did a great job.
That's why I'm answering and reading, because I know it gives you more time to hear the actual question, because I'm the one seeing the question.
I do appreciate it. And again, I like it. Thanks. A second round pick too it really depends on where it is.
My goodness, there he is. I lost him for a moment. Now,
can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're back now. Go
Well, I
ahead.
think the issue is when somebody joins the stream or something like that, or something different.
I blame Yates. It's Yates'
for a
fault. He
second.
joined the
Chris,
stream.
it's
He
not you,
did what
right?
he was
It is
supposed to
Yates.
do. He's supposed to come in at 9 o'clock, and then he bumped you out.
Also,
It's okay.
you people cannot see Yates, but it is incredibly obnoxious how like fresh and well, like he just looks like a normal human right now, where I am 4 seconds away from just keeling over to the side. Anyway, I would say that in a dynasty league, I think that the nature of the second round pick really determines like the value. An early second round pick worth a lot more than when you get into the later second round pick. Third round picks are basically useless. So I agree with you, Joe. A first pick, again, a first round pick varies as well where it goes, but I side with the Higgins Sermon first round pick side.
All right, here we go. Yeah, no, I think that's the Sermon side is the one with the first round pick. That is correct.
Yep.
All right. So once again, I just want to thank everybody who joined us today for hours and hours of this, or even if you just joined for a few minutes, because I think that, again, it's just an amazing thing to be part of a community like this here at Fantasy Pros. And we appreciate that you want to take that time to be part of this community. And I know a lot of people are going to watch this back on the weekend and watch it back tomorrow. And if they missed anything, we had an incredible grouping of guests this day. Incredible work here done by the analysts here. Of Dan Harris and Kyle Yates, just rocking and rolling, Lauren Carpenter, Tara Roberts. Really is just a wonderful job by everybody here at Fantasy Pros. And this is for you guys. And we're not quite done yet, believe it or not. We still have an hour left, if you can believe it. Yes, for those who are asking, the Yates t-shirts are in progress. We're working on them for the shop. It took us a while to get leading off ones. I'm sure the Yates t-shirts will come sooner than later. So what we're going to do pretty soon is take another quick break and reset once again. And we're going to tuck Dan Harris in and put him back in his cage for the night, because I think Dan Harris is officially done.
Dan Harris is ready to go like 8 more hours. Totally fine. But that's not why I'm holding up my hand to raise my hand to speak, which is why I would make the perfect Jeopardy host. Our producer is sending us a message to let us know that there are 2 new avatars for us, Joe, and he wants us to guess. He wants us to guess at our doppelganger avatars. So I can only guess that mine, and I've said this before, is some sort of face mesh between Freddie Mercury and Herman Munster is where I like to think of myself as somebody. But what about you, Joe? What do you think?
I assume it's either the lead singer of the band Disdained or Stanley Tucci. Those are the 2 places that I would be going. That I think.
Or is it what did they love? The Phil Collins. He's doing the drum roll.
Yeah, that one I don't get. I mean, if you're gonna make one, make a good one. Or it's the actual picture of me on Reading Rainbow that Chris couldn't find, but
I can't. All right, Chris, are you gonna unveil them? Do we need? All right, he's apparently our producer is unveiling them right now. I'm waiting to see them. I can't see them if they're there.
They're not going up there.
Are they up there? Oh, did he mess it up? Did he mess it up?
He probably did.
All right, that's fine.
And by the way, let's shout out Chris too, because Chris is done. Oh, King Kong Bundy! There you go, all right. King Kong Bundy.
What we got to do is we got to make the mouths move, Chris. We've got to be able to make it so that when we're talking, that's what happens. Yeah, everybody should know why I'm Woody. And it's accurate, and if I were walking around right now, my arms would be flailing around.
I feel like I'm more Bam Bam Bigelow maybe than King Kong Bundy. Really, Chris? After all I've done for you today, covering all of your stream issues that you have and all those things that have gone on today. By the way, you should get that looked at. If you have problems with your stream, make sure you get that looked at, please. Yeah, that is. I don't have a Manscaped read to add today, so this is all I got, folks. This is all I got. Dan Harris, I love you. It is so nice to spend an hour of quality time here answering the questions, and we're gonna hit a little reset. And when we come back, we're gonna have Yates and Jamey Eisenberg, who is also still awake, to talk to us. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna finish strong here on Fantasy Pros because that's what we do. We'll be right back right after this.
The technical difficulty. We are live though, right, Chris? Can you
I went the wrong way.
We are live. Okay. Jamey's not on this. This is fine. I'm going to talk though because we're live, and other than that, people are just going to be staring at me and half of Yates' face.
Oh, okay.
All right, now we've got Jamey and we've got no Yates. I'm good with it.
I'm here.
I'm
right there.
Staring at the live stream. I don't see you. Okay.
You can
Hello,
see me.
everybody.
A little bit of a sliver.
Yates, we're live. I want to talk.
I know.
To be honest.
I know. You just keep
Calm
going.
down. Jamey, I'm very sorry. We're usually a very professional company. We're having some technical difficulties on hour 94 of our live stream. Welcome back, everyone, to the live stream. The white noise in my bedroom is on so that my wife can go to sleep and not be bothered by my obnoxiously loud voice. Kyle Yates is here looking extraordinarily refreshed and obnoxious because he's very young and just healthy and just pisses me off when I see it. But what we do have is our last official guest of the day. And I think he was the last official guest of last year. That's because, like me, his day usually just kind of gets going at around 9 p.m. It's Jamey Eisenberg from CBS Sports. Jamey, thank you so much for coming on and bearing with us at the minor technical difficulties that we still have on right now. How are you doing?
Can you actually come to my house and put some white noise on for my wife as well? We appreciate that.
Would you like it? The number of white noise machines going on right now in my house, I could open up a store. Both my kids, my wife, I think the dog needs one. It's bizarro world at this point. But if you want, tell your wife, don't worry, I've got a special one. It's going to work perfectly. Okay. You got it. Of course. You're Jamey Eisenberg. I'll do whatever you want. Nobody is on right now. All right. Now, if you could see the stream, Jamey, I don't know if you could see it in the top left. You just see basically Chris, our producer, trying to get a normal picture going up. Yeah, it's fine. Everybody's gone by this point. It doesn't matter. But what I want to know about, I don't care about our listeners. I want to know about Jamey's rankings, okay? Because we've talked about my rankings. We've talked about Yates' rankings. I don't want to hear about that anymore. I want to talk to you about your rankings, Jamey. And then maybe after that, we will do a bold prediction or something like that. I have gone through your rankings with a fine-tooth comb. And by that, I mean I spent like 5 minutes doing it. But I've noticed a couple of players that you're a little bit higher on and a little bit lower on than consensus. So I'd just like to ask you about those players, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, it is. Okay, let's talk about Travis Kelce. Now, everybody has Travis Kelce as the tight end one, of course, without question, in overall rankings. And I think we are looking at your PPR rankings. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. You have him 10th, and in the consensus, he's 15th. So that's basically you're willing to spend a first-round pick on Travis Kelce in a PPR league versus waiting till, early second round. Make your case for Kelce as a first-round pick.
I mean, obviously, he is the difference maker at that position. You can make a strong case that Waller's going to be close, Kittle's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be close. Again, Kelce, I know he's 32. He may hit the wall at some point. This may be the season, but the edge you get with him over, the rest of the position in such a thin position, I think he's worth taking in the first round. Back into the first round, but I think he's worth taking in the first round. I just, I have no concern when I draft Travis Kelce that I'm going to start out with one of the best players in football, one of the best players in this position, the best player in this position. And it's a comfort factor, so you just know that you have such a strong edge at that thin position of tight end.
All right, I assume everybody can still hear me despite the fact I'm not anymore. I would also like to remind our producer, as I watch him squirm in the background, to mute yourself, just because the feedback kind of gets in the way a little bit. Yates, people can see you, so that's great.
I think so.
Do you have Travis Kelce as a first-round pick in PPR?
I do. Yeah, I think that the positional advantage that Travis Kelce brings you, we've talked about it here earlier on this live stream. I think that today is Friday, maybe Saturday. I'm not quite sure with how long this thing has gone on. So I may have talked about this on Wednesday or Tuesday. Don't know. No, with Travis Kelce, the positional advantage that he brings you is just insane. And if you were to take over my projections and slide him over to a wide receiver, he would slot in at like wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3. And so you're looking at just an insanely productive, insanely just reliable option. He's finished as a top 2 tight end since 2016. He's always on the field for you. So yeah, I think as a first round pick, I don't think that you can go wrong with Travis Kelce.
All right, so let's talk about another player. And my guess is, hey, I don't know if we've frozen. There we go. Okay, looks like our pictures. No, Yates, you're still not there. It's fine. Okay, let's talk about a couple of running backs. And my guess is, at this point, the reason is, and I'm very sorry, everyone. As you can tell, we were just trying to get through to get the picture all set as Chris switches computers, our producer. So Najee Harris. He is 14th for you, Jamey, in PPR format. Our consensus has him at 21. So we like Najee Harris for sure. And in PPR, obviously, he's going to be involved in the passing game. But this might be a case, perhaps, I guess, of the consensus rankers pushing up wide receivers a little more. I guess, are you still pounding running back in a PPR league? Is that why Harris is 14 for you?
I love the potential of a Mike Tomlin running back. When he finds a guy, he leans on that guy. You go back through his history. If you just want to go back to Le'Veon Bell, but when Bell was out, it was D'Angelo Williams. When Williams was out, it was James Conner. When they both were out. And so I don't think they drafted Harris in the first round to rotate him. Even with a new offensive coordinator, I think he's got first round potential. The offensive line's obviously a concern, but this comes down to, I think you said it best. If you're going to pound wide receivers in the early part of the second round, you're going to avoid guys like Harris. He's going to get pushed down to maybe the end of round 2, maybe even round 3. That group of running backs of Harris, Gibson, Nick Chubb, in PPR, those type of guys are going to get, certainly they're not going to be drafted as high, but I think you get such a chance to get a player who's got, 300 touch potential. Going to be involved in the passing game. I think this offense will still continue to be productive with a healthier Ben Roethlisberger. I think, the offensive line gets a little bit too much of a knock because, they got rid of names as opposed to maybe guys who weren't so good because they were terrible last year. So if this new group can hold up, that's the if. I think Najee Harris is in line for a good season, and he's going to be somebody I think that will return pretty good value in the early second round.
Yates, are you taking Najee basically at the turn, essentially 14th in a PPR league?
Yeah, I definitely think that he's in consideration there. With his work as a receiving back out of the backfield, right? Not only is he going in line for 250 carries potentially on the ground, but you could also see 70 plus targets in this offense because, like Jamey said, when Mike Tomlin finds a running back, he's going to lean on him. And so Najee Harris has the skill set. That's exactly why they drafted him, why they spent a first round pick on him. So yes, absolutely Najee Harris at that turn. If you can get him as your RB2, or if you want to go with it, Travis Kelce in the first, there we go. If you want to get Travis Kelce in the first and then grab Najee Harris to be your RB1, not opposed to that strategy whatsoever.
Congratulations, Chris. You have successfully showed us on camera. Please take a victory lap. Finally, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. This might be just sort of the same thing. The difference in consensus, you 17th in PPR, consensus 26. Again, maybe as simple as just saying wide receivers get pushed up in consensus PPR, but make the case for Clyde Edwards-Helaire as a mid-second round pick in a PPR league.
You got to love what the Chiefs did with their offensive line. And, I think we're all going to remember the end of the season for Edwards-Helaire after Le'Veon Bell joined the team. The injury, it was just a very disappointing second half and disappointing finish. But the first 6 games before Le'Veon Bell joined the roster, he was doing a nice job. And the additions on the offensive line, this is still an Andy Reid running back. We know what the history has been there. It was why we were so excited about Edwards-Helaire last year as a first-round pick for Kansas City joining that roster. And so the competition is Darrell Williams and Jerick McKinnon. That doesn't scare me at all. But I think you said it best. If you're going to gravitate toward a running back in the middle to the end of the second round, Edwards-Helaire is going to be somebody you look to take. If you're going to take receivers in that spot, he's not going to get to you until maybe the early part of the third round. And by that point, you might not have a chance to get him if you're in the middle of the second round because he's probably not going to get back to you. So it's just a matter of how you want to build your team, build your fantasy roster. So I just look at those running backs and where the cliff starts to fall off. And I think he's just on the edge of the cliff. So I'll still take him in the middle to the end of the second round.
Yates, how about you? Middle of the second round, Clyde Edwards-Helaire in a PPR league.
In a PPR league, he does get a bump up because of his work as a receiver. However, I have concerns at that price tag, right? I think that I would prefer him just a little bit later. But Jamey does bring up a good point that, if you do want to add CEH to your roster, he's probably not going to be there for you in the third round. So if you do want to add him to your roster, specifically in a PPR format, you got to pull the trigger just a little bit early. So I think, he definitely has the potential. The offensive line revamped. Love it. Love the moves that they've made. The rookies that they brought in, specifically to Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith, I think that they were fantastic picks on the offensive line to go with the free agents that they brought in. So I think that everything is there for CEH to absolutely return value at where Jamey's got him. The only concern that I have is the volume. Is he going to get the volume? And I think that he should, But in this offense where they can pass the ball, they can throw the ball 40 times per game and still blow every single team in the NFL out, I just don't know if he's going to need him.
Okay. So what we like to do before these segments, I'm pulling the curtain back because nobody can stop me at this point, is we like to send out the guests in advance a couple of specifics about what we'll be talking about so that the guests can prepare something. Now, I was not in charge of booking Jamey for this. The person in charge, who shall remain nameless, his name is Joe Pisapia, he neglected to send Jamey the specifics. Now, what's interesting here is the players that we have that Jamey is lower on in PPR leagues, I'm pretty sure they can all be explained by just Jamey's draft philosophy, which we have just talked about essentially in PPR, where it's a little more running back heavy, even in PPR, than wide receivers. So instead, I'm calling an audible. And the best part is, Jamey, there was nothing for you to prep for anyway. So the audible doesn't even matter to you. I'm going to go crazy here. And I just want to talk about your guys. Forget about where you're drafting them in PPR. Like, let's start with the running back position. Who's a Jamey Eisenberg guy this year? Who's a guy who you find yourself drafting a lot, you're ending up with on a lot of your teams, or you're targeting any format you want to do, your guy this year?
I mean, we talked about two of them. I guess that's probably why I have them ranked, where I do in terms of Najee Harris and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. It's hard not to get excited about Antonio Gibson as well. We've heard a lot of Christian McCaffrey comparisons from this Washington football team coaching staff over the last 2 seasons, but for a guy that scored 11 touchdowns last year, I think this is a very good offensive line. He's obviously got a receiving pedigree. I hated the fact in the first preseason game that they didn't use him more on third downs because you were hoping that J.D. McKissic would become an afterthought. Right. But I do think you're going to see him still involved in the passing game quite a bit. So I take a lot of Antonio Gibson. I think he's got star potential. I hope the toe is not a problem again because, that ruined what I think was, the slow build to a very strong finish. But he's got just so much upside. It's hard not to get excited about it.
All right, so I'm looking right now at consensus ADP. Now, I know that ADP is going to vary pretty significantly depending on what site you're on, based on the rankings that are in the draft room or based on the analyst rankings. But the 4 guys that go together, we've just talked about 3 of them: Antonio Gibson, Najee Harris, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and Joe Mixon. So what are your thoughts this year on Joe Mixon? He's a guy we've talked about a lot because there's always this sort of underlying disdain for drafting Joe Mixon ahead of these guys. And again, Yates has surmised, probably accurately, that people are, if last year had gone differently, if he had just been put on IR right off the bat and people weren't struggling through the constant, like, oh, I think he's going to come back. Oh, no, he's not. We don't even know what this injury is. The outlook on him might be a little different. So what's your outlook generally on Joe Mixon? And then let's rank all 4 of those guys.
I think you got to hope that with the loss of Giovanni Bernard, that he just becomes the 3-down back that you've been hearing them say, from offensive coordinator to running backs coach, head coach. It speaks to what his potential is, that he can be that 300 carry guy, and maybe a 350 touch guy in this offense. Now, that's the optimistic side of things, but it's an offense that should be explosive. It's an offense you know is going to throw the ball. Joe Burrow was top 7 in pass attempts last year, and in the addition of Jamar Chase, they're still going to throw the ball quite a bit, but they're still going to run it also. And if they're able to keep him on the field, he's got just huge potential. But you got to bake in the risk of what he's been. Injury prone season last year, a disappointment overall in his career. He's had a couple of good seasons, but a couple of disappointments, mostly because I think we as a fantasy community overhype him a little bit. But there's a lot to like about the situation. So I changed my rankings with these 4 guys almost on a daily basis. I think Mixon and Gibson and Harris are a little bit ahead of Clyde Edwards-Helaire just because of what they seemingly should be able to do. And as Kyle pointed out, the Chiefs, what their passing game is going to be. You're hoping for Clyde Edwards-Helaire to be a little bit more involved and obviously do a little bit better job at the goal line. But I think all 4 of these guys, if you do not go running back in the first round, because they are going to be probably in the early part of the second round, or in the case of a guy like Edwards-Helaire, the later part of the second round. You can go receiver in the first round, get one of these guys in the second round. I think that's a good way to start your fantasy team.
Yates, if you count every hour of this live stream that we have done together as a podcast, I think you and I have probably done 17 podcasts over the last week. So I know your answer to this, but there may be 3 people still watching who have not heard you say it yet. Let's go half PPR. Those 4 guys: Antonio Gibson, Najee Harris, Joe Mixon, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Which one is your number 1 out of those, and why?
Yeah, I have Joe Mixon ahead of the rest of these guys, and it's because of the workload, right? We do still have concerns about Antonio Gibson and his workload, right? How much of a factor is J.D. McKissic going to be in this offense? I don't think that he's going to be a huge factor, but it could be enough to steal away work from Antonio Gibson. And Gibson was incredibly efficient last year with his opportunity. 4.7 yards per carry, 11 rushing touchdowns last year on 170 rush attempts. That's insane But so he can absolutely still return value at where he's going, even if he doesn't get a huge uptick in volume. But I do have some concerns there. And then with CEH, I talked about the concerns as well. Najee Harris, it is more so like I think he's going to get a ton of work. I just have concerns about the overall state of the offense. I just don't know if it's going to be enough to push his way above Joe Mixon, as long as, again, assuming health for all of these guys. So Joe Mixon for me, then it would be Najee Harris, Antonio Gibson, and then CEH. But we talked about it on our Discord stages, which if you are not in our Discord channel, please go over to fantasypros.com/chat, learn more about that, get involved with us over there. And we were talking on the stages this past week saying like, I am very, very close to moving Antonio Gibson above Joe Mixon and moving Antonio Gibson into my top 10 running backs on the year, because I do think, like Jamey said, that he has star potential this year.
You just have to be like me and Jamey and basically switch them every other day, just so you can feel like you're making some moves, even though, because I, these are guys, yes, we talk about it, we project players, see their fantasy points. I don't just rely on wherever the projections come out. I move guys around, but their projections are all so close that you can make an argument to put any one of them ahead. How about wide receiver, Jamey? Who's a Jamey Eisenberg guy this year at wide receiver?
I love Terry McLaurin, and it's a big reason because of Ryan Fitzpatrick. And, you look at his history and the guys that he has gotten paid. He's been big for Stevie Johnson in his career in Buffalo. He was good with, obviously, Brandon Marshall with the Jets. He saved Devontae Parker's career, so when he has a guy, he leans on that guy. And I think Terry McLaurin is going to be that guy. I'm still a little old school because I'm an old man that I still believe in the third-year receiver theory. This is McLaurin's third season in the NFL, and typically what you see is not necessarily always a statistical bump. I've talked to a lot of wide receivers over the course of my time at CBS and even before when I was a newspaper guy. So Jerry Rice, Steve Smith, Anquan Boldin, Larry Fitzgerald. I asked all these guys whenever I get a chance to speak to them about what happens in the third season for these guys, and they say things just click for them naturally. They understand how to run routes. They understand their quarterback. They understand defenses a little bit better. And I think for McLaurin, having the quarterback upgrade for a guy that will put the ball in space, allow him to go make plays against a defender, a cornerback. I think McLaurin's going to have his best season to date. So I think he's got top 5 upside. The fact that Curtis Samuel has missed so much time going back to the mini camps, that's sort of hurt, I think, their rapport developing, whereas McLaurin's taking advantage of that time. And so with an offense that I think is going to be, improved from a year ago, and they were okay last year, but obviously Fitzpatrick is an upgrade as a passer over Alex Smith at this point in their careers, where Smith was last year, where Fitzpatrick is this year. McLaurin could be that next great Ryan Fitzpatrick wide receiver, which is the strangest thing to say, but McLaurin does have that type of potential with this quarterback change.
I look forward to seeing who the great Ryan Fitzpatrick wide receiver is in like 10 years when he's on his 30th team. But I want to ask you, there are 2 other guys that I feel like are always mentioned with Terry McLaurin, or at least when we do mock drafts, they're always grouped together. I have a hard time myself figuring out who to rank where, and they are Keenan Allen and Allen Robinson. Those 3 guys always seem to be right there together. Let's talk half PPR, Jamey, just to split the difference here. Are you McLaurin in that situation too, or you lean one of those other 2 guys?
Yeah, we're in the same boat. I struggle with those guys also. Especially more so on PPR than half, because I think that I could see McLaurin outscoring them touchdown wise. Robinson, we don't know how the quarterback change is going to impact him and when that's going to happen. Keenan Allen has always struggled with finding the end zone, at a high rate. He does a nice job, but will he ever eclipse that 8 touchdown threshold consistently? And so I think McLaurin, he still has to get to that double digit level as well, but I think he has that upside. So I'll take McLaurin in half PPR. Full PPR, it's easier to go back to the other 2 guys because I think catches will certainly be in their favor, at least going into the season. But man, I would not be surprised if we could see that Brandon Marshall 15 touchdown season from Terry McLaurin. It would be a stretch, but I could certainly see it happening based on the kid's potential and what Fitzpatrick does for those type of guys.
How about you, Yates? Those 3 guys, McLaurin, Allen Robinson, and Keenan Allen, half PPR. How you ranking them?
Again, it's so close. I think that I have Allen Robinson 1 spot above Terry McLaurin in my rankings. And again, just like with the other guys, like that probably changes on a daily basis. I think Keenan Allen is a little bit further down because what he did last year, yes, it was insane volume, but yet only averaged, I think off the top of my head, 9.9 yards per reception. Like he wasn't doing a ton with the opportunity. So he has more value in PPR formats, like Jamey said. So I think with Allen Robinson, with Terry McLaurin, both of those guys are neck and neck. And I think I would give the slight edge to Allen Robinson right now because Allen Robinson has, of course, just been insanely productive over the course of his NFL career. And he's been playing with Blake Bortles, Mike Glennon, Mitchell Trubisky. Now he's actually playing with the best quarterback of his career, which is Andy Dalton, which again is not anything to write home about, but then we could see him truly take off if it is Justin Fields. So I think that Allen Robinson is the guy that I would give the slight edge to, but I am still extremely excited about Terry McLaurin. I've got both these guys inside my top 12.
All right, real quick, Jamey, quarterback. Who do you find yourself gravitating towards at the position?
If he's healthy, Jalen Hurts. I don't know what happened tonight with the illness. Hopefully, it's nothing serious. So keep an eye on that. But I'm always a wait on quarterback guy. I know that's changing a little bit this season. With what those top 5 guys should be able to do based on the past experience or the expectations of Mahomes, Lamar, Allen, Kyler, Dak. However you want to rank them, but I still like to wait on that position, and Jalen Hurts, to me, feels like the next guy that you can get later that could finish in that top 5. What he showed you last year in the 3 starts that he made, before coming out the final game and not finishing it for the stupid reason for the Eagles and Doug Peterson did. I think he's going to run. I think the improvement on the offensive line, because that was a disaster last year, the improvement in the receiving core, which was a disaster last year, both those areas will certainly help him. And I like what I've seen. The reports have been positive. I think whatever he can get out of Jalen Reagor and Quez Watkins, and hopefully what Devontae Smith brings, we're, I think, all frustrated as fantasy analysts that Zach Ertz is still on the Eagles, but that's a boost for Jalen Hurts because he has another proven pass catcher. So I'll still buy him, and with the hope that he has top 5 potential. It's a boom bust type of player. But the quarterback position is so deep that if he busts, you just pivot to somebody else that you'll find on the waiver wire. Just start streaming the position. You should be okay.
Yeah, I'm entirely with you. Yates and I have talked about Jalen Hurts a lot. Also today, or on one of our other 17 podcasts. Let's go to tight end with Jamey. I think you were on our podcast and you said that you guys do the greater late strategy, which we adopted, but credit you every single time we say it. I promise. Every time we always go, remember when Jamey said greater late? Yeah, that's how I feel. Which is true. So assuming you're not going great, who are you usually taking at tight end?
So, depending on where Irv Smith goes, that's the first guy that I typically look for. I got a chance to speak to him this offseason. We just had our guys, the benefit of working at CBS is we send out our NFL reporters to training camp tours. And so Pete Prisco, who's covered the NFL for 30 plus years, he's got a great relationship with the Vikings and their staff, and Bryant McFadden, who's a 2-time Super Bowl champion from the Pittsburgh Steelers. He does a podcast with his cousin, who's Patrick Peterson, and you could listen to that. It's called All Things Covered. So those 2 guys have a pretty good, insight on the Vikings offense, and they were just there in Minnesota this week and just raving about Irv Smith and what his upside could be as the 3rd pass catcher there. For him, it's going to be, I think, more touchdowns than what he does catches and yards, because I think the other 2 guys that he plays with, and Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen, are going to do probably the heavy lifting there. But wouldn't surprise me. I think there's 4 tight ends that I look at, and that's not including the great Robert Tonyan, but 4 tight ends that I look at that could score double digits in touchdowns. And Kelsey and Waller did it last year. Andrews, is always a threat to do that. I think Irv Smith is that 4th guy. So what he did stepping in for Kyle Rudolph last year when he was out at the end of the season, he's going to be a huge red zone threat for Kirk Cousins. And so I hope there's a lot more catches and yards that come along with it, but I think he can score 10 plus touchdowns this year and really reward you in that fashion.
All right, let's get a one bold prediction from you. Yates, you and I got a half hour after this to do viewers' questions. You're good. Okay, wonderful. Jamey, just give me one bold prediction. Anything you want. What do you got going?
Well, I would have said Irv Smith's going to score 10 plus touchdowns.
You can still say it. That's fine. That could be.
If you want to make it easy with that, we'll go with that. I just think, again, go back to the greater late. If he's not somebody that you're looking for, I still think that Adam Troutman's going to show us something. So I don't want to give up completely on him after the poor first preseason game, because I do think that he's still going to be a significant part of this offense. So those are the 2 guys I typically look for late. But again, Irv Smith, I think 10 plus touchdowns is in the cards for him this season.
So you can feel free to regurgitate an answer for this one as well. But we close every segment by saying, give us one player, any position that you find yourself drafting constantly or you are specifically targeting in your drafts.
So I'll go back to Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and if he fails, I take a lot of Darrell Williams, just with the hope of, if there's an injury like we saw last season, and if they don't bring in another one of these veterans with guys like Adrian Peterson and Duke Johnson and Le'Veon Bell and Todd Gurley still hanging around, so you always have to worry about that with Andy Reid getting enamored with a name. But Darrell Williams, there was a report a few weeks ago before he started getting some injury concerns. He was taking some first-team reps, and we had one of our guys there, Evan Washburn, who's a CBS Sports NFL reporter. You see him on sidelines during games. And he said Andy Reid told him that day that it was just in the event of a Clyde Edwards-Helaire injury, that Darrell Williams will be the next man up. And so we always look for, we'll call those lottery tickets. And I think Darrell Williams is definitely a lottery ticket. So just in the event of something happening, those are the players that you have to, when the season unfolds, how long do you hold on to those guys if they're not getting work? But, in the early part of the season, if he is getting work or there's an injury, as we saw with Cam Akers, the next guy up could be a pretty valuable commodity. And Darrell Williams is one of those guys that I'm going to stash for the early part of the season.
Yeah, we talk about that. People like to go after the Tony Pollards and the Alexander Madisons. If you're confident that Darrell Williams is going to be the guy if something happens to Clyde Edwards-Helaire, then he's basically as valuable as those guys. Last question, Jamey. One guy that you are fading or you just find yourself not drafting a lot in your drafts?
Yeah, this pains me to say this. I just wrote this because we're in the middle of doing, we like to do in training camp a different positional week. And so we're wrapping up our tight end week. I'm a Florida Gator myself, and Kyle Pitts was fun to watch, but the price tag has just become so rich that it's hard to buy into him. And if you were to tell me that we're, third week of August and I haven't drafted Kyle Pitts once in about the 50 drafts that I've done already, I almost had him in a draft we did today, and then he went like a couple picks before me. But I find it hard. We did one draft. He was taken in the third round. It's not a tight end premium league. People love Kyle Pitts. I get it. I get it. But I just can't buy in at that price tag, So he's in the next. He's not in the great group. He's in that next group of tight ends with Hockenson and Mark Andrews. But I just can't find myself taking him in the fourth round. I have a hard time taking the fifth round. If he's ever there in the sixth round, I'll take him. But we know the history of rookie tight ends, and I just don't know if he's going to necessarily shatter all those numbers that we saw from Rob Gronkowski once upon a time. He could be an Evan Ingram type of rookie tight end, which is good, but I don't think he's in that fifth round range type of good.
Yep. Jamey, can't thank you enough for making the time to come on, for rolling with the fact that like half your body was cut off throughout most of the live stream, for going with the fact that
as long as down, that's the better half. So
you're good. That's correct. Obviously, everybody knows that. For rolling with the fact that one fantasy analyst not currently on this live stream neglected to send you the notes. Don't worry about any of that. We really appreciate you coming on. You were fantastic. Everybody knows, but I say it anyway. Remind everybody, please, where they can check out more of you and your work.
Yeah, you can check us out, CBS Sports HQ. It's our live streaming network. Our fantasy show is on 12 o'clock Eastern every day, Monday through Friday. And then once the season starts, we're on every Sunday, at 10 a.m. Eastern. So CBS Sports HQ, if you like to pull the plug on the cable network, it's a great place to get all your sports news.
All right. Jamey, again, thank you so much for coming on. We're going to take a very quick break. Yates and I are going to be here for the last half hour to wrap up with some viewer questions and just our general thoughts. So hang right there. We'll be right back. Hi, everybody. We're back. I'm sorry. I'm laughing at our producer's insane celebration at the ability to get a live stream up and running on this, the 92nd hour of the Fantasy Pros Football Fest. This is it. The home stretch. Just me and Kyle Yates. I think we probably have talked about every single player that plays in the NFL this year,
quite possible,
last year, or for the last 14 years. So this is what I'm going to say right now. Yates and I have no reason to talk to each other anymore. We really don't. We talk about football on podcasts. We talk about football on Discord stages, FantasyPros.com/chat. We talk about football in a channel that we have together where we just talk. We have no reason to talk to each other. We are just here to answer your questions at this point before we sign off for the night and go sleep for a few hours. Ask your question right now in the YouTube channel, and I will try to get to it. And I'm going to get there right now. Are you ready to go? Yates, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I have a question for you before we get into that, though.
Oh, yes.
Because I am looking at the overall rankings here on my rankings, and I'm trying to legitimately find a player whose name that we have not said. And it's impossible. We've talked about everyone. But I do want to know, if we did have Trey Lance come out and he was the starter in week 1, where would he end up where would he be in your rankings?
Okay. That's such a good question. So right now, I believe Lance is 21st, maybe 20th in my rankings. And that is basically projecting him for 530 pass attempts. So if you're going to give me a full season of Trey Lance starting from week 1, 8, I'm going to go with 8th. Yates. 8th is my
all the way up to 8th.
8th is my ballpark number for him. What about you?
That's probably where I'd be putting him too.
Yeah.
Like, would you put him above Tom Brady?
Yes, I would put him above Tom Brady.
Would you put him above Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, actually, I probably would, because I think that he sort of combines like almost the best of Hurts, not quite the best of Hurts, not quite the rushing ability, but it takes away for me a lot of the downside. So yeah, I'm putting him ahead of Hurts.
Okay,
that's what the cutoff is, by the way, because that's 9th. Hurts is 9th, I think, for me. Maybe 10th. I might have moved down one, but regardless, that's basically where it is. 8th for me. So we're simpatico. Great. So if somebody could talk to Kyle Shanahan and get that announcement, that would be great. All right. From Joseph Navarro, Jalen Waddle or Devontae Smith?
Jalen Waddle for me pretty easily.
Okay. That's not a real question I can answer. From Drizzle, Chris Carson or DeAndre Swift?
Chris Carson for me. I have Chris Carson at RB14. I have DeAndre Swift at RB20.
JK all day 75 says 12-team half PPR. I'm drafting 9th. I have no 5th round pick. Do I target running backs earlier or just play the value of the board regardless and not let that factor in?
Yeah, I definitely think that you should play the value of the board. That 5th round pick, you're really not looking at like some, a top tier running back that's still going to be there on the board. You're kind of looking at some of the guys like in maybe a Josh Jacobs, Mike Davis, maybe Javonte Williams moves his way into that conversation. So I think that's, you're not really, that's not going to sway the conversation for me. So I'm going to take the value where it falls, but I probably would be leaning running back.
Okay, BC76 says, wow, you guys are high on Lance. Sheesh. That's not a question. I just wanted to point that out that he says that, and that's fine. We are. That is correct. And if you do some research on him or you watch him, you probably will be too. From Matthew Mazur, what do you think about Gerald Everett this year, Yates?
Yeah, so Gerald Everett, I have at tight end 17 question. It's loading.
I think that's where I am as well.
So I've got him right there. So I think that he is a guy that we definitely can look at as a streaming option this year. I can't remember. Again, I cannot remember. I think it was Liz Loza was talking about her reasoning for loving Gerald Everett this year as one of those late round dart throws and being reunited with Shane Waldron in Seattle now, of course, catching balls from Russell Wilson. Like, he's got the potential to be one of those guys that breaks out this year that we're not really talking about. So Gerald Everett, I wouldn't be comfortable rolling into the season with him as my tight end 1, but if I can get him as that tight end 2 or someone that I'm keeping an eye on waiver wires, absolutely.
Eric Regali asks, 2-part question. Dalvin Cook is the consensus number 2 running back, but why? Can you elaborate? I hear almost nothing on why that is. Also, if you drafted him, would you reach and handcuff him or have an insurance policy with Alexander Madison in the 9th or the 10th?
So Dalvin Cook at RB2 on the year is just because of the volume. The volume that he gets when he is on the field is truly, incomparable to Christian McCaffrey's. He's just an incredibly talented running back, running behind a solid offensive line in Minnesota, an offense that wants to be built upon the run game. And so everything is lining up for Dalvin Cook to be the RB2. The only thing that would push him out of that conversation would be the injury concerns that he just does not play all 16 games. But when he is on the field, it's worth it. It's worth the investment there because of just the positional advantage that he brings you. He brings you week winning upside every single week. So Dalvin Cook at RB2, I don't hate it at all. As far as Alexander Mattison as an insurance running back, the thing with Alexander Mattison is even when he has gotten the opportunity in years past, when we have seen Dalvin Cook miss those couple of games because he doesn't play all 16, then Alexander Mattison hasn't risen to the occasion. He's better, honestly, as a change of pace option, but it just doesn't come to fruition for fantasy football where we can plug him into our lineup safely any given week. So I'm not reaching for Alexander Mattison. If he's there at a solid value point and I've got Dalvin Cook, then I will take him. But I'm not going out of my way to get Alexander Mattison because I just don't know if he's going to be someone that I even want to plug into my lineup that week.
Okay, two quick things. One, we are really close to 101,000 subscribers. If you're watching this and you have not yet subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do so. Easy way to show your support. Like the live stream as well. Second, there's a question from Dan Harris. Have you evolved yet to not say in your head, Alexander Mattison, whenever you think of him? Or is that still? I
actually have, but now that you pointed it back out, of course it's going to be there every single time that I think about it. So
Scott Harvey, you're welcome. Scott Harvey would like to know, would you prefer Darrell Henderson or Josh Jacobs?
Darrell Henderson pretty easily for me.
Sean Patel says Zeke or Adams with the 5th pick in a PPR league.
PPR league changes that a little bit, where I think Devontae Adams definitely moves his way into that conversation. But I mean, it all depends on how you want to build out your rosters. I think that you definitely can take Devontae Adams there. Me personally, I'm probably still taking Zeke.
Okay, Jason Smith. This is not a question for you, Yates, but I will answer it. Why no IDP advice? Yates and I are honest over the fact that we are not IDP experts. Like, that's just not a format that either one of us really plays very much. However, Scott Bogman is an IDP expert. He is joining us. He is going to do a weekly podcast on IDP starting, I believe, next week with Joe Pisapia. That's going to be for our premium members. He's also going to do a weekly AMA Discord stages. If you go to fantasypros.com/chat on IDP. So we have you covered with IDP. But Yates and I are honest, like we're not IDP experts. That's why. The Fox asked 10-team half PPR. I have the 8th pick. I am positive that Kelsey will not make it back to me after the turn. Do I take him?
Yeah, I think you can. Because also at that, making it back on the turn, and you said it was a 10-team, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, in a 10-team, you're still looking at some top-tier running backs at that spot. So if you want Kelsey, then take him there. You're still going to have your pick of the litter with those running backs available.
David Gallagher wants to know when we're going to Minnesota so he can buy us a beer. You want to take a trip, Yates?
My sister actually just moved to Minnesota, so yeah. 2 birds, 1 stone.
Sounds like next year. Okay, next up, oh my, there is a poll that just popped up when I tried to. Closing that poll, no big deal. Okay, let's go to next man up, 312, 10-man non-PPR. Do I take Devontae and Tyreek Hill at 10 and 11 if the only running backs available are guys like Gibson, Najee, Eckler, and Mixon?
No, I definitely want, I prefer to balance out my roster to start out, especially at the turn. So I'm perfectly comfortable going into this year with Najee Harris as my RB1. Antonio Gibson for sure. Joe Mixon in that same range. Austin Eckler, yeah, I've got him right there too. So to have a Devontae Adams, you said it was a Tyreek Hill, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so to have each of those 2 wide receivers would absolutely just be like unfair compared to other league wide receivers. But then you look at your running backs when you come back around at the next turn, and you're going to be like, oh man, I definitely should have taken one at that last turn. So yeah, I prefer to balance up my rosters there. I'm perfectly comfortable going with a Joe Mixon there or an Antonio Gibson or Najee Harris.
Joseph McDonald asked Brandon Cooks or Michael Thomas as your wide receiver 4 in PPR leagues.
I've said that I really do not want any piece of the Houston Texans offense, but in this situation, I will take Brandon Cooks. We talked about Michael Thomas very early on in this live stream saying like, he's just not a guy that I really want to go out of my way to draft and stash for who knows how long this year. We don't even have a guaranteed timeline for him. So just a guy that I am willing to let someone else deal with the headaches. I will go with Brandon Cooks there.
Alan Kenderis asked Chase Claypool, Juju Smith-Schuster, or Deontay Johnson.
It is Deontay Johnson first, just based on the target volume, based on what he's going to get in this offense. Then I will go Chase Claypool because I think that we are about to see big things from Claypool this year. If I can get Claypool as a wide receiver 3 on my roster, I think that he has top 20 upside. And then Juju Smith-Schuster, I'm a little bit further down on. I've talked about the potential of 2 tight end sets here, which takes the slot receiver off the field. I really do not think that he is, that he is well suited to play outside. The numbers support that. So I think that he is a slot receiver through and through. Chase Claypool should be the starting outside slot receiver at his size at 238 pounds or whatever. And then we know Deontay Johnson's going to be on the field. So it's Johnson for me, then Claypool, then Juju Smith-Schuster.
VNV Nation asks thoughts on who the wide receiver 2 in Green Bay is going to be. Personally, he thinks Devin Funchess is going to emerge. I think my answer is I don't really care, but it's up to you, Yates. What do you think?
I think that, I think the starters will be Devontae Adams, and then it will be Allen Lazard, and then it will be Randall Cobb. And then Amari Rogers sprinkling in here or there as a guy that you're just going to get jet sweeps to and touches out of the backfield close to the line of scrimmage, let him create after the catch. So I think that, Funchess, he's been showing out in camp, but I just don't think that he's going to be a guy that locks onto this roster. Same with MVS. He's having a fantastic camp. I think he's just a depth piece at this point. So Allen Lazard, I think, is the best bet there. He's got the chemistry with Rodgers. And then, of course, Randall Cobb. We know that Rodgers was essentially like, if you want me to play in Green Bay this year, get me Randall Cobb. So, I think that those are the 3 starters for me.
So we had a similar question to this, Yates, in our Discord stages, but I'll ask it here. Tyler Jackson wants to know 10-team Superflex where quarterbacks go really late, historically 3rd or 4th round for Patrick Mahomes, etc. Do I take 2 top QBs early to try to corner the market?
I at least want 1. Because if it really is like your league that well that they are legitimately no one else is going to take a quarterback until the 3rd round, which is just ridiculous in a Superflex league, then I at least want 1 to be able to get that positional advantage, and then I want to grab a running back because by the time that you get to the 3rd round, when quarterbacks do start to go off the board, your choices at running back are going to be really, really thin. So even though you could get 2 top tier quarterbacks, I think that balancing out your roster and at least getting one of those guys in the 2nd round, a running back in the 2nd round, and then maybe grabbing another quarterback in the 3rd or something like that is probably the way to go.
Crimson Pilot PE says higher upside in non-PPR between Russell Gage, Gabriel Davis, and Preston Williams.
If you are purely looking for upside, the answer there is Gabriel Davis, and it's Gabriel Davis by a mile.
Girl Gaming, I think that's the name. Eckler or Najee at number 10 if Antonio Gibson is not available in a 12-team PPR league.
So it's a PPR league, so that brings it a little bit closer. But in a half PPR format, I've got Najee Harris at 12, and I've got Austin Eckler at 13. So I think that in a PPR, Austin Eckler is going to get the slight bump above Najee Harris, but that's super close. I think that you can flip a coin, and you won't go wrong. But yeah, I think Austin Eckler would be my choice there in a full PPR format.
Austin Eckler is definitely my choice in the full PPR format. Connor Guilfoyle, I think. RB2, Mike Davis or Travis Etienne. Also, favorite recent movie or TV show that you're binging, Yates?
Travis Etienne there for me, because I think that he is going to be a guy that you can fall back on, especially with his work in the receiving game. If he gets the role that I think he's going to get, that's something that I'm continuing to monitor as we move throughout the preseason, but I do think that he's going to get that role. Mike Davis, I think, is going to come out on fire, but I have durability concerns with him. As far as a movie or show, my wife and I just finished the entire MCU. We went back all the way through it, so finished.
Did you finally watch like Ant-Man and the Wasp?
Yeah,
and
we did.
All the stuff. Okay,
they're really
very good.
Yep.
Do you have the rankings for my kids yet, or are you not there?
I'm working on it, man. I'm a little busy. Give me a break.
So, man, what are you doing?
Yeah, I know, right? And then TV show. I am currently on lunch breaks. I'm currently just watching back through New Girl because it's fantastic, and Dan and I talk about it all the time. And if I put out on Twitter earlier, if I could just get an app created that at random moments throughout the day would send me a Nick Miller or Winston Bishop quote, I would 100% pay for that app.
Yates and I don't always see eye to eye, mainly because I'm very old and I like old movies and tall and TV shows, so never see eye to eye, actually. But I will say that my wife and I also are in the process of rewatching New Girl, and that I just laugh my butt off every single episode. Absolutely hilarious. I couldn't be happier that we started redoing it. So if you have not seen it, you have both Dan and Yates agreeing that is a rare thing to happen. Eric Nelson, James Conner, draft or pass?
Who is it?
James Conner.
Pass if it's just in a vacuum. Like I've been given the choice, then it's James Conner that I'm passing on.
Yeah, that's true. And at one point I was kind of like feeling James Conner a little bit, and I'm just out, man. Come on, I don't want to do this. I like James Conner very much as a player, but again, the biggest thing I think he's got going for him is the fact that he's a very good goal line back, but they have Kyler Murray there. That doesn't make me all that optimistic on it. Mindless Baca, non-PPR, Cup or DJ Moore?
Oh man, you guys are pulling ones that are like right next to one another in my rankings.
We got hardcore people, man. They're here. They want the answers.
I have DJ Moore at 17. I have Cooper Kupp at 18.5 PPR, but I do think that I'm going to go with the touchdown upside there. Especially, you said there was a non-PPR, correct?
I did, yes.
Yeah, so it's Cooper Kupp for me because I think he has the touchdown upside in this offense, whereas DJ Moore, you're needing a significant jump from Sam Darnold to be able to get that, and DJ Moore historically just hasn't scored touchdowns. He's relied on volume.
All right, Chargwal FB says, shout out from the island of Guam. Love our show. Way to go. Way to be there. I love it. Okay, what round from Blake Not Camper? Sorry if that's wrong. What round are you comfortable taking Jalen Hurts in a 12-team standard format?
I don't necessarily enjoy putting like round values on guys. It is more so just where they're going in comparison to other quarterbacks. And then you start, because each league is different. So if I tell you 8th round, and then you have by the 6th round, all like top 12 quarterbacks are off the board just based on your league and how they draft, that doesn't really do you much, right? So I think with looking at Jalen Hurts, I've got him at QB 12. Dan's got him a little bit higher than that. But
I do.
If I am not taking him before Matthew Stafford, before Ryan Tannehill, Tom Brady, I'm not taking him above those guys because the downside for Jalen Hurts is significantly lower. Yes, he has tremendous upside, but I'm not buying into that. I don't, based on my film studies from him back at Alabama, at Oklahoma, then even last year, I'm just not buying into him taking a significant leap as a passer. So I will go with, he'll be the 12th quarterback for me. I'm willing to take him before guys like Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, but not before Matthew Stafford, Ryan Tannehill, Tom Brady.
Okay, from Santiago, I can't pronounce his last name. I'm very sorry. Logan Thomas or Dallas Goedert in PPR, or just forego both and wait till like one of my last picks?
No, I'll go Logan Thomas there. I think that he absolutely can continue. His routes run that he had last year is just absurd. It's ridiculous. He was used so much in this offense as a receiver, and they needed him a lot more than they will this year. But so I don't think that he has necessarily top 3 upside, top 5 upside, but he's going to be an extremely safe option for your lineup. I will take him over Dallas Goedert pretty easily.
Okay, I'm missing the name, but somebody says we should be watching something called Dave. Do you know a show, Dave Yates?
No.
Neither do I, but you will have to watch it because somebody, and I missed it, I saw it come across. Eric Nelson, Mostert or Sermon?
I'm sorry. I was reading something and I missed the first part of your question.
You don't have to worry about anything. The first part of my question was, have you heard of the TV show Dave?
Well, I
which
heard
you said
that
no
one.
to. You've got that part?
Yeah.
The other one was a lengthy question, to be fair. It was Mostert or Sermon.
I will go with Trey Sermon. I talked about how I think Trey Sermon's going to be the guy that they have use as the primary ball carrier in between the tackles and at the goal line, and then Raheem Mostert as kind of that change of pace. I don't see Raheem Mostert getting more than 12, 15 carries per game. I think that's going to be Trey Sermon's role. So I will go Sermon over Mostert.
A follow-up question from somebody else. Night Flight says, would you draft both of them to try to secure that backfield?
I definitely think at their price tag, you definitely can, where they're going in drafts. I think that you can double down. I just don't think that it's one of those backfields where even if something were to happen to Trey Sermon or Raheem Mostert, I just don't know if they get like a significant bump. So I think that you still see, Jeff Wilson come back and he would factor in, or Elijah Mitchell, or they sign, a Wayne Gallman. One of these guys would factor in. So it's a fine strategy, but I don't think that it has like league winning upside.
First of all, I will say that the people who are still here, there are 562 of you. God bless you guys for supporting. So again, if you haven't already, like and subscribe. They love Dave. They love whatever the show Dave is. I don't know why neither one of us has ever heard of it. So Yates, why don't you and I do some research on it? And then if we decide to binge watch it, we'll do it together. Like we'll
All
do
right.
it like we're doing New Girl. Okay,
All right.
great
Sounds
to say that. Okay, from Grizzly, we're almost done here, Yates. You're hanging in there. You're doing a great job. Would you rather draft Mike Williams or Jalen Waddle in a full PPR 10-team league?
This is not even close for me. I've got Jalen Waddle at wide receiver 36 on the year, and I have Mike Williams at wide receiver 55, I think. So not even close for me. I'm taking Jalen Waddle for sure.
Yates, there is one clear answer to this. I hope you nail it. Adam Heim wants to know, how do you prepare for a draft when you don't even know where you pick in a standard 10-team league?
It's just being able to go into it and mock draft from several different positions, right? You're going in and you are just running a ton of different mock draft simulations over at the over at fantasypros.com/simulator. And so you're just running through a ton of different positions there, and you're getting familiar with each spot to be able to kind of figure out what strategies work at different spots. So that way, when the time comes when you do find out your draft spot, even if that is right before your draft, you're not going into it with a panicked, a nervous energy or anything like that. You're going to be well prepared.
5 minutes. It takes 5 minutes to do a mock draft on our mock draft simulator. Not joking. That's how long it takes. Do one from every position. Do 10 from every position. Just basically do that. There are a lot of people asking about Nick Chubb. They're all listening to Joe. I can't imagine even Joe is going to advocate for this. Some people want to know, can they take him third or even fourth? I think it's half BPR. There's no chance you're doing that, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Just crazy. What's funny is that some people keep asking questions that we have answered. So that's a little crazy. If you haven't answered, just when this is done, just rewind. From KC1324, 2 more questions. Yates, how about that? Are you comfortable having AB and Waddle as your wide receiver 3 or 4?
Yeah, absolutely. Antonio Brown as a wide receiver 4 is where I'd like to have him, but he does have that upside. And then Jalen Waddle, I've got him at wide receiver 36, so I am perfectly comfortable going into this year with him as my wide receiver 3.
From someone named Andrew, he says, Yates, good news, we're extending the fest for an hour.
Andrew, you are no longer my favorite person. You were up until this moment. You didn't know it, but you're no longer my favorite person.
He just messaged me that he also thinks Dave is a really funny show. Last question, Joseph McDonald, Marvin Jones or Antonio Brown as a wide receiver 5 in full PPR?
I'll go Antonio Brown there. I think Marvin Jones as a wide receiver 5 is fine, but I've got Antonio Brown ranked a little bit higher than that.
I agree. I love Marvin Jones, but I can't rank him ahead of Antonio Brown. That's it. That we have done it. We have made it the full 12 hours. Some technical hiccups, some unnamed producers pulling their hair out and screaming into the abyss, and just, But I will say this, Yates, to go. First of all, you did a fantastic job, as you do with everything that you do at this company. To all of our listeners, our subscribers, I don't know how many subscribers we gained today. I don't know how many people liked the video. It was a lot. We really appreciate. We love each and every one of you. You guys know that Tags is under the weather. We are doing the best that we can to make sure that you guys are still getting the best fantasy football advice. We will continue to do so until Tags is back and better than ever. And I'm going to just close because I've been teasing him all day. We have an absolutely masterful video producer who undertook this entire ginormous endeavor, has been standing up at one of 7 computers or whatever he's using to keep this going the entire day. We have had breaks. He has not. He is the man. His name is Chris. Everybody do shout out to Chris. K-R-I-S. His name. He is the man. Chris, you did a fantastic job, and we appreciate you.
Seriously.
From everyone here at Fantasy Pros, go back and watch this like 75 times. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. We will be back doing a million other things on our YouTube channel going forward after Chris takes a 4-week vacation. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll talk to you again soon.